What y'all doing? Let me see. Thank you, sir. Oh, you don't want to listen to Chief Keef, huh? Damn, why Jane come back? Oh, I don't need that. I got this behind here. Huh, son. Huh, son. You get over there, buddy? I think he's staying at the hotel. Is this not charged? Yes, it is. So why ain't it working? Hold on. I'm trying to get my light to work. It ain't working. Oh, okay, so it works on. Let me see if this works on this thing. So why is it that this don't work on this? Because this is my charger. And it should work. No. Guess I just gotta use this juice till it die out. That don't make no fucking sense. How pretty girl. I don't know, I think your brother's at the hotel. I gotta, this shit bright as fuck, yo. There we go. Alrighty. So, I'm waiting on Mo, y'all. Hold on. Oh, that's hot. I gotta wait on Mo. Ozzy, I gotta wait on Mo. Hold on. Give me about 3 minutes. Oh, shit.
Brother Mo,
What's up?
how you going, man?
I'm all right.
Are you a student? Is
What's
that your
up?
name?
Yeah.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Again?
Likewise. Buck, are you getting in, Buck?
Buck's got an iPhone. I'm 100% sure. Samsung all the way.
Yeah, I don't think he got his charger.
He ain't trying to sit out in
Yeah,
that cold ass car.
Right? Nah,
It's
he had
cold
the
as
heat
fuck.
on. He had the heat on last night.
It's cold in Florida. I know it's cold as shit in VA. Gotta be freezing
He said he gonna create his own religion.
up. You already did.
Nah, it was cold here yesterday and the day before. It ain't
Where
cold here
drops? Who?
today.
Hey, if anybody is following drops, tell him to come back in.
yeah, beautiful weather here in Australia.
Oh yeah, you good. See, look. He worshiping the sun already.
Who's that?
Told you. You
Who's
can't get
that?
away from it.
Who's worshipping the sun?
You just said it's a beautiful day here in Australia. That's worship.
What's that got to What's that got to do with worshipping the sun? If I
Okay,
said a woman looks
I can
beautiful,
easily
does that mean I
explain it to
worship
you.
her?
I can easily explain it to you.
Bro,
But see,
you're stretching, man.
I can easily break this down to you. Before worship was what it was now, with the kneeling and the praying and the offering pot and eating the blood and the flesh and fasting and all that, worship was simply revering something, being thankful for something,
No,
giving it
it's
compliment. Yes, it was. And worship didn't always start
okay.
off with what it is. That doesn't even make sense. How could we just start off worship with everything we have today? Humans develop things over long periods of time. Worship is
Okay,
what it is
so
today, but it started off as something simple.
okay, in Islam, we believe worship is ascribing partners to God and believing that that's something has powers to protect you, and you worship that, thinking that that's going to save you.
Oh yeah, I know that. That's cool, but then so here's the issue. Your belief has nothing to do
Oh
with
my
me though.
gosh.
I have to speak a language. I speak English, and the word worship has definitions that go back for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years before there's a Islam. So I have to use the word and its meaning, and it means to give reverence, to revere. It's veneration, it's prayer, it's food, fasting, diet. It's all types of stuff. But it can be any of those things depending on what religion you're in. But the word worship is older than religion. So how can you have this religious belief and then just start hijacking words and creating your own meaning? Now I can
Okay,
respect it. I can respect it, but I still have to speak a language that has
okay,
words in it
okay,
that are older than all of our religion.
okay. As a Muslim, we believe Adam was Muslim. He was the first human, so he worshipped God.
Adam was a Muslim.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, wait, hold on. Do you have a verse for that?
Yes, in the Quran it says Adam was a Muslim.
Okay, where how can I find it?
Adam was a
I'm not.
Muslim. Quran verse on Google.
Okay, I thought you could take me straight through it. No problem. Uh,
Look up
no,
Prophet.
I'm not debating it. I just want to read it because I find that funny that
Yeah.
Jews is like,
Look up Muslim or part of Islam.
I see it.
Yeah, I don't see drop in here neither.
I keep forgetting to follow drop. We just engage in battle so fast that I don't even be thinking about following.
By the way, can I say something to you too?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm here, whether it's you or anyone else, I'm here to share knowledge to maybe help people. I'm not here to laugh at people or mock or humiliate. So for me, this isn't a game. So I'm just presenting what I can to do to bring the truth to you. And I'm not doing this as a bad thing. It's a good thing. So my heart here isn't to laugh at you or humiliate. I'm just letting that out.
No problem. What does truth mean in the Quran? Is that a different meaning too? So because
Truth is haq.
basically what I'm learning about religions, when you when you because even though like say my family is Hebrew, they're Israelites, Christian, they've been through that all that stuff, right? Even my
Yeah.
grandmother's actually Muslim, so or she was Muslim, right? So I can't use their understanding and talk to another Muslim or talk to another Hebrew Israelite or talk to another Christian. I can't do that because each people have their own definitions. Like all Christians don't believe faith is the same. All like I have friends who are Muslim and they represent Islam, but it's not the same Islam as you. And then your response is going to be there's only one Islam. And when I tell them, hey, I talked to this guy online and he says that Islam ain't what you saying it is, and then he's gonna go, nah, there's only one Islam. Like, but so it's like everybody has their own meanings and their own system. So
Okay.
you kind of got to learn a whole new language. Like religion ain't religion to religious people, worship ain't worship, and truth don't mean truth. Y'all got all your own
Okay.
words.
Okay. So which Islam are you talking about? You're talking about sects?
Circle like circle seven Quran. Um, my grandmother was more of like a whatever they are in where they from Nigeria. The she her friends were from Nigeria and they had Islam, but it's not the same as like talking to you guys. Like it's different. It's not the same.
Okay. So do you know what sect
Look
she
it up
was
though.
part of?
No, I'm not sure. She died a long time ago, so I don't know. I just remember she was Muslim and she was around a lot of Africans and they were Muslim
Yeah.
as well.
Okay. I'm just going to answer Buck. Buck, you said Allah was the moon. That's wrong because in Quran 41:37, Allah says, "Do not prostrate to the moon or the stars, but prostrate to the one who created them." Just clarifying that with
Is that pre-exilic?
you.
Yeah, he definitely
Before
butt top
Pre
before
of him.
Muhammad
pre
peace be
Islamic, I
upon
mean.
him, people worshipped everything, not just the moon, they worshipped everything. But Muhammad, peace be upon him, his purpose in Mecca was to destroy all idol worship and make everyone worship one God.
Mm.
So if pre-Islamic worship the moon, what relevance does that have?
I think he was just asking.
Yeah, no, but he was saying we worship the moon. If you read the comment before, he goes, we worship the moon, and he's trying to say that pre-Islamic worship the moon.
We used to worship
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, right? We don't worship Jesus no more. Me, Buck, and Sue used to
Well,
worship Jesus.
yeah, but the thing with Jesus, bro, I still don't understand why they do it when he didn't oblige for that to happen.
Bro, I don't know him. I don't know him, Allah, or God, the Most High. None of them. I don't know none of those beings, and I won't deny that they exist. Excuse me, I got food in my mouth.
Okay,
I won't deny that
so
they
what do you?
exist, but I'm definitely not going to speak for them. I can tell you that one right now.
Yeah,
Whether I agree with your beliefs or not, I will never speak for those beings. I will let them speak for themselves.
okay, so what do you believe happens after death?
I don't care. I'm here. I'm here existing. What am I worried about that for? Why would I worry about that?
Okay,
Like hold on, because you're gonna go so fast. I get your passion. I know your beliefs. I talk to people like you. Understand me for a second, because nobody even takes the time to understand where we're even coming from. Just check this out for a second. What if what you're talking about, this afterlife thing, is not even what it is? You're talking about afterlife. Like you probably don't even understand death. These are things that we said we don't understand what the creator behind all of this was actually doing. What you think is life and what you think is death may not even exist the way you think it does. And you're like, well, after you leave here, what if you don't leave? What if you go back? What if you came here and you're going back to something? What if it sent you here? Well, you can still have a creator. What if your creator sent you here to do something and then it's going to take you back? And it has nothing to do with anything that was here. It has something to do with whatever the creator has going on. And all of this stuff you're hearing when you get here, it has nothing to do with the original creator. What if? Like, we don't even think about that. It's just like, what about the afterlife? I don't even know if the afterlife is real. You haven't even convinced me of these gods yet. Now I got to talk about the afterlife that comes from these religious beliefs. That doesn't make sense. We got to start
Well,
at square one. If the God is real, then
what
we can
would it?
talk about the afterlife.
Okay. What would it take for you to believe that God is real?
I don't deny that the God is real. I'm not denying that.
Okay.
I just don't.
Okay, but
I
you're
just don't
saying,
trust. I don't trust you. I don't trust you
okay,
speaking
why
for
don't
it.
you?
What?
Why?
It does. It just doesn't. It doesn't fit. Like here, you see, how like you agree that
Okay.
your creator made you agree your creator made DNA, right?
Yeah.
DNA is very precise. It is
Yeah.
very, very precise, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
so precise that when we try to mess with it, if we do one thing wrong, it's gonna all the end result is gonna be messed up. Okay, it's
Yeah. Yeah.
precise. So the creator creates all of this stuff. Creates the DNA. The baby knows it's recorded into the DNA that the baby. Uh, it allows the baby to know to go to the nipple as soon as it's born. I don't have to tell my daughter, "Hey, you drink from here." It already knows where it's looking for the nipple as soon as it come out. Where is it at? Where is it at? If it gets clogged and the milk ain't coming out, the baby already knows at less than a month old to take her hand and push down on the breast to push out and keep pumping the milk. And if that don't work, she'll take her hand and go up to the top of the breast and rub it down to get the damn milk through. The baby knows that because it's encoded in the DNA, right? It's precise. So why would this same God that is that precise and that intelligent to do that would turn around and say, I'm gonna leave a note for you about me, and I'm gonna let all these men tell you about me, and then I'm out of here. I'll be back after you die. Like it just don't fit with me. That don't sit right. It doesn't match the original creator's work. This don't sound
What
like
did
the
you
same
know
work.
that? What do you know that the original creator should have done? Like, where'd you get the information that the creator
The
has to do the things that you want him to do?
the creator could have put the Quran in my DNA. I don't even have to listen to any of y'all.
But he's put. Okay, so for example, let's just think about God. All right. When people think about God, does the words utter out of their mouths without them realizing it?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay, so if someone says, for example, "Oh my God," but they're atheist, why is the words "Oh my God" coming out?
Because of slavery. For me, for my people, it's because of slavery. We never said, "Oh
Come
my
on, bro.
God," until we heard about it.
Mate, I live in Australia. White people that are atheists say these words. Oh my God. So where did
Uh huh.
this come out
And I
from?
have friends who are African and they don't say, "Oh my God."
Okay, but I'm saying to you, you hear from time to time with people saying, "Oh my God," and you know it's true. I've seen a lot of people say that, and they don't even believe in God.
Okay, but you're not going to see an undocumented tribe say, "Oh my God."
Okay, so
Oh,
with the
oh, oh, oh! I
tribes,
got a
they don't
better.
believe
I
it.
got a better one for you. I got a better one for you. My two youngest kids don't say that.
They've
They
never
don't
said
say
that.
it. The only ones who said nope, never said it. The only ones who
Okay,
say it are the
how do
ones
you
who were the ones who were old enough to be around us being indoctrinated. The youngest
how
ones
do
who don't
you
get taught
know?
about any of that, they haven't been to church, they don't hear all that stuff,
How
so
do
they
you
don't
know
say it
they've never said it?
because I'm around them. What are you talking about?
Are you
I
around
don't
them
drop.
24/7?
Yeah, I don't drop my kids off on buses. That my
How
kids are
old are your kids?
my oldest kids are in college. They're still young. They're not adults yet, but they're in college. The
Okay,
14 and 15 years old. They're in college. One's working on her
and
second
you're
degree. So yes,
and
I'm
you're
around them.
and you and you're at school with them to hear every word they say.
Yes. What are you talking
What
about?
are you talking about?
Yeah, what
How
are
can
you
you be
talking
in
about?
college with them, listening to every word they say? Come on, bro, be realistic.
Because we have a school room where we do school. What are you talking about, man? I'm telling you about my life. We have a school room. We have a lab. where we go to school,
You
where we
stay
do
with
work.
your
I got to
kids
make sure they do their work.
24/7.
Yes, I know. Look, I can see them right now. I can hit the I can hit this red button right here in my office, right? And I can look and see exactly what they're doing. I
And
can
you
hear them.
watch them
I can turn the
24/7.
audio on. Yes, I'm looking at them on the camera right now. And
Okay,
you don't
and you
talk
watch
like
what
that.
they
I just
say
told you. Listen, I just
24/7.
told you. You don't just say you don't believe me. My oldest kids say, "Oh my God." They've said, "Oh my God," when they were like involved in religion. When we were like probably in my 20, 24, 25 or something like that. They've said that before. But even now, they don't say that shit. They don't say those words out their mouth. They don't say
Okay,
Jesus, God, Allah, none of that.
you
They don't
shouldn't
talk like that anymore.
you shouldn't be saying shit because that's disrespectful, number one. But you're saying you're around your kids 24/7 every single second of the day, which is wrong.
Nope, not every single second. No.
That's what I said to you, and you said yes.
Okay, so listen. Okay, so yes, my kids say, "Oh my God, where is this going?" I don't hear them say it. That's all I'm telling you. I've heard my older
Okay,
kids
maybe
say it,
because you haven't. Okay,
but that was
what
a
I'm
long
saying
time
is
ago. I
I've
haven't
heard
heard them
several
say. I
atheists.
haven't heard any of them say it any time, like in years. I haven't heard anybody say it.
Okay, all right. How's this? If your child was missing,
Right.
with me,
Hmm.
and you've tried looking and you just couldn't find them,
Right.
would you do anything you could to find them?
Of course.
Okay, so if a loved one dies, would you do anything to meet up with your loved one again?
Um. Nah. Nope.
You wouldn't.
No. I don't do all
So
of
if
that. But
you're
that
if,
sounds like witchcraft, buddy.
okay, if your child died tomorrow, God forbid, I
Well,
don't
hold on.
wish
Let
that
me
upon your
explain.
child.
Let me explain. Hold on. Hold on. Let me
Cemetery.
explain the one you just said before, because I gotta explain that. I gotta unpack it. I can't just let you run past that. The reason why I wouldn't, like my brother committed suicide, right? I'm not going to try to bring him back here or try to make him
Is
go
your
like wherever he's going. Wherever he's going is where he's going. I'm not trying to make him come back to this place.
is your
Why would I
brother
do that?
atheist?
Oh, yeah, no. He passed in like 2009. He don't know nothing about this information.
No, no. So what's your brother, Christian or?
Yeah, I think his people were Christian.
Okay, so sorry for your loss, number one. Would you like to meet your brother again?
I don't think. Yeah, I would have to go into my beliefs with that one. So I don't have a comment for you.
Why not?
I put it like this. What I'm gonna tell you is I don't believe it the way you believe it. There is no separation. I don't know, like his human flesh, like see him like as a human. No, it's already done. It's already finished. It is
Okay,
what it is.
as a
You
human
know,
flesh. But would you personally like to meet your brother again?
it's already done. I would have to break down what I believe to you, and I don't share my beliefs. But there's my brother's not dead, so I don't have to worry about that.
Selfish, Mo. That's why.
So what's the point of discussion if I don't know what you believe? That's it. Just making me think, what the hell's
Because
going
I
on
have
here?
respect for people. Sometimes there's children in here. It's not just adults in here. I'm not about to lead someone. It's a belief. But I'm just telling
Okay,
you,
but
what I'm saying. Look, you don't need that much information. I don't have to tell you where the God is and all that stuff. It's just my brother's not dead. I don't believe in death the way you believe in it. It's not that what you're saying death is, and then the afterlife, and then God's gonna judge you. I don't have that. My brother's not even dead. He's just the physical body's not here.
okay,
That wasn't
but the
even
thing
the
here
person that
is,
was standing in front of me was not even my brother. You get what I'm saying?
I,
That was a body.
okay, but the thing here is, I don't know what you believe, so it makes it hard for me to question you on things.
Okay, well, here's the issue. Part of my beliefs is also my tool of that helps me defend myself against my enemy. Okay, so if I tell you all of it, then I'm also going to be telling my enemy who could be watching me what my weapons and what my defense is. So I can't tell you all of that.
So you're a
I have a
spiritualist.
you can call it what you want to
A
call it.
who?
I'm not giving away I'm not about to tell my enemy about my weapons.
He's a spiritualist.
I don't even know what that is, so I can't be that. I don't know what that is.
You believe in spiritual beings.
Bro, I don't know. You got to tell me, what is that?
A spiritualist isn't a worshipper of God. A spiritualist believes in the spiritual realm of life.
A spiritual, like another world. I don't know. I think all that stuff is here. So no.
Okay, so
I've
it's just
astral projected. I left my body, and stuff. I feel like that stuff is here. You know.
it's just hard for me to say anything because I don't know what you believe in. It's like me not telling you that I'm Muslim, but I am.
Well, I just told you that I don't believe in death. That's not good enough for you.
So you continue living.
There is no dying in my book. I don't know. When I study my people stuff, they didn't have death. This death that we talking about today is not the same death that they had. So, matter of fact, I want to say they didn't even have a word for death. Don't quote me
So
on that.
you believe you continue living, right?
Yeah, this is all life. What you call death is still life. It's all life.
Okay, so what's the purpose of this life?
That's none of my business.
But I'm asking you.
You can ask me all you want to. See, that's what separates me. I'm not a liar, so I'm not going to make up something because I don't know the answer.
It's
I
very
don't know the
hard
answer.
to discussing things because I don't know what you believe for me to elaborate.
That's fine. We're not supposed to know everything. You know God better than you know yourself. That's strange.
Nah, the thing is, God taught me all these things. That's why I believe in what I believe. Do you
Well,
believe?
have you?
Do you
Okay,
believe
okay.
in
Well, let me
punishment?
wait. Hold on. Wait. Come on, man. Let me ask you a question. Have you died before?
No,
What you looking for, little man?
Okay.
What you
So
looking
why are
for?
we talking about death? Shouldn't we pick
because we
up
To
know
this
it's going to
eat.
happen.
conversation? But
Did
shouldn't
you
we
eat?
Because
teach?
we know it's
Shouldn't
going
we
to
talk
happen.
about this? But shouldn't we? That's
Eat.
fine. I can agree with that. But shouldn't we talk about this after we die? Like me and you can meet up again and talk about it after that. Like why are
Or
we
we
talking
could
about it
prepare
here?
ourselves for that.
Well, that don't sound right for me. Like if I'm going to fight somebody, right? I'm not about to prepare to lose. Like with the way y'all talk about death, it sounds like you lost. I don't see death the same way you see it. Like
No, but if you've done good in your life, you got a good chance of entering paradise.
you do.
Okay. So anyway, as a Muslim, we're in this life. The main purpose of life in Islam is to worship God. That's the main purpose. Allah says, I did not create mankind and jinn except to worship me. That's the main purpose. Then we have to do good deeds. So
Wait,
your
and
good
who?
deeds,
You said
your
mankind and
good
who?
deeds, jinn.
Like demons?
Yeah, like there's good jinns and there's bad jinns. This is the Islamic belief.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so some people get possessed because they have bad jinn in them doing bad things to the inside of their body, and that's how they get possessed. So you have to do good things in order to enter paradise. So your good has to outweigh your bad, and then God judges you accordingly. Just like you go to a school, you do an exam, you don't know your results until the teacher grades you.
That sound like some Egyptian type stuff to me.
That's our belief. Whether you say it's Egyptian, I mean, Egyptians have Muslims as well. So
Yeah.
Which Egyptians what?
there's a lot of Muslims that live in Egypt as well.
Okay, what does that have to do with the
Millions of
Egyptian
Egyptians.
so-called religion?
There's
You
millions of Egyptians
he's talking
that
about
are Muslim.
Kemet. He's talking about Kemet. He's not talking about Egyptian. He has to say Egypt because Kemet got raped. So that's why we got to use the word Egypt. But those people that are over there right now are not the people of Kemet. They're the people who came after the decline in 1150 BC. So yeah, that's probably why it's similar. But he's talking about the ancient Egyptians, which are the
Oh,
Cometians.
okay. So For example, me living as a Muslim, does it affect you guys in any way?
No.
Why not?
Not you, not you. I don't think not you. I wouldn't say you personally,
Okay, so
but
Islam in general.
I've met others who are a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, yeah. We're not taught to be aggressive. So if there was a
Arab
practicing
7,
Muslim,
you are not the native Egyptians of our land, bro. Stop that. Y'all invaded it and took it over. And you know
what do you mean?
this.
What do you mean?
I'm talking to the dude in the chat.
I don't know what he said.
The Arabs in Egypt to this day are not the Arabs of old. I mean, the Egyptians of old. Y'all invaded the land.
Every country's been invaded, including the country you live in.
Okay, so what does
That's
that?
cool.
What does that have to
But
do?
what he said is still
What does
true.
that have to do with what I'm talking about?
But that's the thing. We're here now. So what happened in history? Okay, it happened, but what can we do about
That's
it?
just like a European here in America saying, "Oh, I'm the Native American," even though we know historically you came over here and conquered their land,
Okay,
right?
yeah. But we can't change history. We can change the future, just not history.
Yeah, but my people need to know their history though. So maybe you don't, and you're
Yeah,
just
yeah. It's
content or
just
whatever. We
it,
our story happened a different type of way. They like made an effort to make our history disappear. So they spent hundreds of years. We got a unique type of overthrowing and slavery, selling people. Like it's different. People have been sold, slaved, and invaded. They went great lengths to make us not know who we are. So our situation is a little different. Well, actually, it's a lot different.
okay. So, like Australia, for example, the British invaded the Aboriginals, and all we're taught in schools is how much of a genius Captain Cook was and a legend he was. Captain Cook was the one that made that happen. He's the one that took over this country. So I understand what you're saying, where people deserve to know the history, and they're not doing that. They're just keeping it quiet. But for us to live here, we got to focus on our lives here. What happened in the past, if you keep that in your head forever, you're just going to always have hate in your head.
I don't hate anybody.
No, I'm just saying that if a person keeps in their head, like this is the problem with society. They always focus on the wars in the previous times when it has nothing to do with us right now. They blame you for the things that your generations did back then. What relevance does that have with me today?
No, not you, me. It helps my people out. I'm watching my people change after learning their history. So it's working. They're
Yeah,
getting off
okay.
of drugs. They're not worshiping false gods. They're becoming more healthy. They're living longer. They're getting their kids out the streets. They're educating their kids. Like so, it's working. I don't. Maybe history doesn't work for other people. I know for my people, it's working because we didn't know who
okay.
we
So
were.
in Australia, for example, people say that if it wasn't for us here, you wouldn't have what you have here. But then if it wasn't for us here, you'd have no culture here. You wouldn't even have dinner in front of you because Australians don't have anything in front of them. They haven't created anything. They've got no culture and they've brought no food to the table. It's the ones that came from overseas that brought it all here. I understand what you're saying. But for me to live my life, what happened with them back then, I didn't do anything. I got nothing to do with it. I'm living my life now in peace.
Right. That's you. I'm not taking that from you. I'm just saying that don't work for me. We could live in peace and then we still have a problem. But once we know who we are, then we understand why people are targeting us. Now I now know what the whole this target is. This ain't just about getting wealth and money and being greedy. Like these people got whatever they want and they're still fucking with us. And I know why now. So it did help me out to just sit there and think that it's just because you black. It's kind of that would create hate. But once you understand how great you were and what you did for the world. Now it's like, oh, that's why you, that's why you mad. You know, I feel sorry for him now. It's like, damn, that does suck. That would suck. I kind of get why you mad now, buddy. Good job.
Okay, so for example, Western invasions of the Middle East, that could have been changed and stopped, but no one put their foot in to do that.
Yeah.
You said
Are you with
nobody
me on
what?
that?
Say that again.
Nobody put their foot in to stop that.
Nobody put
Yeah.
their foot in to stop what?
The
Invasion of the Middle
invasions of
East.
the Middle East, no one opened their mouths and put a stop to that.
Why do you think that is?
Oh,
What's that, sorry?
Why do you think that is? Why do you think nobody stepped in to stop it?
Because the leaders in power are going to do what they're going to do, and no one's going to put a stop to them.
okay.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, so that's
So-
what I'm saying. In the past, it's happened, but now in the future, when we can stop things, we don't.
Who? What? But I'm stopping it now.
I'm talking about wars overseas.
Okay, well, see, that's what I'm saying. Your war is different. You kind of like in a physical war. We're in like a psychological, spiritual war and shit. So
Because you're
we're
a
trying to,
spiritualist.
we gotta get our minds back. We gotta get our minds back.
And what are you going to do to make that happen?
The first thing
Teach.
you
Give
need,
people
yeah,
knowledge.
exactly.
Okay,
We
how is
have
that
we
gonna
have
stop
this
anything?
we have a motto. Listen. We have a motto. Our motto is each one teach one, or each one reach one. So that's what we do. If we got 10 people and we can get one of them to think, to open up their mind and expand their knowledge on the history of our people, then we've done our job. It ain't about hate. It ain't about oppressing somebody. It ain't about talking about nobody's religion. It's just to get them to open up their mind to knowing that the history of their people.
Okay, so I know what's happened with the blacks in history, and my heart goes out to them. So when you talk about that, I understand what you feel, because the Muslims are living that right today, where they've been invaded and they've been killed for something that had nothing to do with. But what I'm saying is, in the history, we can't stop that. But it's happening today, and no one is stopping it. That's the problem.
Are you speaking about just with the Muslims?
I'm saying the past 2 decades, the Middle Eastern wars have killed millions of innocent Muslims that had nothing to do with what's going on anywhere. They shouldn't have been killed.
Or countless.
Yeah, I believe that.
Right.
And I don't
Yeah,
know why
so
they
like,
not. Maybe they got to get to the point where they had enough. Because I know my people don't. We had enough. So that's why we gave them their Jesus back. We starting to pick up books. We're learning. We're teaching our own, teaching each other, changing our diet. So we're trying to undo all of the stuff that's been done. I don't know what the Muslims are doing.
there's nothing we
I don't
can
know.
do, because the world leaders are going to do what they're going to do. That's the point I'm making. And no
They
one
can
can
do what they.
step up to put a stop to it.
You can try. I don't know where. How did you get that? You can't do that. Where'd you get that
How are
from?
you going to try? What would you do to try?
Anything in your power. We got another motto.
But
It's
you
called
can't.
by any. It's called by any means.
Okay, listen. We had something called the Civil Rights Movement. After the Civil Rights Movement, during the Civil Rights Movement, did our government change their laws?
I'm not sure. Because,
Yeah.
They did.
yeah, I don't know. But they're still killing innocents overseas, so I don't know.
Right. You got to speak up about it. Start your movement.
Yeah, I know.
We
It's
got
not a movement, but
critical
no matter
race
what,
theory going on right here in our country, where states are trying to stop that from getting taught in the schools, and it's meeting a lot of oppression from other people that want it taught in schools. So I mean, people are waking up and they're starting to see what's going on, just like they did during the civil rights movement.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
It's not like
we have.
no one's not doing it. The first thing you can do before you even get to a step on the battleground or any of that is put pen to paper. You got to talk about it. From talking about it, it leads to other things.
you need the microphone on the media to talk about it to get awareness from around the world. This here right now is only 40 people watching. This is going to do nothing. The
That's what
media
you
has the
believe.
views of millions, but they will not
That's
put the microphone to a Muslim's hands to speak about this
I
because
know.
they
I
put
know.
it right under the carpet.
Before we had this, I had people walking up to me, Moors, people who were Muslim, um, Hebrew Israelites, Christians, and through all of their efforts together, it got me out of the streets. So it does work. It worked in person, and it's definitely even working faster on here. I got a whole bunch of people in my DMs that's trying to change their life because of just listening to me talk when I only had 10 people listening to me. So it's working.
You're not understanding me. You're looking at a very small minority compared to the majority. The majority need to get the message, and that's how things stop in this world. When the majority gets the message.
Right, but it takes work. You got to start from ground zero. You can't just see, and that's the thing when it comes to the afterlife and who's the creator of all things. Nobody wants to wait and do the work. Y'all just want a quick answer. You want quick microwave stuff. You just want to stick it in the microwave and it's done. Like I'm not looking for microwave dinners. I'm looking for a nice healthy meal with all my nutrients. I want to make sure this goes down right step by step. I don't want some fast stuff like, oh yes, we are on the news, because that'll allow them to control the narrative. I don't want the news anyway. Look what happened with Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and all of the other people when they gave they gave them a little bit, but then they had a background agenda in the back of it. So they gave you a little bit, but then they hit you with the left hand on the flip side. So that you can't really trust that. I want it to come from the ground anyway. I don't want it to come from the news. Like that's always some corruption involved in that. If my people
But
change
that's the
because
thing.
they change their own lives on their own, that's better. And then these same people that we're reaching, it's a little bit of people right here. You got to realize they're related to a whole bunch of other people that they're going to
Okay,
change. So,
do you believe the news have the power?
but
I
no, it's
think
not.
the people have the power.
Yeah, it's the people who believe it.
Power to the
So,
people. I agree. But
right.
do you believe the news have some sort of power to
No,
control
the
minds?
people, no, because the people, look, if the people believe it, that is the issue. I could talk to that person in person right now, and that same person who believes what they hear on the news is not going to believe me because of how their brain is wired. They're gullible like that. They're easily fooled. So that person's always going to be who they are. Just like you got people who are followers, people who need heroes. That's part of the reason why you're religious, right? You're like, he created me. I don't want to get in trouble. I need to be guided. Some people want guidance. They want the news to be their God. They're looking for a God.
But answer this. Okay, so for example, every time we watch the news or anything, when we meet someone, we discuss what's happening in the world today. The main topic for the last 2 years with everyone is COVID. Why? Because the media kept putting it there. And if the media stop talking about COVID, the people will stop talking about COVID as much because it's not out there. So the media has put stuff in your head to talk about.
Right. Okay.
Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, so for example, the Middle Eastern wars, the media didn't show what they were doing to the people overseas. They didn't show these bodies being blown up into pieces and houses getting destroyed. All they showed you
I
was from an
seen
angle
that.
from a million
I
miles away.
I seen that on the news.
Right. We seen that in
What's that?
school. We seen the
Yeah,
wars against
Papa, shut the fuck up.
Islam, all the factions. Like we watched that,
yes.
and I think I was like in
Okay,
fifth, and
but they didn't
fourth,
show
fifth, and
every
sixth
single
grade.
thing that happened.
I looked at it.
They didn't show every single thing that happened there. That's what I'm saying. Whether it
But
was
that's
The
all we got
news
to
women
say.
never
begging,
does. The news coverage will never show you every single bad thing that's going on.
of course,
That's not
because
what
it doesn't
that's
fit
not
the
what they're
narrative.
gonna do.
Because it doesn't fit the narrative.
Right.
But
If they
see,
want to make someone look bad,
No news media outlet is going to cover both sides is equally. So they're
yes,
not going
correct.
to
I'm
show
with
you
you.
all the go. Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
with you, and that's the problem, and that's what I'm trying to get at here. Because people are only going to believe what they see on TV. I'm not saying everyone, but the majority will.
but
So if
that's
they
how.
say this person's bad, everyone's going to think, wow, this person's bad. But the wise one will say, wait a minute, why don't we hear the other side of the story first? Not many people do that because everyone's sheep.
But what is Allah doing about all that?
Okay, so
Hold on,
Allah
Buck.
put us here in this
Hold on,
world as free
listen,
will.
Ozzy, listen. I'm gonna hit you with some knowledge real quick.
You
A
feel me,
lot of the
Mo?
stuff that's going on
Yeah.
in the Middle East when it comes to the bombing and stuff, I found out through two twins named Red Pill and Blue Pill. They're Moors, and they are doing coverage, and they're letting us know they have their own channel. Know the truth. I think it's know the truth radio, and they tell us what's going on in the Middle East because certain news coverages aren't talking about it.
Because, but they're a minority. That's the problem I'm saying. You need the majority opinion, the majority of the media to show
Why
the
take you so long
coverage
to
of
get
what's
here?
really going on there.
Wait, say that again.
You need the media to show the majority of the things happening over there, but they're not doing that. They're keeping silence to things. And there's so
But
many things that the
you
media
gotta
can tell
understand
you, but
that.
they refuse to tell you.
But the media only hits certain demographics. Like
Because it's
during the '60s and '70s. Well, I should say you got the '60s, yeah, the '60s and the '70s. They were the media coverage telling everybody that the Black Panthers was evil and they hated white people, even though their whole issue was with the police, right? And then Fred
yeah.
Hampton came on the scene, and he was like, "Oh, I got the Rainbow Coalition. We don't hate white people. Matter of fact, we feed white people in the hood. We feeding the elderly and we feeding the kids. That's where you go to school and you eat breakfast come from in Meals on Wheels. That all that originate from the Black Panthers, and then the government killed them off and just took their programs. We
You know what
have
that means?
So,
we learned this through our traditions when we talk to each other. When
Oh,
I
that's how
see
you
when I
do
see
that.
a black person on the street, I don't walk up to them and start talking about COVID.
I'm
When a
not saying
white
you.
person
I'm
sees
saying
me on the street, they walk up to me and they start talking about this
About
pandemic.
COVID.
When I see
Yep.
a brother, or sister, we don't talk about that.
okay. In my job, the main topic of discussion is COVID. I work with
Okay,
Yeah.
customers,
what is the main topic when you out with your people?
with my people. Oh, we talk
Yeah.
about anything.
Yes, that's
Well,
what I'm
my
saying.
friends,
So
my friends that I hang
if
around
you're
with,
doing that, you can call a rally for your people, and then your people can talk about the same thing that your immediate people talk about, and then
it,
you
it,
spread the word.
okay, I'll tell you what would happen if we did a protest, for example, in Melbourne. I'm against protests because I don't believe they achieve anything. That's just me personally.
But
I
here
believe
in
that you have to
America, they
speak to
do
leaders.
though.
Okay,
Here in
what's about,
America, it causes change.
or it can be bad, right?
Every protest that we done had here in America has caused some type of change with the system of government that we have. It's not a
Okay, so
waste. They were like, oh, go ahead.
for example, the Black Lives Matter protest. Do you think they were a good thing or a bad thing?
It's both.
With a protest, you're gonna have good and bad, but they have changed. They have changed certain policies when it comes to the police because of Black Lives Matter.
Okay, so has that really changed anything? Like, are people still racist to black
Yes,
people?
it
Yes,
has.
they are.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. And
That
we're
is
not.
always going to happen.
Yeah, yeah. We're
You're
not. The
never gonna
goal.
have. Go ahead,
The
Mo.
goal is not to stop racism. That's like what you said. It's a media trick. That's what the media tries to teach people, that someone's trying to stop racism. That was never any goal of any of our leaders to stop racism. That wasn't the goal. The goal is just to get the people freedom. You can be racist all you want to. Nobody cares about you being racist. It's just you're not going to make me be a part of your system if it's built off of racism. You can keep your system to yourself and then leave me alone. You know, that's
Okay,
the
I'll give you
goal,
an
the end
example.
goal.
Okay, I'll give you an example. As much as I hate to say this, because I don't like Bashar Assad at all. I think he's a terrorist, but his people protested against him because he's got a bloodline dictatorship leadership. All right, so
Hmm.
his government is only run by bloodline leaders. The
Right.
problem there was when his people protested against that, what happened after it? Millions of lives lost, millions of refugees lost, houses destroyed, the whole world bombed the crap out of his country. All from a protest.
So just give up.
That's the thing here. What do you do with protests? Like, do they work? Barely ever. That's the issue.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
protesting is for a certain group of people. Teaching knowledge is for a certain group of people. Voting is for a certain group of people. Violence is for a certain group of people. Health is for a certain group of people. Everyone just needs to do their job. You know, there's front lines and then there's mid lines and there's back lines. You know, there's black ops, there's under, you know, there's all types of stuff, infiltrators, misinformation, propaganda. There's different tools to use. It's just we're starting to learn how to use them.
Okay, so for example, here in Australia, they protested about COVID. And me going to work, watching these people on the streets going crazy, blocking the streets, doing what they can. Did you think that the people were sitting there that were involved in the middle of that, going to work or trying to work? Do you think they were sitting there happy looking at all this in front of them? No, they weren't. They found these guys a nuisance. These guys destroying shops, spray painting everywhere, making all this bad noise, stopping all the traffic. But these protests are what? I believe if you're going to protest, go somewhere quiet, away from the public. And if you're going to do it, have your social media as a tool to show it out there.
Yeah. But you think it gained nothing at all? You saying that it did nothing?
I'll be honest with you, instead of making people be with them, it made people go against them. Because they were
Not
a
here in
nuisance.
America, it didn't.
Yeah, we might have to come over there and help you out.
Yeah, y'all might
No,
need
no.
BLM to come over here and show how it's done.
Yeah, well, the COVID protesters here, they did go off. That's the problem. But how do you do it? You don't go destroying shops to make something happen.
I mean, you're gonna
If
have
you
you're gonna have that though. It comes with it.
when you have a person that's not being heard in society, they're gonna lash out the best way that they know how, and that's gonna cause destruction to get you to listen to them. That's just like when you have a child and a child at the store and the child says, "Hey, I want this candy," and you tell the child no. The child might flip out, cause a scene, because the
Start
child
breaking
wants,
stuff.
yeah, it wants you to know, it wants to be heard. So it wants you to give in to what the child wants. When we
Yeah, I know
protest
what you're
over
saying.
here, it's because we are feeling like our voices aren't getting heard and you're ignoring us because we keep getting met with resistance when we're trying to just live, we're trying to live equal to the people who oppress us.
I don't want to live.
And what they say is, "Oh no, we're gonna we're
Feel
gonna oppress you and you're not gonna do anything about it."
We need our
When
own. Forget living.
whenever say that again, Buck.
I said forget living equal in a society that's still owned by them. We got to have our own jurisdiction. That's the point. We need our own, bruh. We can't live equal and people still own railroads, stores, land, and everything around you. It's pointless.
It's a start. But I'm saying it's a start. You got to start somewhere.
I mean,
They ain't finna listen. They not the government's not gonna say, "Okay, black people, we're gonna give you your own land. We're gonna give you your own government. We're gonna give you your own structural society, and we're gonna leave you alone." You have to you have to crawl before you can walk.
And,
It's baby steps.
and that's why I say what I say when it comes to all these, you gotta think about what we have. We have a bunch of gang members. We got all this stuff right here with a lot of power, and they put their energy into the wrong stuff. If it comes,
That's why you each one teach one.
and but I'm saying,
Do you know in the 70s and 80s that the gangs we have now aren't the gangs they weren't doing what the gangs are doing now? You know that?
Yeah. You know, I was talking about. Well, I don't think you was on one of my lives when I was talking about that.
The Crips didn't start out shooting each other. The Bloods didn't start out shooting each other. The GD Nation didn't start out shooting each other.
I mean,
they
all
for the
started
people.
off. They started off as one.
Yeah,
they started off as one. The Bloods and Crips was the same, and the GDs and BDs was the same. They was one gang, and then they split them up.
Yeah, listen to the.
They came into our neighborhoods like, oh, look at these motherfuckers trying to uplift and do stuff. Because back then it was easy for you to come to your community and say, hey, we need to stop this violence. So we need to work together. We need to unify as a community. And so the community be like, okay, we're going to get behind your movement. And then the government was like, nah, fuck them. Right. We're going to push this crack into there and we're going to get them to start fighting. So let's say my community, I got 3 blocks. We got 3 blocks in the community where my people is thriving. And we're building it up. Then 3 blocks down, that community ain't doing shit. So the government will come in and give my people more stuff to build up. And then that you got this oppressed community. So then I go over there like, hey, we're going to try to help y'all. But it's taking longer because I'm still building up where I stay at. I'm building the same block where I have my house, and I'm not building up your block as fast enough because I'm still trying to build up the block where I have my house. So then you're going to get pissed off. Then the government going to throw some pounds of drugs at you and say, hey, man, you can live better than them. Just sell this. Sell this to your own people. So now you got $200,000 in your pocket. And instead of you spending that money in the community, you go out and you start buying items that just for you, for your own personal agenda. And you say, fuck the community. That's basically what happened.
And that's what I was talking about on one of my lives like a couple months ago. I mean, listen to the names. Community, Revolution, and Progress. You know what I'm saying? GDs, growth and development. Like, that's what it was, bro. And now, when you look around, it's like that, bro. These people going against the wrong people, bro. One more go.
I don't know, but I think you kicked both of them out.
It all
back.
Yeah, y'all hear me now?
Yeah, you right, Alpha.
It kicked you.
Yeah. I was talking, but y'all couldn't hear me.
Oh. But yeah, I mean, just think of the name, bro. What is Bloods? Brotherly love over
Lorenzo, go in the room. I don't know what Bloods is. I know Paru is Panther in red uniform.
I think
brotherly love overcomes something and destruction.
Right. So you look at the names that these people they look at the names that they created, bro. Ain't nobody going by that no more. And you gotta see who was it against. Like you just said, they took the lead away. Like they locked up Larry Hoover for no reason, for conspiracies. You take the leader away from people, and you ain't got nobody leading people. Like you said, put the drugs in the communities, and this is how you start. This is how you destroy people. This is how you divide and conquer.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The end goal, I think the end goal is to have your own, but you know, right now that we starting at zero. You know, because they most of our elders got fooled and assassinated, so we back at zero. We got to start all over.
Right.
But see, at the same time, a lot of the elders they pushed back in the community when the gang members start like being more destructive, the church pulled away from them because you know the churches used to be the foundation of the black communities. That was the go-to spot.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they started pushing back against the gang members that was starting to tear up the community, that's when you had a lot of downfall.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. And I wanted to say something to him because people really think what we doing right here is not a lot. Bro, this is a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? People look forward to listening to us talk about certain things and enlighten people and stuff. I mean, like you said, we got to start from somewhere, and then as the years go by, then we got to take it to the next level.
Right. This will only be bad if we just stay. If we doing this in the next 5 or 10 years, then that would be a problem. But if this start turning into other things, then we making leeway. We getting stuff done. So as long as we don't just keep talking, we straight.
Yeah. Like I told you before, first we got to start off with letting people know how powerful they have. We need to start talking life into people first. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody looking for a leader outside of their self. You know what I'm saying? And it starts within. Once you believe in yourself, then you can do a lot of stuff. People don't think they don't believe that if they had that bravery inside of them, they could be able to really do stuff. But I'm telling you, if you got that confidence, bro, it ain't nothing you can't do, man. You have nothing you can do, bro.
Yeah, like people losing just because they afraid of these damn fake gods.
Right.
They scared. Scared of nothing.
Right.
Shut up! Nobody want to hear that.
And they have
Get out.
Like a baby. You know what I'm saying? They got
Hey Jones, bring your ass up here, Jones.
That's old boy. That's doctor. That's doctor.
That's God 2 Jones.
I thought it was the other guy.
I don't know if you ran into him yet. This dude is a piece of work.
For real. Come on up here then.
Yeah, come up here, because I want to see. I want.
He got banned.
Oh, he banned.
Yeah.
Oh man, I thought we had some fresh meat.
Like where I'm at, we got together. It was like 17 of us.
Mm-hmm.
We got together. We were just talking at first, and then one of the guys, he was like, we meet up, so we might as well try to do something and change what's going on in our neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, you're right. So then my cousin, he was like, well, I already got a page called ICTRBG. He was like, yeah, we just going to be called that then. So we all joined it, and we was doing a lot of positive stuff in the community, but there wasn't nobody messing with us. We did everything ourselves. So then, like, after we started doing stuff for ourselves, then we started like gaining a little like momentum here in the city. So a lot of people was like, "Oh, y'all doing good. Y'all see what y'all doing," and then they start trying to work with us, but
they split you up.
Inside of our group, it was what you call somebody always thought they was better than the other one. So it was like in our organization was like we don't have a leader. Everybody's going to be the leader. But these are the people who's going to stick to talking because they can articulate themselves better than everyone. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I don't have a problem with that. I said, because I'm an arrogant asshole. I just do security. When you up there talking, my job is to look at the crowd and make sure don't nobody do shit to you. So it was like 3 of us that was just security. But one of the dudes got big-headed, and he thought just because he knew more that he was going to actually he wasn't telling us he was the leader. He would go around other people and say he the leader, even though we ain't supposed to be a leader. So he tried to get the other people who were the speakers out of the group. So it was a downfall. And then other people that wanted to work with us, he didn't want to work with in the beginning. But when everybody wasn't on a part of the organization no more, the same people that he didn't want to work with, he started trying to work with because the numbers was low.
Wow. But you know, you done heard me. I want everybody to be a leader.
Like I'm not gonna lie. Some dude he posted something about an ICTRBG on Facebook in like 2017, and I think my one of the homies hit me up was like, "Hey, he at the club right now." So I called everybody up. Was like, "Hey, I'm about to be on my way up there. My sister works security at this club." I said, "So I'm getting in for free." That's like, "Bet I'm gonna meet you up there." So we all met up there, and he changed his whole demeanor. He was all humble and shit. And everybody that was there they were stopping me from trying to fight the dude. And I'm like, I'm not even trying to fight him. I'm just talking. I said, he ain't even got a problem with me. He just told y'all. I said, he got a problem with this man over there. I said, that man over there he not even trying to get at him. I said, so why y'all all around me? I was like, I ain't got no problem with this man. And then I walked off. And the same dude that talked trash about us, he came like the dude that was trying to be the leader of the whole organization came to us and was like, y'all think we should work with him? Now, you know I'm arrogant as shit. So I'm like, what the fuck you want to work with him for? I said, dude, we almost
Hey,
whooped his ass.
Drops, get up here.
Oh, drops. Yeah.
So I was like, you know, I said, but the dude, he had more like following in the streets. But he was on some intellectual like he wanted to be one of the Moors. And so like that's the first time I ever heard about him. He was talking about, oh, we can get our own land over here. We're native to this land. We're the Aborigines. I was like, bro, no the fuck we not, man. Stop that shit. I was like, the government ain't finna respect nothing that you can sign all the paperwork in the world, and them treaties don't mean shit because they didn't honor them then. They're not gonna honor the shit now. He didn't like the shit I was saying.
Oh.
Then you go to dissing us. You could have just kept it real. We can have, as a man, we can have disagreements all we want to, but when it's time, when we come together for unity, drop all that shit. We can still disagree, but behind the scenes. Like if I'm in an organization, yeah, he ain't here. If we all in the organization, and we got like if we got like something we need to settle as men. Yeah. I'm like, hey, you know what? We can go behind the scenes. I'll take an L. Yeah, you got me this time. Then we go back to being cool. Or we ain't even gotta take it to that. We can try to talk this shit out because a lot of times it don't be that serious. We hash this shit out. We might not fuck with each other like that. Like when the meeting over with, while we have this organization, like when we got group events, we get along. Then when the event's over with, we ain't gotta talk. And that's what these motherfuckers couldn't understand. I ain't gotta like none of them. But while we got the meeting, I'm gonna treat you like you my brother. When the meeting over, because I'm not gonna let these people see we got this unity in the group. And the group couldn't understand that. And I kept telling them, I said, we are an organization that's not organized. We were supposed to have laws. We didn't have laws. We didn't have none of that. We didn't have rules and regulations. We had none of that. We just showed up. I was like, we can't continue to do this. I said, because some of us are showing up at 10, some of us are showing up at 10:30, some of us are showing up at 11. And the event's over without one.
Yeah. Then that lady came in and infiltrated. That was the end of that.
Hey man, you real shit. And I got crucified for that shit. How you gonna get mad at me? Because I simply said at this moment in time, I'm taking a leave of absence from the group because I think that where I want to go and where the group is headed, it's not the best fit for me. And I got crucified the next day. He said it's always that one Karen. Oh man.
Yeah. So is God real, Drops?
Is God real?
Yeah.
God's real.
So why do we need the sun to live if God is real?
Why do we need the sun?
Yeah.
That's how He made it. That's how He made it, man.
Who is he?
That's God. He's not a he. We just use it for language.
Is it
But
spirit?
how do we know that this God created the sun?
How do we know? I can give you the biblical answer. I can give you philosophically.
Oh.
Because we can see the sun. We can feel the sun during the summertime. It get real fucking hot. I'm sweating.
Real hot.
I don't see no imaginary entity in the sky pushing the earth toward the sun during the summer months for us to get hot. I don't see that.
Do you see the builder of your building?
Yeah.
Yes, I can see. I see them when they're building my buildings. Yes, all the time.
Do you see him right now?
Do I see the person who built my house? No,
right
but
now.
I know they built it
Okay.
because I can
Okay,
go. I can go down. I can go downtown
Right,
to the library and get the blueprints, and it'll tell me
exactly.
who built my house.
but
That's
here's
what I'm
what
about to
I'm
say.
saying.
If there's a problem, we can go to somebody. There's a paper trail.
No, but here's what I'm trying to get at. If something's there, it had to be put there.
We don't have a problem with that. We just trying
Yeah.
to figure out how you determine that your God put it there.
Or my God. I thought we were just talking about a God.
Nah.
Your God.
But because the God.
No, we can do that. We can do that. We can do any God. But now we got to ask ourselves, if a God put this here, now we got to find out
Which one?
what's the God's name, where civilization does it come from. And then when we find out its name, then we got to go to their language and see what they called it. And if it responds.
You mean the civilization that he revealed himself to?
Yes.
Back said they got receipts.
Oh. Tell him
He
come up.
said,
Oh, he got enough followers and everything. Tell him come on up here.
That's what we need to know.
And if you got the receipts and you're trying to come up, I'll step down.
We have to track God down. It's just like when you watch First 48, they're trying to track down the killer. So we're trying to track this God down so he can reveal the information to us.
God been kidnapped, bro.
I got a question for y'all. Who y'all think God is?
The sun.
No, like the definition of God to you.
I know the definition of God. But what does that got to do with yours being real?
I'm just asking.
He said Drop's doing good. Come on up here, don't run.
It is what it is. That's what the creator is the creator. That's just what it is. It's not.
What is the creator? I can be a creator.
Yeah.
Right, but you know what creator we're talking about. I'm talking about the creator of all the existence itself. The creator, like that is what it is no matter what I believe. I could become a Christian tomorrow and it would not make a difference. The creator is still going to be the creator no matter what I believe.
Right, that's facts. So God is just the creator? Is that the only attribute he has?
Yeah, because he ain't doing nothing else.
Not doing nothing else. So So the only thing God do, by definition, like you guys said, the only thing that God does is just create.
Well, for me, a God is not a God is not the creator that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the mystery. I'm talking about that thing that nobody knows that they keep trying to make up an answer for. That right there, what we don't know of, that's not a God. That's the creator, and that's a mystery. It's a big question mark. And all of this shit, we can talk for thousands of years, and it still ain't going to validate it. That's why people are able, the reason why we're able to debate this, you can come up here, a Muslim can come up here, and y'all start debating at some point.
But it can, after we all pass away and then new people come, they're gonna make new gods. They're gonna fuse religions together. They're gonna take books out, and it's gonna keep going because nothing is gonna step up, and say what's right or what's wrong or show that it's the actual creator. So until then, it's just a bunch of men talking.
Ask him
Bro,
what
that
talking about, man.
that man Amen was tripping, bro. I was trying to help him. That man came after me. I'm like, oh, bro.
I
I'm like,
dropped.
dog.
I told you that was gonna happen.
Hey,
I'm
Suit.
like,
Hey,
I
y'all
said
seen that? Y'all seen that TikTok video? That little funny thing where the dude was, he was talking shit to one of the dudes. He was like, "Hey man, take you and your fake ass chain up the street," and then he turned to the other dude and started trying to fight him. You seen that?
Nah, I ain't see that one.
Yeah, that's what Aussie reminded me of. Like
man.
he was attacking Drop while he was trying to help him, but he wasn't going after Buck.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, dang, bro. Because y'all made the point that we just go in our faith. I tried jumping in and helping him. Then he started attacking Christians. I'm like, bro, come on, man.
He would say something real slick, and then when you ask him why he's saying it, he tried to deny even saying it. Well, he attacked me first. When did Drop attack you first? He just responded because you attacked him.
That man was tripping, man.
He's like, well, Christians went around killing people over religion. I was like, well, Muslims did the same thing. You either converted or you died on. You went under the foot of the what was it, the something of the thumb. I forget what they call it. They wrote, this is, I forget who it was. It was somebody who wrote they wrote a letter to like the Vista gods or something, King Radamez or something. He was like, you either convert or you die. Bear witness that we are Allah.
Right.
That's what they told this man. You either convert to Islam or we finna wipe all y'all out. So here's my options. I got 300 men, you got 12,000. I gotta convert over, or you gonna kill my people. I gotta do what's best for my people.
Hey, I gotta send y'all something about this moon god jank, man.
For Islam?
Yeah, it's crazy. Even to the Sumerians was worshiping the moon god, bro.
That's where all this shit come from, man. That's what me and mofactz been telling people.
Yeah, bro, that's weird, dog. When I found that joint out, that jank weird, bro. They said the
Bro,
moon god was married to the sun goddess, and the stars was his daughters. Crazy.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
I got a verse for y'all to bring up to the Muslims that I just learned. I promise you, if you bring this up, they have no answer. So in the Quran, in I think it's Al Araf 7 172, it says that before we existed, right? Before we were on earth, we were in heaven with Allah, right? And we was chilling, everything was fine from eternity, and out of nowhere, Allah was like, I'm gonna create the earth and give people a test to do, and if you fail that test, I'm gonna burn you, just for no reason. And then he asked everybody, basically, according to the belief, he asked everyone. He said, "Am I your Lord?" And then they said, "Yeah." And then he said, "Okay." Then he's taking them up to the test for no reason, just test them. And then in Judgment Day, he said we're gonna forget while we're on Earth that we ever like had the past life, but when we die, and then in the afterlife, we remember. But if you denied him, you can't say that I didn't remember on Earth. And then he's gonna throw you into hell.
Wow.
Wait, ain't that the same for all of them?
I'm sorry, what?
For who?
Ain't that the same for the Abrahamic God too?
No, we don't
Yes.
believe that we were
They just
before
worded
we
different.
existed.
This just sound like weird games, but
We don't believe that we were before we existed, bro.
Well, it's even worse though, because you just come here and then you're like in the middle of a punishment from people that were dead. And when you think about it, our situation is a bit more unique because they interacted with God. Like, even though it says that no man saw him face to face, he said out his own mouth that he talked to Moses face to face, just like Moses would talk to a friend. So that they disobeyed God and they were interacting with him. We just sitting here telling y'all that we don't believe you because we want to talk to him first and see what he's talking about if what you're saying is right. They were talking to him and the angels and disobeyed him. That's crazy.
Wait, who?
The people in the
The
past.
Jews.
Oh,
The Jews.
You know how deep that is, bro? Like, you saw God, you knew he was real, and you disobeyed him. We gotta figure out which one of y'all telling the truth. That's different.
Not only did they disobey him, the God of the Bible told them that they didn't need a king. And they said, no, we need a king. We need somebody to come lead us to be our ruler. And God
Right.
told them you didn't need no king, because if you got a king, that means you finna fuck up. And they said, we don't care. We need a king. So he sent them a king.
King James.
Say that again.
I said King James.
But but can a man be God? I have a question.
Can a man be God?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Of course. It's the
Man can
only
be
God
God.
I know.
Bruh, I don't know if you was up there, but they was calling the first emperor the son of God while Jesus was being born, bro.
I know that.
Okay, so what you saying?
But what I'm saying is, what's qualifying someone to be God? That's what I'm asking.
What's qualifying them?
Because everything is God at that point.
Okay, so check this out. What qualifies a man to be God? What qualifies the God to be God?
God, right?
By my
Uh-huh.
Take the
definition.
words right out of my mouth.
What qualifies the God to be God?
By my definition.
Exactly. You just answered it. See? You answered
I'm
it before
asking.
you
I'm
answered
asking you. Should I answer you by my definition?
it's going to be it. No matter what, it's going to lead to a man's definition. You proclaim the God. The God never said anything to us. These men say it. The same way a man says, I'm God, the man says that this is my God. It's
But you know,
always from a man's
Well,
mouth.
I'm not. Well,
but
I'm
you know
not
what's
just saying my God. If there's a God out there, I do that.
but you know what's so crazy?
That's true.
When you sit back and look, right? Sit back and look at everything that man has created. It is God-like. I mean, planes, technology. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? When
Mm-hmm.
you sit back and really think about it, it's crazy, yo. Like for
Yeah,
real.
we starting to learn about the plants. You know, a kid would think, from growing up in church that God created all the animals and plants, and we starting to learn that we created a lot of these animals and plants.
Yeah, just like I told the dude was like, what about the chicken, bro? That's an abomination, bro. Just like the cow and the pig. Go look it up. They're not original animals.
It's gene slicing.
Yeah,
That's what they did. They gene sliced a lot of stuff.
yeah. Even
Yeah,
fruit
that
and everything too.
even the cheetah, bro. They just found out that someone a long time ago made the cheetah. The cheetah's not a natural cat.
Wow.
The cheetah was made. It's not part of
I
the
didn't even
original
know that.
evolutionary process.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, look it up. And the way they figured it out is because there's certain defects that only exist in dogs and they don't exist in cats. And there's certain defects that exist in cats that don't exist in dogs. But the cheetah is the only animal that has both. And that's not natural. It doesn't follow the regular line of evolution. So
Uh,
somebody interfered with that.
once you break down, once you break down this illusion, it's like you're a newborn baby out here, man.
So therefore, Mo, you just answered the question. Because if we're gene slicing and creating animals and plants and fruits, we're God. We're doing the same thing he did, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, and
I
drops.
mean,
I can ask you this question: have
go
you
ahead.
heard from any other being? Any other being? Have you heard from any other being
Heard from any
about
other
God
being. Ex-
other than a man?
Wait, ask like, can you make it more clear? I'm kind of confused.
Like, who have you heard about God from? Did you
No.
hear about God from God, or did you hear about it from a man?
God's son.
So we
Hear from a
will,
man.
bro. That's already created.
Is So everything you hear from a man is created.
Huh?
Everything you hear from a man is created.
No, I was talking to the dude. I'm talking to that user in the comment. He was like,
Oh.
"Auto AI, AI is already created, bro.
All
It's
right.
just
When I think of the Most High, right? Here's
it's
how I
fucking
think.
ugly though out here."
Here's how I think with the Most High, right?
What?
It's a comparison thing, right? So I look at myself. I'm a man, right? Regular man.
Mm-hmm.
I think and I learn new things. And when I'm thinking of this Most High being, then he can't be at the same intellectual level as me. So he can't think he has to know. And then I see I'm capable of doing certain things, but I'm limited. And I think he can't do the same things, so he must be unlimited. Then I think about I can only be at one place at one time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm limited in that aspect. He can't be at one place at one time. I think about my strength, my power can only go to a certain level. His
Just
has to be more than that. That's how I'm thinking. And that's how I will come with the definition of God. I think that's pretty reasonable. Just other than the Bible and just plain logic, that would make sense to assume that, don't you think?
Yeah. So God's word is technically when you preach it to people and you're teaching it to them, you're taking his word, right, and you're issuing it out to us here, correct?
Taking his word and issuing it out here.
Yeah, if it came from him and then you're speaking it to us, he's, that's his power coming through you, and then it's being received by us, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right. So, but when you're talking, you can say, hey, you know, when you were talking about trying different foods and stuff when we were up here, and you were telling us about that and how you feel healthy and everything and nothing's going on, you wrestle, you need the protein diet and all that stuff, and you may be reaching another person who wrestles also, or they dream of becoming a wrestler, and they can take that and apply it to their life, and you help them out, right? So
Right.
your voice is coming through. You are in more than one place. You just don't think of it that way. Like your voice is literally coming out of my phone right now, and I'm
Like you mean
hundreds of miles away from
inspiration?
you. Say what?
Like inspiration? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying your voice is coming out of my phone. So in a way, you're right here. Like I just heard you, but you're not here. The same way y'all say you hear God, or God is speaking to you in signs, or his word is in a book, but he's not necessarily right here.
Okay, sure. I can see where you're coming out from that.
Yeah, so that's just like Buck was saying, that's God like. You're doing
mm-hmm.
God like stuff. You just don't look at it that way.
Y'all give praise to God when man does things that God does.
Yep.
You're like, oh yeah,
Think about the weather.
that was God.
Well,
God gave me the ability to do this instead
Think
of
about
just taking the credit yourself.
the weather, Jeff.
well, well. That's how I look at it. The attributes that I possess
This
are
is what
God-like.
it is.
God gives me that.
The man on earth is doing everything that the God in heaven is supposed to be doing.
That's what I
You
told
know what
Because
scientists are trying to do right now? They're trying to do the Lazarus effect and bring people back from the dead. Once they do that, we can throw God out the window. Because
Facts.
now
They
we're
brought a
doing
couple
God.
animals
We
back.
really God.
They
But
brought like 3 animals back that were extinct.
yeah, but yeah, I was kind of
but
mad when they done
but
it because I mean, you putting all that money and trying to bring back the Willie
Dude,
Mammoth.
they
but
brought the Willie Mammoth back to life.
You know what I'm saying, Mo? Like you put all that money into
They
bring.
have a female.
but
She died, right? And they put her consciousness in the computer and she remembers that she died.
Damn.
Bro, you got urban communities that's struggling, and you put money into bring back ancient animals. Like, come on,
Right?
That's
Billions.
where you think the
yeah,
movie Chappie come from.
but
billions.
Chappie was based off the lady that they put in the computer.
Bringing back a Willie Mammoth. We don't need no dang old
the
Willie Mammoth
They
out
put
here.
her consciousness in the computer. They hooked her brain up to the computer.
And they
but
ain't
So But
But
when people say you die, everything dies, but they bring your consciousness back. So they brought her consciousness back, and they told her, "Do you know what happened to you?" She said, "Yes, I died." And they asked her how she died, and she told them how she died.
all they
I
doing
would say this. I'll say
everybody
this.
be paying to go.
So this is
I'll
my
say this.
question. We doing all this stuff, and God is letting it happen. Why is he sitting on the sideline? You know when you're in high school
Because
and one of your homies is on the football team and he don't never get in the game? He just sit on the sideline, walk up and down. Wherever the coach go, he go.
Yep.
So he's following coach, ready to get put in the game. So God is doing the same thing that your friend that was playing on the football team does. He just
no,
following the
but
coach around, not getting in the game. He
Jerry,
not
no,
stopping
but
nothing that's going on.
he
no,
Jerry
but
Jones
God,
sit and
no,
clap.
but no, but God would be like the coach. He wouldn't be a player,
He's still on the sideline.
right? The coach is
And
on the
not,
sideline, but the coach is the mastermind
uh-huh.
behind
Okay,
the play.
so
Okay, and he got a whole bunch of players running up and down the court talking about some God said, God said. We don't even see the coach. It's just the players on the field telling us what God said, and we trying to tell them to run the play so we can get the touchdown. They just want us to stand. God said, God said. We don't even see the coach. It's just the players on the field telling us what God said, and we trying to tell them to run the play so we can get the touchdown. They just want us to stand still on the field and let the other team score. And
I mean,
the picture the players fighting over they damn identity and who made the field instead of actually playing the game to win.
but
God told us
Hey,
to
what's
stand here and eat the grass and don't move. Like we need to make the touchdown.
wait,
We
wait,
can't
hold on.
even see the coach
But
to confirm what
using,
they said.
wait,
what's
think
the
about
verse
this though.
though that
what is it? What is it
Think
that
about
God
this.
is doing that man can't do himself?
Create something out of nothing.
they already doing
Oh,
Wait,
that?
you
hear
mean
me out.
like
No, they're
you mean
not
like
doing that.
the artificial sun that China just created?
The artificial sun. I mean, here's what I mean by that. We haven't gotten any original thing that has not been that we have never seen
The
and
Yes,
plane,
we
made.
have. Yes, we
Everything,
have. Yes, we have with the
everything is
particle.
from something else.
Yeah, we have.
What?
a plane. I
A
can name a lot.
plane isn't a plane. We use stuff that was here to make the plane. I'm talking about out of plain nothing.
Oh, you talking about that? Okay, I see what you're saying now. Let me think.
I
No,
got one
I
for
don't.
you. I
I'm not
got one.
getting what he's
I
saying.
I got it. I got it.
No, he go ahead.
But using
I'm
the
gonna give you
coach,
some other ones, but the first
all
one
right.
I'm gonna give you off the top of my head is God.
That's an I mean, if you're going with that, that's an idea though.
Yeah.
You haven't really created nothing.
But because you're saying it's real, and people are saying that shit is real. You're not gonna deny it. Now I may not say it's real, but you think that that's real, and it's nothing to me.
Mm-hmm.
They came completely out of nowhere. When I look at history, that God just pops up, and everybody's accepting it. It's through fear and everything, but it's here, and y'all talking about it. It's a real thing. You pray to it, and you think it's so real that it's even after you die. Like you think that because of what you do here, you're gonna go to a good place or a bad place.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all
But think
made
about
that
this
out
though.
of nothing. That came out of
Go
nothing.
I got one. They
going
cre-
off.
I
Yeah,
got
go
one.
ahead. Go
They
ahead.
created sugar.
Sugar. It comes from the candy cane though. I mean,
No,
not the candy cane, the sugar cane.
no, these people create. No, it doesn't. That's not the same
Yeah,
sugar that you eat. No, it's not. That's not the same sugar that you put in no into cool. I mean, yeah, it's a Kool-Aid and stuff. No, it's not. That's not a natural sugar. They created the sugar that they put in all the foods and stuff.
it will not out of nothing though.
Okay, you know
But you, but
the
but hear
new
me out.
you heard of the supercomputers, the
Yeah,
quantum
The
computers.
D wave. You talking
I've
about the
heard
D
of it.
wave computer?
I've heard a little bit of it.
Yeah, that's that the science behind that is bringing light out of nothing. They're learning how to bring light out of nothing to make
Learning.
quantum computers more powerful.
But hear me out. Using the coach analogy, right? The same coach analogy.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be many coaches. Like when I was in high school, I'd go compete in tournaments on the side. Sometimes I'd go with my coach. Sometimes he's not there. But when I'm wrestling on the mat, nonetheless, what I'm doing is what I was told by my coach. This is what he said. Do this, I do that, because this is what he taught me. And there's many
Mm-hmm.
different coaches, because the other guy comes and he's fighting me to what his coach said. But at the end of the day, one wins. One stands on the podium. One gets the title. One gets the trophy. One is the winner. One is
Mm-hmm.
triumphant, right? So it could be many gods. People could be arguing. People could be arguing about identity and stuff. One has to win at the end, though. You just don't know when that end is going to be.
And we don't know what God that's gonna be.
Right. The same way when I'm going out to compete, you don't know who's going to win. I'm just confident that I'm going to win. But we got to wait till that timer run out.
But this is what I'm saying. Christians don't do it. Jews don't do it. Is Muslim people don't do it. They all think that their God is the God because the book tells them this.
Right, but it's kind of if you think about it as well in a game situation. I mean, even football, anything. The players when they get on there, they're believing that what their coach told them and what he told them what the other team is true, and that's what they're going out there to do. Nobody goes out
But you
there
block
doubting.
somebody.
Yeah.
Too easy. 263 said you blocked them.
Two what? I did?
You see?
Well, how is he
Yeah,
still
it
talking?
says because I didn't block him, but I guess he blocked on Bucks. I don't even know who that is.
Oh, he blocked on Buck's page. Somebody, it was probably a moderator. He probably got out of line.
Yeah, that was a moderator. That wasn't me, bro.
He probably was. He was probably talking to somebody and he blocked him.
Yeah, he said,
And
yeah,
they said yesterday.
yeah, that was a moderator that done that.
But y'all got my analogy though, right? Does it make sense or not?
Yeah, we feel
Yeah,
we
yeah,
we
it
feel
does.
what you're saying.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. It's just that what you're saying, okay, you're saying that it came from God, but it actually came from men. Like when we use the brains that we have, that the Creator gave us, whatever that is, we can apply this logic. We have rationale. We can think. We can reason, and we get where your passion is coming from and where your belief system is rooted. But in reality, those words came from dead men who claim that they got it from God or they were inspired by God. It's not actually God doing that. That's why you said before we got to wait to see. So if we have to wait to see, then I think people should drop hell. Everything y'all talk about in the afterlife, y'all should drop that if you saying that we gotta wait and see which one is right, because it don't mean that you
But
actually know it. It
It's
means
a
like
battle
you believe it.
royale, and who's God's gonna win?
right,
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
yeah, but
Dragon Ball
like
believe.
let's say why would you drop hell though? Because if it's an actually existing place, then you'd probably try not
Listen,
to
listen.
go.
How can a physical place be damnation for a spiritual being?
Well, hell, we believe hell is a spiritual place, not physical.
Okay, have you ever known fire to burn in a spiritual place?
Um, I mean, the idea of hell, yeah.
You've known that.
No,
You
I'm saying
believe
with the
that.
idea. Yeah, I'm saying with the idea of hell, yeah.
That's tough. I don't know, bro. I can't call it. I can't.
What what book is hell in? Is that Revelations?
Oh, yeah.
Well, eternal
Revelation
So
7.
it's
damnation. I think Revelation is where the fire is. Eternal damnation is all through the book, like 107 times. It's in there.
but that
Yeah.
when they say eternal damnation, are they talk do they talk about someone's spirit actually burning, or do you just find that in Revelations?
Not burning,
You,
but tortured. Like you get
yeah,
tortured.
torture.
It's yeah. It's either fire or it's worse than that. Like some of them say
We,
torture,
yeah.
ruin, despair, an eternity away from God, which is everything bad. So some of them are worse than Revelation.
Revelation speaks of it the most.
The book that was added last speaks the most about.
Yeah.
I got it.
But
I just
Christ,
when Christians talk about burning in hell, I always go back to Dante's Inferno because that's what it sounds like.
Put that
because
sauce in
I
the
mean,
refrigerator.
Christ was really the
And
first
never had.
person in the Bible to really establish the idea of hell. The people in the Jewish people, they used to know there was a place called Sheol where all the dead went, and they knew that some were not favored, but they kind of never really
No,
thought
it's
it was
cool.
like torture or burning. Christ was really like the first person to talk about uh, damnation.
Mo, have you heard of the story of Akramon? I think Mo doing something.
What? So let me ask y'all this: what will y'all do if, let's say, one day we pass, because everybody's gonna pass one day, and then you pass, and
Mm-hmm.
you're standing before a God, whether it be Jesus, whether it be Allah, whether it be the Hindu gods or Zeus. What would you say?
What's popping?
The first
What I'm
thing
gonna
out of
say?
my
He.
mouth,
I
if I
gotta. I
met
gotta.
this God,
I gotta introduce
go
myself. He
ahead,
gotta
Mo.
introduce himself. Like we gotta chop it up. Like what's up? Like I don't know you. I only knew men. What is he gonna be talking to me about? They tried to tell you who. All of the thousands of people are telling me about you. I gotta pick which one of them are correct. When I meet, that's the first time I'm gonna meet it.
So, all right, Buck, what would you say
What?
if you passed and now you're standing before a God, any God, Jesus, Allah,
Mhm.
Hindu, Zeus? What would you say?
First, I asked him, "Where the hell you been?"
Lorenzo, don't come in here being loud.
That's the first thing I asked him. Where
For
have you
sure.
been? Where you been at? Because there's a lot of stuff been going on that these people been saying you can stop with a snap of a finger. So
He
I
said that was a good
Right,
game of
because
hide and seek.
see, yeah, he. I wouldn't, a child of the sun. I wouldn't even call him a hypocrite off the jump, off rip. I ain't gonna say that because these men could be lying. I couldn't even I couldn't even say nothing to God about what man said because they said a whole bunch of stuff. But I want to see if he vouches for it. Like we say, yo, Drops is right about everything he said. Then I jump into hell myself because I don't want to go nowhere with him anyway.
hey,
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't. If what you saying about that God is real, that He created people, the devil is riding, walking around, or slithering around, or flying around, or floating around, whatever he doing, and I can't touch him. But his demons can go inside of people and my family and my friends and got them killing each other, and I can't touch him. I don't want to be around that dude. That he's on some weird shit. He's hiding the devil. He flooded the earth, and the devil ain't drowned. It'd be good if the devil drowned with him.
No, not only did the
Damn.
devil not drown, but the evil spirits with the devil ain't drowned.
hey,
Well,
drops. Question
yeah,
drops.
go ahead.
Uh, Numbers chapter 31, right?
All right, let me head over there. Yeah.
He
Verse
said, if you never met God, then would you say he didn't F with you like that and
verse
you're void
7,
of God?
18. I got a question. Is
All right.
God promoting pedophilia?
But keep alive for yourselves all the young girls who have not known men intimately. Oh,
I cannot hear
yeah.
what you're saying.
Oh, I
Say
said,
it
I was
loud.
reading it. It says, but keep alive for yourselves all the young girls who have not known man intimately.
Hold on, we
Yeah,
So,
that's when they killed the Philistines, right?
yeah, this is when God was commanding them to go to war, and
Hmm.
he was telling them to keep certain people alive
The
and who
virgins,
to kill. And
they
yes,
collect the booty.
yeah, to keep the virgins, yeah. Yeah, KGV, the KJV says, but all the
they
women,
keep
The
The
booty
young girls
collectors.
who have not known men in
Them Israelites were
intimate.
booty collectors, boy. They'd clean your shit out
I don't
and
not
take the
not
booty.
not only were they booty collectors, they loved that foreskin.
Hold on, Jeff. Let drop answer it real quick. I need
Oh
to
yeah,
know.
go ahead, my bad.
No, it was not intimately. What they did in ancient society was when they went around killing, they would take all the young women uh, and they would kill everybody else. Sometimes they'd save the kids, sometimes they wouldn't, but they'll definitely take the young women um, over to their society.
For what
In
though?
some, in some, in some other, in other wars, God tells them not to intermarry with the other nations, but in
Uh-huh.
some of them, He permits them.
So I'm asking, is that promoting a little something there?
No, 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 no. When they talk about young girls, bro, it's not what you're thinking. It's not
What
I
what
know what
you're
it is.
thinking.
I
It's
know
not what
what it
you're
is,
thinking.
cause
what is it?
they got a rule of thumb. It's when she get her period.
It's not what you're thinking.
Hmm? I got that from the scriptures.
Yeah, I know that.
That's not what I'm thinking. The scriptures say when they get their period, that's when they can do what they do.
Oh snap! Now drops. Hold on now, man. Hold on, drops, man. I know
What's
you
up?
guys doing this, man.
What do you mean?
What it say?
What do you mean what it say? It say you keep the young women who are still virgins.
Why though?
They didn't slaughter them. They kept them to continue their bloodlines. They didn't slaughter them.
Come
Well,
on,
I think that the key word is the young woman
come
or
on.
young
Yeah, I think
girl.
that's the
Damn, it don't
problem.
even say
But
young woman. It says young girl.
it's not. It's
No, it
not.
says the
I
ones that
promise you.
have not known men by laying with them.
Come
Right.
on,
Fuck
drops,
the
man.
fuck the dumb
It's
shit.
not that way because even when you're talking in Mary's time, Mary, according to some scholars, is probably around
She's
16
she
to
was between
19.
12. No. You moving up the
No, I
age. She
promise you,
was
it was not
between
12.
12 and 15.
It
Come on,
was no,
drops,
that was
man.
not the age. The scholars agree it was probably somewhere between
No, no,
16.
no, 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 bro. The
I
scholars are
promise you that.
telling you she's between the age of 12 and 15.
I promise you. All right, let me Google it. I'll just Google it, but I'm pretty sure it's.
You said
Bro.
16 to 19.
There's a
You
reason
hella
why
pushed
we
that age.
there's a reason the reason why we give you 12 to 15 is because we've seen all those numbers 12, 13, 14, and 15. We've seen all those numbers. You might see a 16, but I'm telling you, most of them are between 12 and 15 years old. There's a reason why we say it like that, so that there's no way to get out of it.
What R. Kelly say?
All right,
It seems like
I'll
you
give you that.
ready.
It says here 12 to 18.
12 what?
Yeah.
12 to 18. I'll
we
give y'all that.
so just pick 18, I guess.
Yeah, we gonna go there. We give you 18.
Is it true the
No, but
Torah
I'm saying
promote?
in the what? I'm sorry, what?
Is it true that the Torah was also promoting that?
The Torah is promoting what?
Pedophilia.
No, no, no.
How did they? How did they? I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna say that. I don't even say that.
They
I don't want to
they
say that on here.
they kept the young, like David, for example. David was a teenager and he Saul
You
gave
talking
his
about
daughter to
you
him.
talking about
She
King David?
Yeah, when he was a young man too. It was never a grown ass man and a little ass girl. It was never like that. It was young men and young girls.
Okay, do you know how old Joseph was?
How old? No, I don't know. I'll Google it.
Oh man, go ahead, go for it. I guarantee you, it's gonna
Go
be over
Google.
60. It's gonna
He
be
was
over
like
60.
75 to 98. Or I think yeah, I think 50, they give. I think some of them say
The
55 to
youngest
90
I've
something.
seen, the youngest I've seen was 60 something, and the oldest I've seen was damn near 100, like 92, 90,
I saw
95.
98. That's the oldest I seen.
It shows here 40, around 40.
They pushed it up again. Because when I
Yeah,
looked like 2 years ago, it was 55.
It shows it was 40.
Okay, so you got a
so
40-year-old with a person between the ages of 12 and 18.
the history of Joseph the carpenter, which was composed in Egypt between the 6th and 7th centuries. Christ himself tells the story of his stepfather claiming Joseph was 90 years old when he was married to Mary, and he died at age 111.
I see the one you're talking about. It's right under the
Joseph
one I
been
saw.
pimping since been pimping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have the younger one, even the younger ones. Look, there's one right here. It says he's 18, 18 and 20, but then they dropped her age down to 13, 13 or 14. Like there's no, the numbers
Yeah, I
get
see.
mixed all up, but either way,
Yeah,
she was not, it's not, in this time, you're not doing that. It's not happening unless you're the same
yeah.
age.
I mean that
It's
that
okay,
was
man.
that was the ancient
Joseph the
societies.
Joseph Joseph was the original R. Kelly. It's cool. We understand.
And remember,
I
All
mean,
right.
with me,
back in that time, they did practice killing the, I think it was the daughter. I think they were like killing the daughter or something if she slept with a man. So it was rumored. And don't quote me on this. I'm not saying this is a fact, but it was rumored that
mhm.
that's what this whole situation was about. That it was
Yeah.
about a older Roman guy sleeping with a young girl, and they actually wanted to kill Mary. Mary was the problem, like because they were supposed to
uh,
get rid of her for sleeping around at that age.
yeah,
Hmm.
when she got pregnant with Jesus, uh, yeah, there was a rumor around. Joseph didn't want to publicly humiliate her, though, according to what's written in the scriptures. But he was gonna divorce her, and an angel appeared to him
He
and
was
told him
going
not
to
to.
divorce her because he got her pregnant.
Who?
Wow.
No, he didn't get her pregnant. She was
Okay,
pregnant
we
with Jesus.
sticking we sticking to the Jewish story. I ain't even made it to the Christian one yet. The Jews
Uh,
don't go off Jesus being impregnated by the Spirit of God. They don't even fuck with Jesus.
King James? He was gay too. Y'all know.
Ah,
Oh
Hey,
shit!
yeah, did you
I
know
choked like a
with
mother.
a 13? He was in love with him.
he was in love with multiple. It was like three or four of them.
Yeah. What?
He had a secret passage from his bedroom to the other dude's bedroom, and they
Mm,
found it. They even found the letters.
come
The
on,
Duke
Draw.
of Bucking. It was the Duke of Buckingham, a student from Somerset, and another guy.
Yep. Come on, Draws, man.
bro, I don't believe, bro. I don't follow King James, bro. What you mean?
But you follow David though, right?
I follow
You follow
David.
King David. You believe in King David, right?
What do you mean believe in King David? I read his
He about
stories.
to
King
tell you.
King King David was kissing man.
King
He,
David was kissing man.
he-
Well, he
Yeah,
I
he
stripped.
mean,
He
kissed
I
her
mean,
stripped.
I mean,
He
I
he,
mean, in
stripped
the
butt
in the,
naked right in front of Jonathan, man.
and kissed
I
him,
mean,
and then he got aroused. He got a
at the
hard on.
at
Go
the
ahead.
time, people would even between men would kiss each other. I mean, Judas kissed Jesus to indicate who the. It's not how we thinking of it today. Peter
But
used to go fishing.
would you
Peter used to
claim that
go
his
fishing
Dog,
love is
with
above
listen,
the love
listen,
of a
hold
woman?
on, wait. We gonna really listen to this.
Peter
This
used to
man
go
got
fishing
but
naked.
he waited. Listen, he waited until the kids left and got buck naked. I
And
mean, he
then
took off his undergarment and everything. So he knew when you do that around a chick, you know what time it is. If you get naked, butt naked around a dude, and the dude ain't into you like that, you and him ain't never gonna be friends again. You're never gonna talk, right?
No,
But
sir.
Jonathan and David were
That
very close
man,
friends.
that man got butt naked, walked up to the other dude and kissed him, and they were still friends. And you telling me that that's okay?
No, all right. So another thing is even Job, when all the stuff happened to him, he stripped his clothes off. There's also early on, if you read, I think, with Saul stripped his clothes off when Samuel told him that God is taking the kingdom away from him. It was something they did. I don't know the exact reason why, but it was something that was common at the time. People would strip their clothes off, I guess, if they were super emotional about something, or men, should I say?
In front of another man.
Yeah,
Okay,
because they
so
weren't gay.
now we got stripping in front of other man, grabbing each other's testicles to see if you a Hebrew Israelite or not, to see if you can circumcise. We got collecting of the foreskin, right?
Mhm. Bro, I mean, like when we have practices here, and we practice with my team, and then we go to the locker room, bro, they strip off. It doesn't
That's
mean anything,
listen.
and we be having
This is
conversation
what,
and
but
everything.
that's not the same thing as if you around people and then there's kids and then the kids leave and y'all get butt naked and kiss. And then when the kids are when you hear the kids when you hear the kids coming back, y'all hurry
Hold
up and
on,
put y'all clothes on.
hold
That's
on, bro.
suspect.
No, bro, it's not the way you're putting it, dog. It's not like
that's, that's,
that.
that's what it said. That's what it sounds
Bro,
like.
hey, listen. You and one of your comrades is not gonna be sitting in the field with like your younger cousin, and you ain't gonna like shoot an arrow in the field and say, "Hey, go get it." And then you send him to go get it, and he go, "I can't find it." And then you make him go further away and go, "It may be over there." And once he goes over there behind a tree, you turn around and start kissing the dude. And then when the kid comes back, y'all get away from each other. Like you ain't gonna do
Dog,
that.
no, bro, they're not kissing like that, bro. They're not kissing like that. Come
They
on.
shouldn't be kissing
That
at
that to
all.
them that to them in the commandments was an abomination. They wouldn't have been doing it like that.
We don't know because we just going off with what it says. They could have been doing it like that. Hell, they was eating their own kids. So it's a lot of stuff they wasn't supposed to do. They did it anyway.
If they were
Hell,
doing
they
it
was
like that.
they was eating catfish,
Here's what
and
I'm gonna say though.
they have
When David,
evidence. They have evidence of Jews of old
hmm
having same sex relations.
yeah, there were some that did.
So who's to
That's
say
like
that? So who's to say that the King David wasn't going around kissing guys, grabbing them by the
because
balls, making them cough, checking they prostate with his finger? We don't know.
Giving them a physical.
because because yeah, there were Jews that was obviously that were homosexual. That's why God put that commandment to them. But when it
He was
comes to
giving
King
them a
David, if if King David was like that, God would have took the kingdom away from him. He took his son away from him when he took someone else's wife and impregnated her.
Okay, so you know
physical.
that the brotherly love that they have in the Bible, right? When we go to Hebrew, we deal with masculine and feminine, correct?
Uh, I'm
When they
not
use
aware about
words,
what you're talking about.
when you speak about love towards a man, you
Hmm.
use it in a masculine way. That's how you don't confuse that. The
Sure, yeah.
love that Jonathan and David were talking about, those Hebrew words are all feminine. And he even compares the love of David uh, with that it was above the love of a woman.
Yep,
Like he was saying, it's
Yeah,
better
just
than
like
you
what
don't.
Jesus said.
yeah. That it's also written that there's no greater love than this, that a friend should lay his life down. Um, that a man should lay his life down for his friend. It doesn't mean that's intimate. It said it's the greatest love.
Well,
It
then it
doesn't
would be
make it intimate.
masculine. It would be masculine though. You wouldn't You don't. They use the feminine words. They use a feminine word, so that means that it's intimate.
I don't know. I'm not knowledgeable in that. You can attack Jordan on that. I'm not really proficient on that. I'm not proficient on that. You can bring that up to Jordan. But all I'm saying is, bro, if King David was butt naked in front of another dude, if If they're not
No,
gay,
ain't
it's not
no
a
if.
problem.
There's
If
no
they're not
if.
gay, no,
There's
I'm
no
saying,
if
no,
he
I'm saying
did
if,
it.
yeah, I'm not saying if he did. I'm saying if they're not gay, if
Man,
they're not gay, then it's not a problem.
is Jesus gay?
No,
Go to John 13. Go to John 13:23.
like Peter used to go fishing butt naked. It's not a.
Go to John. Go to John 13.
Hold
I
on,
believe
hold on.
you.
Let's say that. You said who? Peter went fishing Bucky naked.
Yeah, he
Yes, sir.
went fishing butt naked.
Wow. I mean, look, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it sounds like the players in the Bible are kind of suspect.
Yeah, they was.
No, bro, that was the.
And
That's what they did when they were fishing.
suspect, I mean real suspect.
They even got. They even
Ain't
got
no
their.
there is no heterosexual man when to go out butt naked and fish. Ain't no
No, they,
heterosexual man when to get naked in front of another heterosexual man.
bro, that's how it is in locker rooms, like all the
Look,
time.
when me and my cousins used to spend the night at each other's house, we ain't getting naked in front of each other.
What I'm telling you is, in locker rooms, that's very common. It doesn't make nobody gay. We be changing. We go there, take
That's
showers.
look
We
you.
stand there, we
That's
come
a
in.
locker room. If you spent the night
But
at your best friend's house, are you and him gonna get butt naked and start hugging each other? And then are you gonna give him a soft, moist kiss on the lips?
bro, that's not part of our culture, bro. That's weird. But but if there was like if I had to change real quick and I had to get naked and he's in the room, then it's not sus. If I know I'm not feeling no type of way, he not feeling no type of way, I ain't got no problem with that.
I guess it's different for us because ain't no way in hell I'm finna get butt ass naked with my cousin in the room.
Not happening.
And we
It's
grew up
not.
together.
I don't know.
My brother,
That's
my brother is different. But if I'm getting if I'm getting changed, like if I'm getting out the shower and I'm about to put on my clothes that I'm about to wear for the day, like if we going to a party or something, okay, yeah, I'm naked in front of my brother. But if I look over while I'm getting dressed and my brother's looking at me suspect, I'm gonna say, "What the fuck you looking at me like that for?" I'm not
that's what
gonna
I'm
walk
saying.
over to my brother.
Yo,
I'm not gonna walk over to my brother while I'm naked and then give him a kiss, a hug and a kiss on. I'm not doing none of that shit.
no, bro,
What?
no, like
What?
it wasn't like that. What's the verse, Buck?
Come
What's
on.
the what?
What's the verse, Buck?
John
Chapter
13:23, man.
23.
Yeah, John laid on Jesus' breast, man.
Oh, that was his beloved, bro. It's not like that.
Yeah, I know.
No,
No,
You
bro.
always
because
want
it
They
said
used
that
to,
my son.
bro.
Jesus loved him. Jesus
Yeah,
loved him more than he
more
loved
than
the
the
other
other disciples.
disciples.
Yup.
Yeah,
And he was the
because
youngest one.
he was the youngest one. Yeah,
I know
he
it. He
admired
was the youngest one out.
because
Who's
no, brother,
Simon?
because no, John. Simon
Oh,
is the one
John.
that loved Jesus more than all the other disciples. But bro, Jesus used to love. He used to love kids. They
He
when he
used to,
was teaching
I know.
once, the kids came and surrounded him, and the disciples were trying to chase him away. He told them to leave him alone, and he admired that John was young. So when they were sleeping, they used to sleep on like hard ground. Jesus was homeless, so he let him lay his head on his chest.
Breast though, his breast. Come on, man.
Bro,
did
I
did
don't
Jesus have
know.
any did Jesus have any type of relationship with Lazarus?
They were friends, yes.
You know what I mean.
No.
Why they say it laid on Jesus' breast, bro?
They just meant his chest. They say
Huh?
Yeah,
bosom. They said
Brett
bosom,
bosom in Hebrew means something different. It don't mean
brother.
what we think it means.
But Jesus didn't have. I mean, breasts. Even if you say breasts, bro, for a man, breast is your chest.
So what is it? What
They
is it? What does it mean when another man touches another man's inner thigh?
touches another man's inner thigh.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
It's
There's
for
a part in the
ritual.
Right.
Bible
And
where, yeah,
today,
it's a
that's not.
part in the Bible where a guy walked up to another guy and he touched his inner thigh.
Bro, you gotta remember though, we're applying our society to things they did back then. They had whatever
Yeah,
cultures
it was
and
an oath.
practices
It's
they
called an
did.
oath. That's how they took their oath. They'll stick their hand in between the
They
dude's
yeah,
thighs.
I think it's when they testify, right?
I don't know. I don't know about
Because
that.
I think testify comes from the word testicle in ancient. Am I lying, Mo? Ain't that what it
Yeah.
means?
Yes, that's what it is. It's in Genesis. Like we raise our hand, we raise our hand, and we say we're gonna, abide by the law.
You
We
know
we
what?
swear under God. But with
I don't know
Abraham,
about all
his
that,
his servant
man.
his servant swore the oath by sticking his hand in between his thighs, and he swore that he would be his master.
On
That's
his
taking an oath.
testicles.
I don't know about all that. You're gonna have to
The
give me a
more,
stats
the
on
more,
Jordan.
the more we read the suspect stuff in the book, it sounds more convincing that the Greeks wrote it.
I mean, I wouldn't, not really, because you gotta remember,
What's up
like
with
for
all the
example,
suspect
for,
stuff?
like
Because
for
we all
example,
know the Greeks were very suspect.
so were they, so were the Hebrews.
Yeah, they
They were
was.
sus too.
You just said they wasn't though.
No, I'm talking about the biblical accounts that you're saying right now. I'm talking about them as a people. They were definitely sus people over there.
Yeah.
Very sus.
They're definitely sus people over there. I'm
You
not
got
denying that.
you got
Like for,
key you got key figures in the Bible doing very suspect stuff.
I mean, you would say wrestling is sus, wouldn't you?
No,
You wouldn't say that? You got two
no.
men that are in leotards on top of each other
On what?
on a
Are they
mat.
greased up? Are they oiled down?
Sometimes,
Then I
On
would call
what?
that
Wait, what's he
suspect.
referring to? What's he
like
referring to?
wrestling, genuine wrestling, like the competing wrestling.
I mean, but at this point, we try and get to the root of the problem. Maybe that's probably how they got y'all. Y'all probably participating in some rituals and you don't even know it. You reaching in between his thighs, trying to subdue him.
So you
You
get
reaching
in
between it.
between.
You
You
wearing
That's
tights,
how
and
that's
then
how
you
wrestling
but look you
wrestling
behind
started.
you behind the
Go
man.
ahead, Mo.
He
wrestling.
bent you behind the man. He bent over and he hiking the ball in between his legs, and you catching it. Like they could be setting this whole shit up the whole time. We reaching in between each other's thighs. Maybe they probably put this whole thing into our sports, and we just sitting here
But
doing this gay shit.
Think about the football when he smacked
wrestling,
butt.
wrestling used to
Good
start
job.
naked.
Smacking butt. Come on, good job.
Yes,
Bro, we didn't even.
but this is what they called it. They called it
I used to tell
Greco-Roman
Roman
my
no,
wrestling.
butt, bro. I used to
that's because the
tell my
Greco-Romans they started a new style, which was just upper body throwing, and they were really good at it. So they changed
don't
the name to
So what?
Greco-Roman.
bro.
And the old style was you pinned him down, you would subdue him, right, into submission,
Yeah,
right?
right. And the Greco-Roman was just
That's not
throwing people.
that, and that but that you would get oiled before you did it, right?
Yeah,
Lubrication, right?
yeah,
That's not suspect to you.
bro. It's not because I do that sometimes.
You know that's
You put on
suspect.
some
Man,
Vaseline.
when we played football, man, we didn't even do all of that bending over and hiking. We just threw the ball back and let's go. Just hike, let's go. Like we just went for it. We ain't slapping no butts or nothing. That shit happen when you get involved in a sports like on a different level. And then they next thing you know, here comes the butt smacking and bending over. When we played football ourselves, we played all the same rules and everything,
But
We would
minus all the
high
gay
five
shit.
each other.
think about this though,
We
Mo.
wasn't, but no,
I
listen, drop, listen. I'm about to tell you because you probably don't know this. Right now, today, there are men going around telling other people that it's not gay for straight men to have sex with other
yeah,
straight men.
yeah, I've heard of that.
What the
There's
fuck?
people
So
saying
you
it on
don't think that
campus.
they were you don't think that they were doing this in the past? Well, we call them wrestling. They might have been like, oh well, I submitted him into doing. You see what I'm saying? And if that's not
Hey
gay,
man,
I
hey, I
sub.
forgot
Hey,
this
I,
is his
I
career. We probably fuck. We gonna fuck his head
I'll tell
all
you.
up.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you, man. I came my freshman year in
Nah,
college, bro. I'm wrestling. I'm wrestling, dude.
you're
And
wrestling.
But he do it. But
we
this is what I'm
wrestling.
saying.
The
Drop.
match
You
is
do it for
over.
sport. Yeah, you do it for a sport. What I'm saying is they probably wasn't doing it for sport. Because we know when the Atlantic slave trade started, there were butt breaking Gus.
Yeah, they were. But I mean,
And
I
for
get
submission.
they
The
were
key
they
word, the key word is submission.
yeah with
don't
the
So they
lim-
will
Greco
butt break us for submission to
yeah
show
with the
dominance.
when
don't
the
limit the
Greco
knowledge drops. Don't
when
limit-
the Greco-Romans wrestled in their arenas, if they didn't kill you while wrestling, they would say, "Well, since you lost, uh, you gotta take it, or he's gotta kill you."
There you go. There you go. You gotta take it or you
Damn.
gotta die.
But
Right?
yeah, but they also sometimes
Come
use it
on,
for military stuff. So it depends. It depends. It depends.
come on, drops, man.
It depends.
Hold up, y'all. Listen. Child of the Sunset, take it like a champion.
Hey, look, it
Nah,
says, look, it says, and if a woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swear to him concerning that matter. So that's what
I've
they had
read
to
that.
do
I've
before they
read that.
testified.
Yeah,
Come
I
on,
read that.
And you know what it's called? It's called swearing in their tradition. It's called swearing by the seed. You're swearing by his seed. That's why you got to put your hand by his sack because you swearing on his seed.
come on, drops,
But
man.
that's not gay
Word
though.
is,
That
hey man,
was just a
my word
custom
is
they had.
bond.
That's just a
My
custom
word
they
is
had.
bond. That thigh grip is tight. You know what I mean? It be like that sometimes, you know.
And people in the industry be revealing that they be having them in caskets and playing with each other's nuts and stuff in college. And them little cults they be in, they do that shit.
Yeah, in fraternities.
Cuff the sack. You cuffed my sack. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like what is that? Where is this coming from? It's Greek.
This is the first strangest stuff that I heard in the book is when the Jews are sitting down, they have to reveal their private parts to show that they were circumcised.
Yeah, because that was the
And
law.
sometimes they would walk up to you and they would cuff your sack to look to see if you were a Jew.
It was because it was the law. If I don't know if you've read this, when God appeared to Moses in the bush and Moses was heading back to Egypt, it says the angel of the Lord, which we believe is God, came down looking to kill Moses because he wasn't circumcised, and his wife
Zipporah.
circumcised him
Hmm.
and his kids, and threw the foreskins on the feet of the angel of the Lord.
Say that
Right.
woman, he did what?
Come on.
Zipporah
She
circumcised her son. Went got because God was Moses was on his way
Oh
to
yeah,
do
my
what he needed. Yeah.
mofactz, you told me that. I think was that last week.
Yep.
Yeah, and he threw the foreskins
Ain't
on
that
the
ain't that
angel's
when we
feet.
was talking about foreskin?
Yep. It's some obsession with foreskins. I don't know what that's about. I don't know where they stored it or what they needed it for. I don't
No,
understand that.
it was a covenant that they made with Abraham. That's why they had to keep it.
But it was another dude that went around and he was cutting foreskins and he made a necklace out of the shit. They was having foreskin cereal. We talked about this last week.
What the? Hey, yo, this is probably why the God won't. Cause y'all take it as like an insult. We being funny. This is probably why the God won't pop out and confirm it. Cause it's not. Who's going to confirm this? This is probably gay ass men that
Yeah.
they took advantage of this shit. They playing around
uh,
with y'all, man. They just
oh
using the word
no,
of God to do it. They
because
playing
think about
around.
this, bro. Think about this. If someone was to write, let's say, my life story on a book, let's say another book came along, some other religion, another God, and the revelation was on me, right? And they're
Mhm.
writing my life story down, bro. With the wrestling over the years, there's been a lot of sus stuff that's happened. Imagine someone down the line, 1,000 years from now, reading that I was in a room with 30 other men, just butt naked. They'll be thinking I'm gay, bro. I'm not gay though.
But
See
hold
what I
up,
mean?
wait, look. But we talking about in your time, right?
Yeah.
Because now you got me, Mo, and Buck. So you're telling us about your your um your trials of when you go and you do your wrestling. So now you got three witnesses to say that, hey, when this guy went to go do his wrestling, he wrestled and he got the fuck out of Dodge. Wasn't no suspect stuff going on.
Okay.
So you got three people that's willing for your testament to say you wasn't doing it.
But they might not
But
include. But in the
when we go back to their time, we see records that this was going on. They weren't just doing it for sport; they were doing it for submission.
Right. And it
And they
only
tell
enters
you,
their text when they started being, in different captivities. That's when it became part of their practice. After that's not a coincidence. After they start interacting with the Greeks and the Romans, all of a sudden they got some suspect stuff going on.
No, they've been sus.
yeah, you look, you're in the Roman Colosseum, and then the guy loses, and then the emperor looks up and he tells him, "Hey man, you either can die or you can get pinched over," and then he throws the bottle of lotion on the floor. What are you gonna do? You don't want to die.
I'd die. I'd die.
I'm out.
You look, we all are gonna say we're gonna die. Some of us actually will, but you got
Yeah.
some people they'll say that up until the point where they're about to die.
Man, I'm about to keep it a buck. Yeah, I'm about to keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it a whole stack. If somebody was like if my daughter was like in the stands or something, and she's like looking at me, man, I don't know, G.
You gotta go out, man. You can't do that.
I'm like, man,
You can't do that. You gotta
Don't
die to fight
clinch,
it.
don't clinch, or it's over.
Because I mean, at least if he tried killing you, you had an opportunity to fight back at that
But
point.
what I'm saying is, you're not gonna want your family to see that happen to you,
Yeah.
especially if it's demeaning. You lost the match. Now they gotta demean you, make you feel like nothing.
In front of everybody.
So even if you don't pick to die and you pick that to happen to you, some people aren't gonna be able to live with the shame of what happened. So they're gonna take their own life. They're gonna put themselves on a t-shirt.
that's true. That's true.
So it's a
Yeah.
lose-lose.
All right. Think about it this way. There's a lot of stuff. If you look at it today, it's sus. Like if you look at the UFC, you got men walking in there basically in their underwear, fighting each other. That can be taken out of context
Now
if you
that
go
ain't sus though,
1,000
because
years
we
from
know
now.
we know we know what they're there to do.
But think about
We
this: when
know
you're
that
in
when
a
the
street fight,
when the match
if
is
you
over, you got a winner, and then the loser. When the match is over with, the winner they meet up, they raise the winner's hand. Then the loser says something, then he leaves the cage. The winner stays there and he talks for like 5 minutes, right? But during the Roman days, the loser had to pick
yeah, well,
die or bend over and don't clinch, right?
besides the
In this
Romans,
modern day and
there,
age, the loser is not clinching. He's just leaving.
yeah. But what I'm saying is, like for example, in a street fight, you don't take your clothes off and go underwear to underwear. You just fight like that. If you're looking at it from that aspect, that is kind of sus. Why you gotta take all your clothes off, man?
Well, we used to take off our shirts so that nobody grab it.
Right, but
Well,
you
I
go
didn't know
straight
that at
down
the
to your
time, and
underwear.
I ended up with two black guys because nobody told me to take my fucking shirt off.
Yup, we would put your shirt right over your head and then give you a nice one. Nope, I'll take my shirt the fuck off and grabbing
Like, where
my
the
shirt
fuck was you niggas
because
at when he was putting
that's
my
how they
shirt
do it.
over my head?
That's they go to. As soon as I land the first punch, they start grabbing shit. Ain't grabbing nothing. Fuck that. But taking your pants
No,
off and all that's a different story.
But
Like,
see,
yeah,
like
hold on, let
we
me take everything off real quick.
Nah, but
You
when I
just
was
walking
younger
around.
too.
You walking. No, look. That if you in a street fight and a dude walk up to you and y'all about to get it in, and he start taking off his clothes, you gonna look at him like, "Hey, what the fuck wrong with you?" Right?
Right.
And then right before he walk up to you, he got on his boxers and he say, "Hey man, time out. Let me lube up first. Are you gonna fight him?"
Nah,
I'm gonna
man,
beat his ass while he taking his clothes off. If you take your eyes off of me, you might as well go ahead. You just go ahead straight. Just go ahead to the hospital. Yeah, you take your clothes. You about to take. I ain't about to let you get ready. I don't care what you do. We
nah, but
about to prepare for battle.
my friends used to call me sus when we was younger, and
Now
we
my
fighting.
friends never did no shit like that.
They try to throw
What'd you
hands.
do? Drops?
I'll grab them because that's what I used to do. They used to say that was gay, but that's just what I
That's
did.
sus.
Why? I'll grab you and I'll
Why
pick
you
you up
grabbing?
Oh my god.
because that's what I do. I'm not throwing hands.
He's cuffing it.
Why you grabbing? Nah, man. No, you gotta
Nah,
throw
bro.
We
them.
don't do that.
You gotta throw
I'm
them
gonna grab
hands,
you and
and
put
then.
you down.
But if you grab where I'm from, if you grab, they gonna break the fight up, and then you gotta start over. You can't grab.
That's how everybody knew me. They knew me. You can't fight me with just hands.
And now, if you talking about somebody like you just at the store with your family, and somebody start popping off doing some stupid stuff, then yeah, go ahead, pick them up and drop them on his head. But if it's just a fight, like two people trying to settle something, you're
So
supposed
like
to just throw your hands and leave it alone.
I wouldn't be extreme, but I'd subdue them.
Sometimes that could lead to a broken neck. You know, some people get their neck broke from what they doing, not necessarily what you doing with your chokehold. They'll
Yeah,
break their own neck trying to get out of it.
yeah. I had a dude break his shoulder. That was moving weird. That
You
man,
subdued them.
yeah. that man, that man attacked my dad. I think we were coming back home. It was a white dude. We had just moved into the neighborhood, and for whatever reason, he was upset or whatever. So he attacked him. So I came out there. I took him down. I was subduing him. I was holding onto his shoulder funny, and he tried rolling. As soon as he rolled, it popped. That man had to go 911 and everything.
Shit was crooked.
That man had to go 911 and everything.
Yeah, drop a beast.
But if you grab someone, what I'm trying to say, if you grab someone, if you take those accounts, like let's say that happened, and I grab somebody, well, that's recorded down. They'll be like, why is he grabbing other men? Why is he not just throwing hands? You get what I'm saying, though?
And you could never done that to God, right?
Couldn't do that to who?
You could never done that without God. You thought you I know you thank God after that one.
I mean, I always I pray before and after the match, but I lose sometimes.
Well, God won't there then.
I mean, ain't nobody gonna win every match they ever been in. I'm just saying, like when the match is over with, the loser don't have the ultimatum of either dying or getting bent over.
Do you thank God for
You see
losing?
what I'm saying? Because it's just a sport now.
Nah, I'll be
Don't,
mad.
don't nobody ever thank God for losing. Every time they win, they thank God.
Hey, God Jones, look at God Jones, yo. This dude is mentally
Man,
ill, man.
he's
He
saying
is
all types of
mentally
shit in the
ill.
comment section.
He said in 500 years, we gonna make fun of y'all. They gonna be like, what? Man thought man created man. Listen, we've been talking to this dude for weeks. I've been talking to him for months. He has never heard me one time say that man created man. He just makes this shit up out of his own imagination.
Who is that, bro?
He's weird. I don't know what the hell is wrong with him.
Yeah, he real strange, man.
Y'all ready to acknowledge the higher power? We all acknowledge the higher power. You pick a name for it. You give it a name, identity, where it came from, what it wrote, what it's thinking, what it's going to do in the afterlife. You make up stuff. We choose not to, and you just mad because we won't join in on the party. Like that's crazy to me. Like you want me to join in with that? You doing enough anyway, speaking for it. I salute you that you got the courage, the balls to sit there and speak for something that's that powerful. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just going to say I don't know what it is. I do not know. It's something, but I have no clue what it is,
He
and you just
don't
going to
know.
speak
Look,
for it.
this is the
Damn,
thing.
I can't do it.
When we first got in here talking, we said, what is it that God is creating that man is not creating himself? Man is creating everything that God was supposed to be creating. Oh, he created the moon and the stars.
Me,
Okay, well, China just created the sun.
to me, what I feel like, bro.
Oh, he created animals. Buck Gimmo just said that man started gene slicing, and now they made certain animals. They
Yeah.
bringing people back from the dead.
Right, and then once they done with Elon Musk Neuralink, that's successful. You know what the next level is? It's to take the consciousness they put of that woman in the computer and stick it back into a body. We
Yeah.
just one
Yep.
step away. We one step away from doing that. And then what is that? What's the
Like
difference?
they got a movie on the shit. It's called The Lazarus Effect. And then from the Lazarus Effect, you get the movie Chappie. Chappie, in the movie Chappie, he did the same thing to his so-called mom and dad. He put their consciousness in the machine. That's the same thing they did to the dead woman to bring her back
You
to life.
remember what's the other movie with the when the man his family killed? I mean, his family died, and it's the same guy that played Neo, and his family died, and he had to clone them.
Oh shit, yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah, and he put his his whole research has been he been trying to put his he been trying to put the man and the robot.
I ain't heard of this movie.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's called what is it? Replaceable.
I'm about to find it right now.
Uh, yeah, that ain't good. Jeff, you need to watch that.
But this is the point.
It's
God
called
Two
Replica.
Jones.
Yeah, Replicate.
What is it? What is it that God is doing that man is not doing?
Put it in the chat for him,
That's what I'm about to do.
Yeah, that Jay was good. That's a good movie. And you already know
It got Keanu in it.
Yep.
they've been cloning since John F. Kennedy.
Yeah, matter of
They've
fact,
been cloning since.
hey yo,
Yeah, they've been cloning shit since the 50s.
that lady, right? The lady who came out, I think she from France. It's France or Russia. They came out and they said that they cloned somebody, this little girl. And I think this was in 1992 or 1994.
I know what you're
And
talking about.
yeah. So they already admitted that they did it, but they told them that it was wrong. Like this is wrong what you're doing, and it's unethical and all of that stuff. But it didn't stop them from doing it. It just went quiet because people didn't agree with it. So obviously they had, just like when people were trying to push this gay stuff over 100 years ago, these people just went into
Do
hiding with it. They've been gay. The LGBT community has always been around. They just go
fair.
into hiding and do their stuff. Witchcraft, they go into hiding and do it.
Matter of
Now
fact,
they doing it out in the open. What's the dude name with the NIH experimenting on animals and shit? They wanted to do it out in the open. When it was rejected, he just went to India and did it. He just
I
went
was
somewhere else to do it.
I was just about to say something about that.
Do
You seen
y'all
last week you seen when the they just did the first pig transplant
Yup,
with a
I saw
pig
that.
heart. They put a pig heart in a man, bro.
He's still alive too.
Yeah.
do y'all believe in higher power?
I know it is. I don't believe it. I know.
All right,
So my
so
phone glitching.
do y'all believe that some people use power that is not humane,
Well, like
Yep.
stuff.
like rituals, dark magic, stuff like that?
Yes.
Yeah, I
I
believe.
believe that's exactly what you're doing right now. You're worshiping. I think you're worshiping something that think it leaves a few clues because it knows way more than us. I don't know if it's a human that found something, a tree of life or some shit like that, or they've been cloning themselves, or if it's a higher being from another planet or something that was here before us. I don't know, but I know that it knows stuff that we don't know, and we sit there and take that and go, "Ooh, that must be God." And it's fooling people. The stuff that they be saying is amazing. Just like I tell people, cool, I could have been there and seen Jesus die and come back. It does not mean that he's God or that this creator that created everything sent him here. It just means he did something that it was incredible and it blew my mind. I'm not about to worship him though.
Me, I believe,
So if
I
so,
believe some created all of this, but I don't believe it's nothing that it ain't no worship, it ain't none of that because everything was left here already to take care of you. So that's my
Right.
belief. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
so so if y'all were back 2,000 years ago and y'all met Jesus, say the
Hmm.
biblical Jesus and everything, he does everything that's been written, and then he gets crucified. You'll see it. He dies, and then he's back
Hmm.
miraculously, and then he ascends. That wouldn't be enough
Hmm.
for you to worship him.
Hell no.
Why not?
First of all, he need to bring his ass back down here and put in some work. First of all, like what do
Yeah.
you like? Look, I ascended. Okay, that's great. What you leaving for? Stay here. Help us out. We got problems down here. Like that doesn't. You did like I said. You can blow my mind or whatever. Wow, whoa, that's crazy. But how does that mean that you're the son of whatever created everything? Why are we putting the stipulation on death? Like we're saying that because death was defeated, then he's the son of the creator. That's limiting what the creator is supposed to be beyond all of that. It's beyond all of that.
Yeah.
So there's in between that he can
Yes,
just be greater, he could be smarter, he could be more advanced. It does not make him the son of the almighty creator.
but if you look at it from the human perspective, it's not far fetched to say that because there's no man that's been able to defeat death. That's where everybody's ended up at some
He's
point.
not the first one.
You
He's
know what
not
I'm
the first
saying?
one to do that. If we take what y'all saying, we have more eyewitnesses to other people coming back from the dead than we do for Jesus. He's not the first one to do it.
For
He's one of the last people to do that.
I'm saying in the case of someone defeating death, right?
Hmm.
Wouldn't that be a solid case to say?
To say that
Jesus
they're
didn't
God.
defeat death because he
Yeah.
still died.
Listen, let me show
I
you
mean,
how it
like
went
he
in
came
Kemet,
back.
right?
That's what
In Kemet, listen, in Kemet, they did more than that. They used to play games with each other. Like they used to play games, right? And they got in trouble for this, for going to the underworld and then coming back and going into other people. And then like they were having competitions with each other to see if they can find the other person when they came back. That's how deep they were with the shit. So
I'm.
they're not the first
Well,
one. And this
well,
say again.
Body swapping.
with some African cultures, they believe that they leave their bodies and then come back into it
Astral
No,
later on,
projection.
they switched bodies. They
like each
switched
other's
bodies,
bodies.
not each other's. They would come back here as another person. They
Oh,
would come back as
then
another person and try to trick the other. They didn't even take death serious. They was like fighting wars with each other, but it was a game.
then what would
They
happen
didn't
to their bodies?
say what.
What would
Somebody
happen to their
somebody
bodies?
else would go. There's a book about this. If you leave your body and go into somebody else's body, someone would go into your body. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And then
Show on
it'd be a period. Go ahead.
yeah, they had a show on Netflix about a girl doing that. I can't think of the show name though. And it was a
But
white black girl, but what
yeah,
happened?
in the book, you couldn't go back into your original body. But what Mo's talking about is they can go back into their original body. And when they come back and people find out that they were doing it, then that's when they get in trouble.
But
Yeah, they
no,
got in trouble for it because he had the key. He had the key to the underworld, and then he got in trouble by something else. And this being that came and gave them their sanction or whatever. It wasn't the Almighty God. They got in trouble by a being that was just in a different authority than them. It was just a higher authority, and he gave him the not. He figured out how to go back and forth from the underworld
Pretty
and the
Devon
overworld.
said it's the OA.
well, that's the what is that? The Netflix show.
Yeah, I
So
think
so
it's
that goes to show
Netflix.
you drops that when so if these people are practicing this, they clearly defeated death. They didn't even believe in death the way we thought of it. They always thought that they could come back, they can go forward. They just weren't allowed to. It was forbidden. They weren't
Uh,
allowed to do that, but they knew how to do it. And when they did it, they
Oh,
got in trouble for it. But the
what?
people who they got in trouble with, they weren't the Almighty God. That's what I'm saying. We jump from
But
human. all the way to the creator of the universe when there's in
But
between.
even in African practices and whatnot, with the stuff that they do in the witchcraft, there's someone that's in the area. So, like in the city, if they have people that perform and do witchcraft or whatever, they have this higher authority in them that's there that like tells them what to do, what not to do, whether they're in trouble or not. But what they die eventually, like they be gone, don't they? Like it's over. At some point, it's like it's over for them. They're not here no more, right?
Um, if you're talking about the Kemetic people,
Hmm.
no, they don't. They never believed they were ever gone.
So where are they at today?
They here.
Damn. I
They
don't
still
believe
here.
we died. We multi.
they still they still here. According to
Where?
them, they used to, bro. They still looking at this stone. I don't know if y'all seen it. It's this big ass black stone, and they used to put themselves under it, and they said that they believed that they were going into a program, like literally a program, and they're saying that it has some type of, now that we know what we know about our reality, that where scientists are digging into the quantum world and simulation and everything, they're thinking that maybe they already knew about it at that point and they figured something out. So it's, they didn't look at death how we're looking at death. So defeating death and dying and then coming back, that wouldn't even be that amazing when you compare it to people thousands of years before that who were playing around with in the underworld and the overworld and then got in trouble for it. If we want to say that the Jesus story is real, then how the hell is their story not real? They make the Bible that they push in real, but it has stories that are the same as what we call mythology.
Mm-hmm.
And the entire civilization did not deny it. We talking about just some witnesses here and witnesses there. The entire civilization didn't even deny that these people could do that. Nobody said they're lying. This isn't real. People literally were saying that Jesus, this is new, that Jesus took his body with him. The earlier Christians never agreed that Jesus took his body with him. They said the spirit left. And in my personal
Yeah.
opinion, I think that they started saying he took the body because there was no body.
Because well, what we believe is when we're reading, we believe that that same body was resurrected and transformed. Because we believe when Jesus comes for the rapture, we don't. I mean, we kind of get a new body, but we don't like leave this body. This body just trans. So the ones that are alive, their bodies transform, and then you shot up to the sky. And the ones that are dead, they come back to life, transformed already, and then up they go. That's where they kind of applied that to Jesus too.
Mm.
Have you, hey Mo?
It's I wouldn't be surprised if the earlier Christians didn't they thought that they left the body because they didn't have the rest of the New Testament to read
So
and
when you
see.
say they are shot up with the rapture, that's like Galaxy Quest.
Like what you mean? Like we go up to the sky?
Yeah, you stand in something like a portal and you get beamed up like Star Trek.
Yeah, but minus the portal. Just go up.
Mm. Hey, you heard of
Yeah.
the Jesuit oath?
The Jesuit,
Yeah, Jesuit.
the Jesuit oath. You talking about the Catholics?
Yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
read that jank? That jank crucial, boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where this comes from. Even though they don't like to admit it. They think like Christianity just developed on its own. They separated from Catholicism. That was there first,
They call it
and then
this
they
this
Hmm.
separated them.
Jesus, bro.
I don't know about that, Mo.
Okay, so where it come from?
Christianity,
Yeah,
like the belief of the death and resurrection, that was before Catholicism.
but it wasn't. It's not the form that it. Yeah, they had a death and a resurrection, but it wasn't. It's off the back of Catholicism. It didn't. It wasn't existing on its own.
Yeah, Christian.
What
I don't know,
Now,
what were
man.
they fighting? What are they fighting for? What was the argument about
Everything.
with between the churches? Why did they have to have meetings to come to an agreement and separate in
They
peace?
because they had a lot of theological disagreements, like is Jesus God or
But
not?
this is the thing, though. After Jesus died, you had his disciples going around teaching different doctrines. 40
No,
year
you had
40 40 years after Jesus died, you still didn't have one set of what they call doctrine that people believed in. And then
no.
we
There
just
was
talking 40 years. So
no. There
what
was
makes us go ahead?
yeah. There was the 12 plus Paul who were coming together every 3 years to make sure that they were teaching the
What
same thing.
what was
The
Paul?
confusion. Paul was a he used to be part of the Sanhedrin at the time. And then
And he made
he
himself an apostle, right?
and then he met Jesus, and then he
No,
went
no, no,
into
no, no, no,
ministry.
no. Don't say he met Jesus. He had a vision.
I mean, the people around him saw it. I don't think I don't think if it was
Did
just
they
a
write?
vision that
Did the people around him saw him see Jesus right about it?
the people around him saw the light that beamed at him.
But they didn't hear it say, "Oh, you know what? I'm gonna keep this." No.
Well, in one account they said they heard, in the other account they said they didn't hear. Actually, no. In one account they said they heard. In
That's
the
just
other
like
account,
those
Paul said that they did.
eyewitnesses that saw Jesus be crucified.
But though the apostles, all of them taught the same thing. The problem came in when they had apprentices, because the apprentices, some of them, when they went away, then they switched up the
Which
gospel,
one? What
or
I'm telling you is, when the apostles went to speak the word of Jesus, they all had different agendas. They all wasn't speaking the same doctrine.
you know what's so crazy though? The books, like you saying, Jeff, the books, when you read the books, they all got different dates and everything when Jesus was crucified. How he died and everything. Everything different, bro.
Yep.
no, because they're all showing they have different goals. If they were all the same, then we just have one book on his life.
The goal is to get y'all, man.
The goal is to talk about his death and resurrection, man.
Listen, man, if there was no Catholicism, you wouldn't have what you call Christianity. You wouldn't have it. And the
Christianity,
reason why, and listen, when you study history, the reason why you probably not understanding how this happened is because none of them called themselves Christians in the first place. That's where the
then start
problem
from the
lies at. They were
they used to
followers
say
of
they're
Christ.
followers of the way. Yeah.
Right, followers of Christ, followers of the way, men of Christ, women of the way, men of the way. That's what they called themselves. So
Uh-huh.
later people started calling them Christians amongst themselves, like people call us black. But we're not
But
calling ourselves that unless someone, we got to agree with the language at the time. But that's not what we were calling ourselves, and that's not what we called ourselves at
Then
any
you
point
have
in
to
time.
keep fucking
So
yelling.
that's what happened. People labeled it Christianity. They didn't
yeah,
get together and say, we're going to call this Christianity. We're
yeah. I
going to
mean,
call those people over there the Christians.
it
So, but
used to
if,
be
if you take the
derogatory.
name away, if you take the name away, you're going to have three, it breaks down to three major groups of what you call Christianity. But these people were all following Christ, and then they divided into three. And then
Hmm.
the Christians of today just act like it evolved by itself. Like it was just a lone thing that happened. But it was one thing, and then they split into three different groups. But they were never,
What
the
they
Romans
what
don't have to call themselves Christians because that's not what the hell they called themselves in the first place.
right?
You know,
Because
just
Christians,
like you got
it used to be
here's a perfect, hold
derogatory.
on, one more thing. Here's a perfect example. When I went to my family in South Carolina, they don't call themselves black, but I still come from them. They were able to get out of that label themselves black and all of that stuff when they do the census or whatever. Anybody come over
You
there
might
bothering
be
them,
related to my girl. Hell, her
they got
family's
they
South
got their own
Carolina.
courthouse and everything down there. They don't have to, adhere to what those names are. They don't call themselves black, but they black. They look black, but I'm on the other side of things. I'm here because my grandmother was raped by a police officer. Like that his seed is in our family. She called She called the police to get her husband to stop beating her. They'll beat his ass and then rape her. So she had to end up shooting him. You get what I'm saying? But they lived on the land on their own. They made it away, got their freedom and everything, and they stayed on that land. So they stopped calling themselves black and just kept who they were. You know, so that's the same thing that happens. The Catholics made their own name for themselves. They kept following Christ because that's all they were doing in the first place. And then the Christians took on the name that people were calling them. They just took that on, but they all come from the same roots.
Yeah, but they got slight differences in teachings and stuff.
Well, that's why they separated, because they're differences.
Protestants and Catholics. So, Hamidas, what would you do if you slept one night and you had a dream and you're standing before the Almighty and He explained everything to you and He told you to worship Him and you wake up that day?
Now he needs to tell me why I'm woke. Don't
Why
tell me
you
why I'm
woke?
asleep. I ain't gonna believe
Bro,
that.
I
And
done
the
had a
people
lot
that
of
I tell the
dreams.
story, the people I tell that story to ain't gonna believe me. You was just dreaming, man. Hey, I
But
was
ain't it
dreaming and God came to me. Nah, I need to know. Hey, you know what I was on? I was playing Call of Duty with my brother and my son, and then all of a sudden we all heard God talk to us through our headset. That's what I need.
so
I
if
thought
it was a
all of it
dream, you won't
real.
believe it. You gonna think
No,
your
I would
scientists
not.
made it up?
No, because and my thing is God's gonna have to talk. I'm not doing those secret whispering games with that. That's already gonna rub me the wrong way that you whispering and
The
keeping
only
secrets.
dream
I
that
want
I
him to
ever
speak out.
think is real is when I'm having a dream that I'm pissing on myself. So I wake up and go to the bathroom, and guess what? I end up pissing in the toilet.
Yeah, but that's an indication of something that's gonna happen in real life, ain't it?
Watch it, you gotta watch it.
It don't mean it's the most high.
So
Yo,
let
I've dreamed the future plenty of times, bro. It
so
don't mean that like it's the most high doing that.
You know
Cause
how many
and
times I
my
had a
so
thing is
dream that New York was underwater? I done had this dream since I was like 8 years old.
me
That the
too.
whole East Coast was
Yeah,
underwater.
flooded,
so
sharks
you
everywhere and everything. I had
so
that
you're
shit
Crazy,
so
telling
many
me
times.
huh? That tsunami threatened the West
so
Coast.
if you woke up that morning, what would you do?
Bro, I had a dream. The God
You
would
would
have to
like
come
turn
out
on
in the
the
open and speak to everybody. If see, my thing is, if something is talking in secret to me alone, I'm going to think that that's an evil, sneaky, conniving being. I
What did
wouldn't
I
think that
say?
that's a benevolent being.
What's
A
wrong?
benevolent being to me
Mm-hmm.
would be more convincing if it talked to
You
all of
gonna
us at
charge
the
your
same
phone?
time, like it interrupts us while we're talking right now and takes over the live and
Mo,
starts talking to all of us. That would be something
Mo,
that a benevolent God would do to not cause
Mo,
confusion. It
would
would end so much confusion if it did that.
Mo, do you say all truths wide open, or is there some truths that you say to your boys privately?
I mean, yeah, I have to because there's corruption.
Okay,
A God is on a different level, bro. It don't matter. You can't stop him.
okay. So let's say, because all right, let's say a God speaks, right?
So now you
Let's say
saying
you're
God
right.
plays favoritism?
Let's say, no, God picks who those He wants.
That's
So
favoritism, bro.
let's say this, let's say this. God interrupts the TikTok right now, right? Just
Mhm.
and dudes talking, and we got about 35, and then us on here. He speaks, and we're like, okay, God spoke to us. We go outside and we're telling people about it. They're like, nah, you're delusional. Nah, it ain't happened. Prove it to me. Prove it to me. And then what are you gonna do at that point?
We
The
can prove.
message is meant for everybody that was in here, so I wouldn't be telling anybody else. I would assume at that point that the whoever it is, whatever being it is, wants us to know that. But it's at least it's more. It's a lot of people. You get what I'm saying? It's not one person. I can go with
But
that. It's not
but
one person.
This
what
joint
if He
record.
told you to go say something out to people, like He sent you with the message? He
Yeah,
gave you a
and Buck,
message.
Buck, 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 tell him what you was about to say.
What?
Tell him what you was about to say. This shit is recorded.
Oh yeah, it's
All he
recorded.
got to do is go download his
I
data,
mean,
and we done. It's lit.
Yeah,
I mean, a
right.
lot of people would make excuse for everything, bro. They would say we planned it out. we had
But
it
look,
hooked up. Some
this is
people
what
would make
I've been
some
saying
excuse
since
up.
I got on TikTok. If God wanted us to know who He was, all He got to do was part the clouds and come out of there and wave at everybody like, "Look, I'm here. I'm the true God.
You know
Worship me."
what that
That's all He got to do. Confusion will be over with.
that argument, it really doesn't stand because people would still come up with something. They would say, let's say, even if it stands not in our
What
lifetime.
three
Let's
percent?
let's say it stands in our lifetime. Let's say it stands. Because some people will claim there's an alien. Conspiracy theorists will come out and say the government did that. Some people, you got so many things. And even if it stood in our generation, 1,000 years from now, they're going to look down at us. Let's say they colonized all the other planets. They're going to be like, they were tripping. None of that happened. They
But
didn't happen.
guess what? Guess what?
Let's say they colonized all the other planets. They're going to be like, they were tripping. None of that happened.
But guess what? Guess what? We could record it. Everybody would pull out their cell phones and start hitting record. So
Yeah,
1,000 years from now,
But
they would find our phones, they would find our chargers, they would find the way that we charge our electronic devices. Because 1,000 years from now, it's not going to be the same.
yeah,
And they would
and my
charge our
thing is,
stuff up.
it drops. Look,
Go
I
ahead.
wouldn't fall for. I'm not going to fall for the I am your Lord, Father of heaven, and ancestors of Isaac and Jacob, and it needs to. You better say something that is going to blow our mind. Like you need to say something that's going to be like, whoa. You ain't going to just come up and talk and I'm God and then leave.
Yeah, I'd be
It's going
scared.
to have to prove something.
even if we had our phones to record, what if, who's to say the Egyptians, let's say they had God come out to them, or the gods they believe come down to them, and they made the pyramids, and they said, we're going to keep these pyramids here for the people that are to come to see as proof. But people today don't talk about it like that. Now, when people are talking about gods building the pyramid, they say that's a myth. But what if that's true? You see what I'm saying? So we could keep our phones and say that does happen. We record it. 1,000
But
years
this
from
is
now,
the
bro, you
thing.
have no
When we
telling what they're
go
going to say.
when we go to the Egyptian records, like Khufu tells you he built the pyramid. He had his workers work on them.
Yeah, but he
Matter
could
of
be
fact,
lying.
not only did he build, well, they have it recorded. He built his father. He built his father a pyramid.
That's a claim that they're making. I'm saying, like, imagine if initially that was what
Listen,
happened, and
listen,
this
listen,
dude comes along
listen.
and
No,
says
listen,
something.
listen. You just said, okay, so you see how it's not credible when you say it. So when we get up here and we say that all this stuff in the Bible's not credible just because you say it. And then you
No,
get irritated and say, well, how did you know that thing? So we're using the reverse on you because you're using it on us.
no,
They
I'm
have
saying it in
documented
this sense,
facts. They have documented facts saying that Khufu said that he built this, he had his pyramid people, the people that built the pyramids work on this, right?
right? And I'm
And you
saying
just
it in
said, well,
no,
go
well,
ahead.
I'm saying it in this sense though. Let's say the accounts that happened in the Bible were true, right? And they said, you know what, we're gonna write letters. Hopefully, when people read these letters, they're gonna. Let's say they came up with this master plan that they're gonna bring it together. That was what they thought it was gonna be. But many years from then, their plan maybe didn't hold up. I'll use that analogy maybe with the Egyptians. Maybe their gods built it, and they said we're gonna leave it there, so the people that come after believe in it, that there was a supernatural thing that did this, but it doesn't hold up today. That idea doesn't hold up today. That's what I'm saying. I'm suggesting, like, what if a bunch of signs had already been left, but it just doesn't stand throughout the times. It just doesn't, because that's a
If it's
Hey,
possibility.
written,
Jeff, I'm about to.
if it's
You heard me?
yeah,
All right.
if
I'll let
it's
y'all
I'm gonna,
tomorrow.
if all
I'm gonna
right,
catch you later,
if
but
it's written, if it's written in stone, then we would have it recorded. Now you might have some people tampering with it, but we still would need contemporary writings or some type of contemporary tablet. They have they found writings in Egypt that showed what the Egyptians were doing in there. Like not even the people of higher power, like just the common workers, the people who lived on the land. They have these writings. So we know what was going on. During the time of Jesus, we have no writings to tell us what was going on. What day he was crucified, what time it was. We don't have these.
I mean, I believe by faith, so hopefully you guys
Well,
find the evidence.
some people don't go off just faith. We need facts.
I mean, I hope you find it. I hope you find the facts. But all right,
That's
let's
just
say this.
like when the Giants played New England in the Super Bowl, and it was like 4th and 8 or something, and then Eli Manning was scrambling and he almost got tackled, and then he just threw the ball downfield, and the guy caught it on his helmet and got hit, and he still came down. If you told me that, I'd be like, no fucking way did that happen. And then you pulled it up on your phone, I'd be like, oh shit, it did happen.
Right, but let's
You
say
see
he
what I'm
didn't pull
saying?
it up.
That's evidence.
Right, let's say you didn't pull it up though. Would it change the fact that it did happen?
I would make calls. I need somebody who saw it.
Yeah, but let's
That means that's a contemporary source.
yeah, but let's say that a bunch of people do say that, but a bunch of people are like, no, that doesn't happen. But does it change the fact that it did happen at all in the first place?
If a bunch if a bunch of people were saying that, then I could take what they're saying might be true. But where are
Okay,
they saying it at?
they said they saw it, or they say
Where
the
they
person
say
Okay,
that?
saw
who's
it.
who all like you guys keep going to, oh well, it was 500 witnesses. Where's this writing? Where's these writings for 500 witnesses at?
Well, the 500 witnesses they're talking about is in the Bible, but if you ask me independent source, I don't really know much like that.
That's what I'm talking about. We need contemporary sources.
But let's say
If we don't
let's
have
say the truth.
if we don't
Let's
have
say
contemporary sources, then that means we gotta go to the people who's doing the study now, and we gotta see what they say. We have to rely on their word. We just don't go off faith. You see what
so.
I'm
Let's say
saying? It's easy. This is how I see it when people say, "Oh, well, I believe our faith." That means you don't want to do no work. Oh yeah, I'm
it's a
gonna
lie.
pass my science test tomorrow. I'm not even gonna study. I got faith I'm gonna pass the test. So you don't want to do no work. Religious
Right.
people don't want to
Really,
put the
it's
work in to find out what they're believing in is true. They just go off faith. Yeah,
not
it's faith. You
really.
gotta have faith. You gotta have really because
It takes a lot. It takes a lot to
every time
believe.
they get on this platform, they say, "Brother, you gotta believe. You gotta let the Spirit of God in your heart so you can believe in the faith." They always say strange shit like that.
Let's say let's say Michael Jordan got back and he 1v1 LeBron in a parking lot, right? And they 1v1 and Jordan beat LeBron. And the
Mm-hmm.
people that are around there, let's say 30 people watched. None of them probably pulled up their phones. None of them did that. But they go out telling everybody like, "Hey, stop that whole GOAT debate. It's MJ. It's MJ. He just finished LeBron. They played 21. He swept them clean. Like it's not even a debate no more." And
Mm-hmm.
people are saying, "No, no, that never happened. Show me proof." They're like, "I don't have anything, but it happened." Does that change the fact that the people don't believe? Does it change the
No,
fact
it
that
doesn't. It doesn't change the fact that those people don't believe. But the
right?
people who witness it, the people who witness it, know that it happened. And then the two players that played will eventually come out and tell us what happened.
Right, but we it's
Or their fan.
if
And
we
here's
use
the
like
other part. Ain't nobody going to hell for that. There's nobody walking around living their life thinking like, damn man, I didn't believe in Kareem, I'm about to go to hell. Like that don't even exist in that situation. So they
But
wouldn't
what
even really care.
I'm trying to use like the correlation though, like the correspondence, like whether or not MJ and LeBron decide to speak on it or not. And people were telling you about it. Some people believe like, yeah, I heard him say it, so I'm gonna believe. I'll believe it because he did say he was going to the park the other. Yeah, I'll believe it. Some people will just believe after the fact that someone else said it. And some people will be like, nah, you don't have enough proof, but it doesn't change the fact
Hmm.
that it happened.
Right, and we've been fooled. I mean, men fool each other, so it's a natural reaction to not trust them. Like, yo, man, it's too many Ponzi schemes and fake gods and stuff. This is natural. This is supposed to happen. This we're supposed, and this is something I think people also leave out. Two things. For one, we're sitting here thinking like the creator is sitting here updating this book, right? Whether you say inspiration or he's speaking to them in bushes and mountains and stuff, is updating this the whole time. But we see men doing it. We know what the book says, but we see the men. There's a difference between the people putting it together, telling you what books not to add to it, adding stuff in the footnotes, taking things out. We see that the additions, the manuscripts that they say that they reject. We see all of this happening, but in the book it says that God is telling them to do this stuff. So when do we separate that? And the second thing, we got like 3,200 characters, important characters in the book. We got more than that, but I'm saying 3,200 important characters in the book. Now if you take the flood people out and you go down to like 2,700, 2,600 people, you got 2,600 important characters, and these are very important people. They're not just like people standing around. These are important people, right? So these families, where are they at? Like, where are these families at? Where are these kids of the 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 kids who are holding this in their family? Are we saying that these some evil people like traveled around the world to all of the different places where these people escaped at and just erased their family history? They had writers.
Solomon had what?
That's
But
200
the
wives.
20
He had over 2,000
2,600
kings.
people, bro.
Where's his lineage?
if you're looking at it in this way, let's say because when you go down bloodline, a lot of stuff could get lost. So, like for
No,
example,
not
you
just
don't.
bloodline. I'm saying documentation. Like
Yeah, but
my great great grandfather was raised from the dead by Jesus. You know, my great
but
great grandfather was a writer. He was a scribe. My great great grandfather was married to Noah's daughter. My great great grandfather, like this can we can keep track of this because it was miraculous what was happening. Ezekiel went up in the whirlwind, and Elijah, like these people are doing some incredible stuff, healing people, fighting wars, defeating tens of thousands of people.
mhm,
Like, yo, and nobody's family is keeping record of this. They have grandkids, cousins, aunts, uncles, great grandparents, like, no, and no one's keeping records.
because they did a lot of oral tradition. But hear me out. For all you know, you could be the great 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 grandson of a king in Africa somewhere at a point in time, but you'd never know that. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
But it
But
wouldn't
that
it
wouldn't,
wouldn't change it wouldn't change the fact. Let's say a story did come out about him, but you don't know that could have been ten generations down your great grandfather, and there's a whole story about him and everything. But it was not it wasn't documented in the bloodline.
right. But this is we're talking about the interaction with angels, God, and the devil. Like we're interacting with those beings. Like you're going to keep record of that. That's not something you let slip. You can lose the bloodline, but you're gonna keep the stories. And like you said with the oral traditions, you're right. They do have oral traditions. I don't know if you ran into Zemelik, what's it, Giza, Zemelik Giza. His
I heard
family
of
has the oral traditions. They're different from the Bible, though. They've been keeping oral traditions over there for a very long time. And he's telling us what these oral traditions are that they passing down. The Jews that nobody agree with, they're passing it. They're telling you that Jesus was not their savior. They're passing it down. We just don't
I
listen
don't,
to them
uh, with the Jews. I just ask them, then where's your Messiah, and they don't have an answer. But
because he didn't show up yet. You can't kill him.
but Their Messiah, what they believe the Messiah was, is supposed to be someone to come and overthrow
Deliver their
every
people.
power. Yeah,
Hmm.
overthrow every power and then make Israel the greatest nation on the planet.
Right. Then
By
that's how you know when he'll show up. And it didn't say that you can kill him either.
It
He
didn't say
won't be
that you could
stopped.
kill.
That's the, yeah. He's not going
Yeah,
to
he
be
won't be
stopped. You
stopped.
can't. That dude got stopped right in his tracks. He only went to 30. I mean, I know 30 something is kind of old back then, but still,
33.
yeah, like this, they stopped him dead in his tracks.
The average life
Hey.
expectancy for somebody during Jesus' time was 24 years.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, he lived some time. He updated that 9 years. But
Yeah, I mean he
I
did stuff thizzle. But when you go into the Bible, you got
oh,
people living for 400 years.
that's the beginning. But if you, I don't know, man. I believe by faith. So I usually I don't get shaken up by a lot of things because it's a lot of faith based. The
R-
arguments I'll make would be dangerous for someone that is believing by evidence. You know.
Right. There's no, and I don't
I
have a problem with that. Like I have my stuff I believe by faith, but I'm not about to condemn anybody else for it.
Well, I don't condemn people. I just tell you about it.
You don't have to. Like I use the example all the time with the mafia when they come in and they make their statement, they slit throats and beat people with bats and stick pool sticks in their head. When they pull up the next week and ask for their 30% or they take it up to 50%, you just give it up. We already know what your doctrine preaches. If we don't follow you and listen to what the stuff you saying and accept that stuff into our spirit and give our souls to it or whatever, then we're gonna get in trouble. So you don't have to say it no more. The Crusaders put in the work for you, bro. You ain't got to do it no more. You can just say, "Hey, I follow Jesus." Oh, we know what he on. We already know when the mafia pull up to the deli, give them their damn money, or it's gonna be some shit.
But Mo, you said even if he was real, you wouldn't want anything to do with him.
Correct.
Because we see the evil that he do on the world. So why would we follow evil?
Well, let's say
See
this is God,
this
right?
is what it is. Christians overlook the evil that God is doing in the world, and then they blame the devil for it.
Let's say it's God,
And
right?
a lot of Christians, God does no wrong. They justify the killing.
God does no wrong, but think about it this way: if this is God, right? So you would believe that his intelligence is higher than yours, right? Would
What
that be
I
reason?
Is
believe
this
is
all?
that
Is this all Almighty?
Yeah, the Almighty, right?
Um, it could be. I mean, I don't know. I would have to see. I got to take everything you saying and then go off of believing what you said. So before I can even get into believing the actual creator, I have to deal with what you told me about it. So I'm actually believing you.
So let's say the Most High. So this is the being that is at the top of the food chain, right?
Hmm.
The attributes. What's the attribute you think he possess?
the same as man.
Then what would make him top of the food chain?
You
Because even
saying it?
That's what we're asking.
no, because even with man, top of the food chain is by stuff like power, knowledge. Like when the white
Right.
man
And
came
we
to
have
Africa,
that.
like when the white man came to Africa, it was about they had guns and they had developed technology, so they could subdue them much easier and put them into ships against their will. That's what put them at the top of the food chain at the time. So if we're going top of the food chain, then God just can't be like everybody else. He'd have to have something that is top of the food chain.
Mm. But
I
see,
don't
here's the
know.
problem. Here's the problem.
Hmm.
You're saying it. You're asking me. I can only go off the concepts that we've created over time of this God. It's not like the God is actually there. It's I'm taking what you're saying and then I can give you my response to it. It's outside of time. It knows everything. It's he, we call it he, but it's not a he. Y'all learning. I see y'all. On the low, y'all learning because y'all they trying to get out of that one. Like because it makes sense. It's like wait a minute, how is it a he? What are you distinguishing from? But still, it's off of what you said. So
Yeah, but
I'm going off of what you said, and we're just talking about it's not even the actual creator. We have no clue what that is. I'm just entertaining what you said.
okay. Let's say this is the most high, right? For a second. Let's not even talk about the timeless eternal thing. Let's just use the example that he also started at some point. Whether he made himself or whatever, but the person that is in rule of the universe, uh, he is top of the food chain. Would
Hmm.
you think that his intelligence would be like everybody else, or would he have to be smarter?
Um, See, it could be creating It could have created intelligence because it's making something. This could be the process of it making something, and we're sitting here thinking it already knows. It could be running us through some type of system so that it can take the best of the best of the best.
A
Okay,
simulation
but it would,
process.
but yeah, but what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be still at a higher level of intelligence than us? Because even if we comprehend something at a certain time, he probably got it before we did.
And that's what I'm saying. What if intelligence is being made? What if it's being made right now?
If intelligence is being made right now, that wouldn't make him evil then. That would be learning.
That see that this is where it gets a little too deep. What we know of is what we talk about. Like when we say you know why we talk about the universe now is because we know of a universe. We could all be gone, and then our children's children find out that there's something beyond the universe, and then they'll start talking about that, and they'll incorporate that into their religious text because we can't know something that God didn't know. That's why it's going to always have to be updated. They used to think it was just the sky.
Mm,
The sky. We go to the sky. Now we know that the sky is a perception. It's like you're up. You're thinking about up because of your position. Up ain't really up. You could be upside down, in relation to something else. So it's our
yeah,
perspective. So what we know, like
exactly.
colors, you have your colors, you have your sound, your tune, the
Yeah.
music scale and everything. But there could be other
Uh-huh.
sounds. There could be other
Yeah.
rules in different places, and we're just talking about what we know, and we think that that's in relation to the creator.
All
The
right. That,
creator
that's
could have set this up and then went about his business, and we over here talking about we so special. We gonna get to meet the creator after we die. Like,
that's
it probably just moved on and did something else. How do we know?
all right. All right. I could roll with you here. You could say this is our perspective of how we see things. How about if when we are accusing God of doing evil, it's our perspective? Is that a
They say
possibility
say that
that it's
again. Say
our
that again.
like? Is it also a possibility that what we say God is doing is evil could just be our perspective, and there's an objective view onto it?
Yeah, I mean that is what it is.
It is possible that God is really not evil.
Not
Not to
yours.
me.
Your God is evil, bro. your,
Let's say
your
I'm
God is
asking
evil.
if it's a
I
possibility
was just talking about the creator with and thinking with an open mind. When we talk
with
about your
everything
God, we got to
everything
close
that's
our mind.
happened, with everything that's happening, whether it be mine, Allah, this, that, everything that's happened throughout the course of history, there's been evil happening everywhere that you can point to God and say it's your fault. What if it's our perspective and there's an objective view? Is that a possibility?
Not again, not with the way that your creator describes itself. It's saying that we were here, we fucked up, and we in trouble. We fucked up, and then he killed everybody and started it over, and then left the devil alive. That's wicked. Kill
And then
him
they
and see
fucked
what we
Well,
up
do.
well,
again.
Yep,
And
and
he
this is
had
the
to
example.
sacrifice himself.
Well,
This and
besides,
yeah, look, and this is the example I always give. Why not give us the ability to create evil? When people say, "Well, it would have been a perfect world," and then how would you know to do right or wrong if you cool? Give us the ability to create evil, not to be influenced by something that's living longer than us, and we keep on starting over. We got like a semi reincarnation because we're somehow responsible for what our ancestors did, but yet this religious system rejects reincarnation, but we're in trouble. You see how that's
yeah,
wicked in itself.
but
Don't
but
believe in
we
reincarnation, but take a punishment for your ancestors.
we we
What?
we'll address that, but I'm saying in the case of it's just everything that's happened in the world, minus we're not in one religion right now. Just in the
Mhm.
broad of everything that's happened since man has been, right? Are they things that you could say God is evil for?
Yes.
Are you saying without the belief of your God,
Yeah,
or you
without
just
the belief. Without the belief.
no? Then it wouldn't. I would think that we're more responsible for that, or maybe some other beings that are a little more advanced than us, whether they be
No, but
humans
the,
who have some knowledge we don't, or some other shit.
I'm saying it in this way. There's a God, whatever he is, and he's
Mm-hmm.
responsible for everything that's happening. He's sustaining it. He's everywhere. He sees everything. He's all powerful, etc. All those attributes. No specific name, no specific religion. There's things that, and there's Satan still with the angels and everything. There's no
Nah,
specific
bro, that
God.
got to come with the religion.
No, because
Yo, if
the,
we
the Muslims believe that there's a Satan. The Hindus believe that there's a Satan. Yeah. The
because they have the
the
same roots.
with the Zeus ones, they believe that there's a dark world and power or whatever. So, like, let's say with that still narrative, not specifically the biblical narrative, just that narrative of good and evil entities that are beyond humans, still in play from the beginning of time, from the beginning of
Mhm.
man. Is there things that you could point out and say God is evil for?
Does this God make the claim?
No, not making no claim or anything. Yeah, let's say that God makes the claim that he has no evil.
And but does he take credit for creating the angels, these or these
Yeah.
other beings, whatever?
Yeah,
That
he
if he takes the
created
credit
everything.
for it, yeah, yeah, then yeah, I'm gonna have
Okay,
to let him have that because I didn't do it.
so
Mm-hmm.
all right, so is there a possibility that with that uh
Level of
that is
intelligence.
just a perspective and there's an objective view?
Why is he giving me this type of rationale? Why can I reason like that and be able to think like, okay, these things transpire this way in sequence. I'm looking at it, and if I remove this event, then it doesn't happen. And who's there present in this event? That God. Who claimed it? The God. So
But
he owns it. He confessed to it.
let's
Why
say
would I
even if
blame it
there
on
was
someone else?
no evil forces that's influencing. Let's say all right, all right, let's address the flood issue. Right? With the flood issue, what happened is that's not even the devil that you're thinking about. It says the sons of God, which are the angels, some of them that were still left up there. This is not the devil and his angels. Some of them that were still up there, they thought that the women became beautiful. So they came down here, some of them came down here, and they mated with them. And they made giants and evil men, and the world got filled with a lot of evil. So God saw that the human race was turning into something else that he initially didn't create. So he wiped them out. He only saved 8 who were preserved people. So he wiped the rest out that were demigods in a way, I guess you'd say. Wiped them out. But the angels that left to come mate with the humans, he took them and chained them up into a dark abyss where they await judgment. So with Satan and those group of angels are two different groups of people.
They're still, but they're all devils.
You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're
Yeah,
all
they
still
be. I mean,
devils.
in a way, in a way, you could say that those are devils too, because they left
He's just the
heaven.
chief devil.
So, and
Yeah,
then God took
he
them,
that's
and
favoritism. Because if you're gonna chain up one, why not chain up all?
so
And look, bro,
he
hey,
it,
drops. Listen, I can accept this if I could at least fight this man. Like if I can fight this thing, I can't even touch him. Why can't I beat
what
his ass? Like I should be able to do the same shit he does. If he can possess people and demons can possess people, I should be able to possess a demon and then go trick Satan into jumping off a cliff
that,
like they get in people's body and convince them to kill themselves. I should
that's
jump
the
in one of their
thing.
body and convince them to kill a damn self. Why not?
What's the That's the thing. They don't have a body. We have a body.
Well, then I should be able to transform into a
Hold
spirit like
on,
God
hold
does.
on, hold
I could
on.
come on, man.
Are
He
you
can't have more
saying
abilities
that
than
the
me.
fallen angels
Mhm.
from heaven that came here don't have bodies?
They can manifest into a body, but they don't have bodies now.
So what was the point of the flood?
The point of the flood was to wipe out the the demi
Humans.
the demi the hybrids
How did they
The
become
hybrids
hybrids?
from what? Hold on, Mo. That's where I'm going.
from the
That's where I'm
angels
going.
from the angels from the angels that came
But you
down.
just said the angels didn't have a body. So how are they
Yeah, they
impregnating
don't.
people?
No, they don't have initially like a body like we do. Like we have a body, and you're here. You have this body. This is where you're limited to. They are spirits and can get a body, but they're not limited to that body. Understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
Kind of.
again, so they can go in people's bodies, right?
Yes.
So they're going in people's bodies and they're impregnating other people, right?
They weren't getting into other people's bodies. They were manifested in the body and came like a normal person. Like there's an account of Abraham, two angels, and the Lord came down, and they looked like people. They looked like people. They had flesh, and they ate with them, and he washed their feet. That's what those angels did. They manifested into a body,
Mm-hmm.
so they can go in and out of a body on their own, and they can also go into other people's bodies.
So when they did that, the women got pregnant.
No, they came in the form of a person. They came in the form of a people, and they mated with them.
Okay, so all right, so they inhabit like a man's body and then they sleep with a woman. And because they were in that man's body, the genetic code is changed.
Some say that, some say they made their own bodies and it was them themselves. So that's unclear on which way
Okay,
is real.
well, no matter which way you cut it, this is some complex shit. And I'm saying I should have the same complex abilities to fight these things. Instead, I come out my mom's womb crawling around, and by the time I grow up, I could be under the wrong religion. Like this is crazy, and it's obviously them doing it, right? It's their fault that they're making all of these fake ass religions, and I could be born in the wrong one and go to hell. I need to be able to fight these things. I should have the when you're born, you should know that they hear corrupt in these texts. You should have a fair chance to fight against them and then turn. Like these people were face to face talking to God. They seen Moses from a distance, even though they was like, "Oh no, he's too powerful. We need to step back." They still knew it was going down. That he was talking to the Most High up there. They chose themselves to back up because they didn't think they was worthy of hearing it, but they knew it was real. And every time they disobeyed, they were disobeying and knowing for a fact that this God was real. We don't know anything. We have to believe stuff,
Yep.
But the
and that's
thing
not
is,
fair.
Mo,
Even the yeah, go ahead.
but the thing is, Mo, how is it in this sense, even if the God of the Bible is real and he revealed himself to you, whether it be publicly or privately, you said that you wouldn't be on his side anyway.
Because he evil.
Because there's a yeah, because see, there's a chance. I think that it's 99.999% correct on my side that you're wrong. I think you're wrong, man. I think y'all worshiping some wicked shit It's not really the creator of all things. I think it's something that's probably advanced. That's the possibility I'm giving you. That it's something else and it's more
But
advanced than us, and it tricked y'all. It tricked y'all into worshiping it. That's what I think. So
what I'm
that's why I don't follow it. I'm not saying that it's the real creator. I do not believe, not for 1 second, that this is the real creator behind all this confusion.
no, but I'm saying in the sense that if let's say this was the real creator and he showed himself to you.
Yeah, if somehow, and it says that you're right about everything you're saying, he made this flood and the angels got all these abilities and they fallen and they demons and they possessing people and he's protecting them. He's not letting us do no harm to them. He prevented us from having abilities to fight them. It should be a fair fight where like it's handicapped. They're winning off of the power that was given to them. No, I don't want to be around that thing. We might be sitting there chilling for eons, listening to people burn in hell, and then he go, "Hey, I need you to go to this planet and kill yourself, and then leave." And then these people gonna have faith. He could have had me running these damn tricks on other people. I don't want to be around that. I will nosedive into hell. If somebody say, "Yo, he was correct. You should have listened to drops." Good, I'm out of here. He ain't gotta catch me nowhere. I'm a jump. That's crazy, bro. I'm not. That's crazy. That is very crazy, man. I know y'all get into y'all faith and y'all be like tied up in it and you happy to go to a good place when you leave here. But there's some people that are going through some sick shit in this life and it's all because of this confusion. And we're saying that God is just like, well, you better figure it out. People don't even live that long. People grow up in certain situations. They don't even have time for religion. They grow up in some sick ass environments. They don't have time for this shit. And these are supposedly demons doing this. They don't have a fair fight.
Bro,
And all the
Handicap
leeway
so
match.
here's the thing is
and then all the look one more thing. All of the things that we doing now, like I said, with forensic science, um, testing the blood, fingerprinting, rape kits, cameras, weapons. These things are helping us defend ourselves against these demons. We got to create our own tools to defend ourselves against these so-called demons. He's
bro,
not
but
helping us at all.
not everything that we do is in blame of demons. There's a lot of stuff that is man that is doing it. When we say that we have sin was from when we're born, it's not everything that your dad did is upon you. It's when we say we have sin, the initial sin that we're born with, it's when Adam was perfect and he disobeyed God. His
Yes,
seed
but
have to
listen,
inherit
listen,
what he
listen to
has.
what you why. Why does the seed have to inherit the sin of his forefather?
Let me ask you this: if your father was Bill Gates or your father was a multi-billionaire and he had built this empire and this huge money and he passes away, is it right for someone to take that money away from you and say, well, that you didn't build that, it wasn't yours, you can't inherit that? No, it's your father's. Of course you're gonna take it. The same way when someone, let's say their dad was a piece of shit, didn't do anything with their life, the kids
You
inherit what their
don't,
father
but
left though.
Right. Hey,
you
you're
don't
correct, Drop.
inherit the
You
piece of shit.
No, you don't inherit the
You
piece of
see what
shit,
I'm
but
saying?
at the end of the day, you inherit the consequences of what he has left, though. That's what I'm saying. But it doesn't
but
it
that
doesn't change the fact that you still have to work on your own to make yourself better. And the kid that inherited $1 billion, it doesn't change the fact that he still has to work to keep that $1 billion.
you're correct. But here's the problem. The angels, right? They
Mm-hmm.
know. They know God right now. They don't need
Mm-hmm.
faith. They already know God is real. That
Mm-hmm.
God is not playing a game with them. Like, hey, here's the book, a demon book, and y'all better find your way to the creator or whatever. They don't have to. They know who Satan is. They know who God is, Gabriel, Michael. They know all of that. We gotta
Mm-hmm.
believe it. That's not fair. That's handicap. That they know their
I would say,
lineage. They know they fell from glory. They know all of that. We just born goo goo gaga, sucking on your finger and getting milk, and then
I'd say,
come on, bro. We're born blank. We don't know
I would,
shit. These demons know what happened. We don't know.
I would say that we're favored more because with these angels knowing and having the knowledge of knowing, if they fuck up, it's over. There ain't no second chances. You fuck up, it's done. You don't have no second chances. You have no repentance. You have no this or that. Let's say the children of Israel was real. They believed in God. They knew He was there. They knew everything. They fucked up, and He was still there. They fucked up. He was still there. They fucked. the chances that you could change. I don't know if you'd want to throw that away for you
Listen
to know
though.
for sure.
You gotta understand this one simple concept, right?
Mhm.
All throughout the Bible, the people that are supposed to be following God keep fucking up.
Yes,
So if these people who are witnessed, they witness the power,
yes,
they witness God's glory, they
yes,
witness Him destroy stuff, they witness Him give them stuff to sustain life. If
yes.
they keep fucking up following this guy, what
Uh-huh.
makes you think we not gonna fuck up?
It doesn't say that we not gonna fuck up. It says we're of course gonna fuck up.
But we're
We're
getting
we're
punished.
we're striving to not. They got punished too. It's the thing. The
They
thing is
no
that we're
listen.
not.
They got punished and they knew better because they
Yeah, but
witnessed it. We're asking this simple thing. We're asking God to come out of the sky and tell us He's real. That's what
brother,
we're
let
asking.
but
We're not
think
asking.
think
We're
of
not
it.
asking for. We're not asking to have faith. We're not asking for belief. We're not asking for. Oh, I had a traumatic circumstance happen in my life, so I turned my life to Christ. We're asking for one simple thing: pop out and show up.
What does that do then? If
That
he pops
Bro,
up,
because look, check this out. Even this is one of the issues that scholars had with Jesus. That really, before you even get to the resurrection, there's a problem. Because considering this, it would make no sense that this person is going to teach you how to walk in faith, and they already know. Jesus knows the Father. He knows where he came from. He knows where he's going. You don't have to worry about that. So he's not
but
really teaching us anything. And we already had laws that said you respect people and love other people and help the needy. That's old, way before he came into in existence.
yes,
He's not telling us
it's
anything
the
new.
nobody is. We weren't claiming that it's new. The problem is that people have not implemented it. When Christ came, yes, we're supposed to be nice to people and love your neighbor as yourself and whatnot, but people were not implementing it. Even to this day, people don't implement those stuff. There was a woman that had five husbands, and then everybody thought she was ran through, and nobody would talk to her in society. Christ was talking to her, treated her like a normal person. I I never claimed that Jesus came with some new revolutionary different teaching that we didn't already know. Everything he said, we been on that. It's just that people don't apply it in life, and that's not even at the time. Even today, people don't apply stuff like that. You know what
Right.
I'm
So
saying?
why am I supposed to be so amazed at this situation when he ain't doing
Amazed at
nothing?
what?
Like I've seen people in history. I can't sit here and say because it's popular that people believe in this resurrection that I'm gonna reject all of the other civilizations that spoke about resurrections. They're all
Well,
mythology, but this one is real.
we all right. Let's say God does come, right? He does come, and he says what he has to say, right? Or whatever
Mhm.
you want him to say, right? He says it. What does that change?
Because you would be right if he say drops is right, Ralph is right. Traveling is right, and or Allah pops out and say that the Aussie dude is right, the Muslims are right. Boom, then it is correct what they saying, and then I don't have to be sitting here thinking that these people got tricked, they got fooled, and they sitting here
So,
making people think that they're going to
but I'm
burn
saying
in the afterlife and all that shit. Then
I'm
the
saying
tension
from
is
you
gone.
though. From you though, what does that change with you though? Do you start following this guy, or you just like, nah, whatever? I'm gonna just go and do something better with my life, I guess.
even if
I'm gonna do something
he
better with my life,
presents,
despite which God is real. The God, whatever God is real or fake, is not going to stop me from being trying to be a better person. God never affected that with me. Like I've been trying to fight evil when I was a Christian, when I was a Hebrew Israelite. Like I've always been against evil and peace
Yeah.
and helping the innocent people and spreading truth. I've always been like that. That was just
Hmm.
something that my parents gave down to me, and I use that as a tool. So
Okay.
that's it's not going to change anything.
So do you start following this guy, or you still the same? You don't change? Does
But
it change
if what
anything
he's
with you? Is what
teaching,
I'm asking.
if well, I still follow Christ though. I don't have to believe that that's a correct person. Like I don't have to follow a professor because they have information that I use for citation in my book. I don't have to follow them. They still say things that are true, and then they also do things in their life. There's some scholars that are in prison right now. Like, but you know what I'm saying? Like they said things that were true. I'm not gonna follow his steps and then praise him and worship him and believe that they came from God or he got his information. Like Zachariah Sitchin, the way he say he got his information, Aleister Crowley, they say things that are true that you can apply in your life, but you're not gonna follow them and worship the things they worship or say that they're gods. I think Aleister Crowley said he was a god. Like, nah, that's different. I
Nah,
can
that
take your
nigga
truth
said
and keep it moving.
Aleister Crowley said he was the beast. He was
All right.
the wickedest man known to man. He said he is 666.
So even if a God came and explained something or did whatever, it wouldn't change anything for you.
Yes,
So
it
what's the
would.
Ron
point?
L.
So
Hubbard
what's the point?
and Aleister Crowley both said that they Wiccans and they the most evilest Wiccan there was.
God could be evil. They still think they powerful. They thought they had some serious power, man. They was right about some things, but they went off way to the left on some other type shit. But I mean, what drops, I would at least know that you're not lying. That does help because I think that you've been fooled and that you worshiping some wicked shit, bro. I'm telling you, I am 100% convinced that people are worshiping an evil entity. The shit is evil to me. I don't know if y'all
So
just can't calculate it or if you just so scared of hell. It's evil, and I don't think y'all understand that. Yo, he could say like I'm your creator. That could be true, and that you're gonna go to hell if you don't listen to me. And he's still evil, and I can choose because I have the free will to say no. I don't agree with that. That's wicked. I don't care if you're the creator or not. That is wicked, and I don't want to be around that. And then the only thing after that he can do is force me to go with him. No, but you did good when you were there. I want you to be with me. Well, you gonna have to force me to do it. You got to make me do it because I don't want to be around that shit. So you have to turn me to a robot and then just program me to follow you.
Susan, is that the same for you?
If if there was a so-called God and I saw him, I got questions. Before I can follow him, he got to answer my questions. If I don't like what I'm hearing, then no. Why are you letting all this evil shit happen? Why my people go through slavery for 400 years of the transatlantic slave trade? Why did my people go through slavery through the Islamic slave trade between 1200 and 1800 years? So I got questions. Why you turn your back on us? You see us down here struggling. Every color known to man is struggling right now because we got wicked governments, and you ain't lift a finger to help. You on the sideline while the other team is winning the game. You not helping. You not helping.
So you have an issue with God with the oppression going on?
God got an issue with itself. Before I have a problem with him or any type of issue, he got an issue with himself. Because this is what happened. He came up like, well, I'm God. I'm going to create a human in the flesh to be God. Then I'm going to create a Holy Spirit. So you got Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. He has a problem with himself. God is a schizo.
He didn't
You
create
create,
it.
you create man, you create man. Then you wipe man out because you don't like the lifestyle choices that you put them on the earth and they picked up. You could have easily just erased that because you know you're the most powerful. So you flood them out. Then the same stuff that you flooded them for shows back up. It shows back up on earth. You ain't wiped them out then. What you do?
Right.
You
They
let them.
still taking
You
over
let.
people's bodies, just like they was doing before. They still possess people. So what you
you
killed
got
all of those
you
hybrids for no
Well,
reason.
you
well,
got
so today,
you got Sodom and Gomorrah in every city here on earth. So you
yep.
wiped men out for no reason.
when he did that. But a lot of stuff that we read from the Old Testament, when you read in the New Testament, it says that these things were a lesson, or they were a warning, a descriptive. So now people have a chance, and like, oh, that happened to them, so I'm not gonna do that. So this happened to them,
He
so I'm not
put.
gonna do that.
Have you ever
Cause it,
played?
cause
What's the name of it? Tycoon World, where you get to create your own theme parks and shit.
no, I haven't played it.
I know what you're
Well,
talking about.
it's a video game when you get to create your own theme park. That's what God did. God created the theme park for humans, and He set the obstacles up in our way to lead us down the path of destruction. And we supposed to take the blame for the path that we chose in life when He knew the path. He put he put the obstacle in your way for you to fuck up. Then He blames you when you fuck up.
I mean, he didn't. That's. I think of it this way. That's like blaming a parent because their
No, 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 no,
5-year-old.
no, no. You cannot blame the parent because parents want the best for their children. Parents don't intentionally sabotage their kids' life so they can stay on the righteous path. They don't do that.
Like how
If a parent
sabotage.
if a parent is doing that, then they're fucking evil.
No, but here's what I'm saying, right?
I'm
For
not
like
gonna tell
example,
my son, I'm not gonna tell my 15-year-old son, look, I want you to do right in school, get good grades, and when you come home, clean up the house. And when you go out to go play with your friends, I don't want you to run around the streets and start gang banging and shooting at people. And then the next day he come home, I throw him a quarter pound of fucking heroin, and I give him an 8 ball of fucking marijuana, and I say, hey, go hit the streets and sell this. I'm not
no,
gonna do that. That's what God
look at it.
God set us up for failure.
No, he hasn't. Because think of it this way. Think of it this way. In a house, there's knives in the kitchen. There's a stove in the kitchen. There's an oven and everything. That stays in the kitchen. When the parent is not home and the kid decides to go to the kitchen and takes a
Mm-hmm.
knife and play with it and gets hurt,
Mm-hmm.
we don't blame the parent. That knife was where it was
You
supposed to
right.
be.
You right. We don't blame the parent. Child protective services will though. And you just
Yes, but
said you just said when the parent's not at home. So that means God is sitting on the sideline letting us fuck ourselves up because the same analogy is when the parent is not home, the children will go into the kitchen and get the knife and hurt themselves, right?
mhm.
So God is on the sideline letting us fuck ourselves up. He got the capability to stop it and he don't. He
But here's the thing, though, brother. If everything that was bad that was about to happen that was bad or that was against God and God stopped it, so what's the point in making choices then? Because if I'm about to make a choice, that's like strict kids. Strict kids. A lot of their parents are keeping them away from bad things, but they feel trapped, and those kids just turn sneaky more. They just turn into a desire of just doing stuff that they're not supposed to do more. And when they get that freedom, they just go on a rampage. So
there's no
what?
freedom. There's no freedom in the book because God knows everything. He set your life up before you even know what you're gonna do in your life. So he set you up from the jump. Y'all keep talking.
He didn't.
Look, this is what Christians do. Oh, well, that doesn't happen because God gives you free will. You're picking from the choices that God is choosing for you. That is not free will.
No, not really. You're picking from the choices of your environment of what's happened. The
You're
choices
picking
that
from the choices that were given to you from the choices God wanted you to have. That's not free will. That's
no, let's say
manipulation.
that's not manipulation. I mean, if you grow up in a house where, let's say, the dad's gangbanging and the mom's a drug addict. Now you grow up, the choices that you have is to either follow that route or try to make something of myself. That's the choice that you have.
And God
Where
could have stepped in. God could have stepped in like Jesus stepped in, healing people, right? Bringing people back from the dead, feeding people with 2 fish. God could have did the same concept because Jesus got the power from his father. He could have stopped my mom from being a prostitute, and he could have stopped my pops from selling drugs. But he sat on the sideline and did nothing.
yeah,
Hey, brother, we're not
yeah, but
robots. We're
Okay,
not robots.
does this sound, Ralph? Does what does this mean to you then? What does this mean?
What I'm saying,
Many
what I'm saying.
Proverbs 19:21. Tell me what this means. Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails.
yes.
Say that
So
again.
I know what he's reading.
Go ahead.
Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails.
Right,
Yes, but
God purpose is it is gonna take over because you got to understand when you read the Bible, God already has a plan for us, whether we want to accept that or not. And it's all about His government. His government is gonna solve all our problems.
Right.
God
So
yeah,
got a
what's the free
government.
will? So
listen,
so
listen,
free
listen, wait,
will.
wait.
So free
Hold
will
on.
is partial, correct?
Let me explain it a little better, Mom. In this
Go
sense,
ahead.
you're saying it in this sense, right? Let's say something happens, a situation happens. Like for example, let's say a rape case happens, where
Right.
a person planned to do this to someone else and they did this. When it says the plan of the Lord prevails, it's not that the act itself was the plan of God, but let's say at the end of it, maybe the child that's born from that, if the mother doesn't abort the kid, that child might be the one to find out how to cure cancer, for example. That might have been the Lord's plan that prevailed at the end of the day. In that sense, not that everything that we do is the plan of the Lord. Not like
Well, it's
that.
even more
He
specific
just
in the earlier verse. It's more specific. It says, "We make our plans, but the Lord
Yes.
determines the steps." So I'm saying I'm going to go to the store. That's my plan. As soon as I take my first step, that's him. That's not free will. If he's determining
No,
the
no,
steps, I may
no.
not end up at the store. Bro,
No,
what?
we're not
Damn.
robots. See, y'all gotta understand we're not robots.
I know I'm
no,
not. I'm trying to show you that.
we
I'm trying
We're
to
not
show you
understand.
what the
robots.
word of God says, though.
Y'all don't understand what y'all read. Y'all read it and then y'all put your own interpretation on it instead of just reading the scripture for what it is and what it's saying. If it
No, but
says that this is God's plan, your plan ain't God's plan. You're gonna do whatever your body's gonna do whatever God's plan is. That means He's manipulating you to do something you don't want to do, and then y'all take the verse and then y'all turn it into your own interpretation and make it mean something that He didn't want it to mean.
But you gotta
okay,
You
but
understand
have
I can.
no free
God's
will.
plan is in Jesus Christ. If you
Okay, but
Brother,
understand
doesn't
that.
but
God
I
Ralph,
can
a plan
understand.
when
God
you make a
plan
plan,
is
it
in
has look
hold on,
when you
hold
make a
on,
plan when you make a
hold
plan, it
on.
has step one, step two, step three, step four,
But
step
Let me
five,
okay,
right?
after
let
Right?
Adam
me
and Eve sinned, you gotta remember, after
let me just
Adam
say
and
one thing.
Eve sinned, God set his plan up. You gotta remember that.
Let
And
me
You
it's
just
up
say
can't
you
one
gotta
thing.
plan
understand
nothing. Yo,
you
if
gotta
I have free will, you have to let me go until the end. You cannot
hey,
mess with me if I have free will. That doesn't make sense.
but
So the
you
only
got
thing
to
I can give you,
understand
what
God's
I can
plan
give you, no,
first.
I don't. What I need to understand is why are you telling me we have free will instead of saying we have partial free will? I can give you that one. It's partial because you can make a plan, but then he's going to interfere with your steps.
Yeah,
So it's partial.
No,
it's like
no.
playing
See,
the video
when they
game
say
Fable
when
1,
they say free
Fable
will,
2,
you
and
have
Fable
it's your
3.
choice.
You got
It's
quest
your choice.
mode, you go out and you do all these quests, then you got side missions. So God's purposely putting you on the quest, and then He's putting all these side missions into your life so you can fuck up.
No, not really. It's not like that. It's really
How
it's simple. It's really
you look
simple if you really think
every
about it.
listen, this it is like that because every time something bad happens to you, anyone in life, they say, "Oh, well, that's this God's testing your faith."
No, no, not
Okay, hey, you
necessarily.
know what an audit is?
No.
Ralph, do you know what an
You gotta
audit is?
understand, but you gotta
Ralph,
understand we all was born into sin.
We're
Why?
going to stick to the free will.
This is
Hold on. Let's
this
stick
is
to the free
this
will.
is my
Let's stick to the free will.
point.
Ralph, you know what an audit is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, when people who are involved in the music industry, they do an audit on their record
Okay.
label. They do an audit and they find out all of the money that was taken from them, and they can get it back. The reason they can get it back is for one, let's say for an example, if the record label told you you can do any features you want to without anybody taking any of your money, and then behind your back they take some of the money from the manager and then give you a little bit of it and tell you like it's $100,000 for a feature, but it was actually 200,000 and they took half of it. If you do the audit, you can use a lawyer to find out about that and get that money back. The reason why this happens is because they told you that you had the freedom to do what you want without interference. So once you show that they interfered, it was not free will. You didn't have the free will to do what you want. And I just showed you. If you said I had free will and you interfere, that's a lie.
Hey,
Automatically.
brother. You gotta understand, God is the creator. He's the potter. He made us. We didn't make him.
So he can lie.
No, God can't lie.
So why is
That's
this
what
is a
see.
clear
But
lie?
listen, but
Okay,
listen,
here's
listen.
another lie. Didn't you say Moses didn't speak to God face to face?
Basically,
No.
no. If you read the Bible tells you. The
Okay, I'm
Bible
about to tell.
tells you
It's going to
that.
tell you. It is going to tell you. Look, it says, and
No.
when all of the
It's
people saw the pillar of the cloud standing at the entrance of the tent, all the people would rise up and worship, each at his tent, right? And then the
Right,
next verse says, uh, thus the Lord used to speak to Moses face to face, as
right.
man
But you gotta
speaks to
understand
his
what that
friend.
means. Right,
yes.
that's true.
It's the expression, Mo. It's not literal.
I mean, you
Oh
gotta
man.
understand. The Bible
Okay,
tells you.
so listen. Check this out. The other verse says that no man has seen God face to face.
Face to
We
No,
don't
face.
right.
take
No
that.
man
We
has
don't
seen
look.
God at any
Hold
time.
on. Yo, you're not going to turbo speed me. Slow down.
No, I'm
The
not.
Mm-hmm.
verse
No, I'm not. But
states.
what I'm
The
saying.
verse
But what I'm
states.
saying.
Yo, but look. The verse states. I'm gonna be
Yes.
real quick, and you can answer because I want you to answer this.
Yes.
The verse states, "No man has seen God face to face." We read that and we go, "No man has seen God face to face." Then it says, "Thus the Lord used to speak to Moses face to face," and we go, "Oh, so it's poetic." Why
Well,
wasn't the
But you
first
okay.
one
gotta
poetic?
understand. You
All
gotta
right. So
understand. In,
give.
in order for Moses to see God, he got to be in heaven because God is a spirit. So based on all that is telling you, Moses had a close relationship with God, and he didn't see God, but he had a close relationship with God.
Okay. Mo, let me. Can I answer that?
Hold on. But I want to say this one thing. Only thing I really want to say is this. I mean, God has a plan for us, and it's all got to do with the kingdom that Jesus received in heaven. That's going to be our solution to all the problems that we face. God's
No,
kingdom.
you can't. You cannot say that because the kingdom of heaven was changed. The kingdom of heaven meant the state of Israel, and Christians changed kingdom.
No,
Oh my
no,
God!
no. You got to understand. Jesus took over the kingdom in heaven. When
Why?
Jesus took over the, hold on,
Why do
listen.
I have to understand? You guys need to understand that they
Okay, let me
changed
ask you a
stuff
question.
in the
Let me ask you a
book.
question. When Jesus took over
The
the kingdom in heaven,
the
what
kingdom
Wait,
was
hold
of
on.
heaven meant the state of
Wait. Before
Israel.
y'all do that, wait, do that next. Let Drops respond to it because I want to hear what his explanation.
So what I was gonna say is, when we're reading the scripture, we read it in the way that it makes sense. Right? I know it sounds biased, but of course we read it for it to make sense. The verse before that says, "No man has seen God face to face," and
at any
then later
time.
on, and then later on it says that Moses spoke to God face to face. So it's one of two things, right? And I know you're probably going to be on the other side of it, but it's one of two things. It's either one, that is a contradiction, or two, it has either one of them has to be a figurative talk. And then we choose to say that when God says, "I speak to Moses face to face," we say that's figurative because he said he uses a comparison. He said, "I speak to him face to face as a man speaks to his friend." So that's why we use that to make it make sense. Now it is biased, and
Now,
I'll admit
what
that.
about the instance with Jacob, where he says,
Okay,
what about the instance with Jacob, where it says Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my
okay.
life is preserved.
All right, I'm glad you brought that up. All right, so with Jacob, what he saw, the scripture said that he saw the angel of the Lord. The Israelites also believed that the angel of the Lord was God, because that's who initially appeared to Moses in the burning bush. That's how he presented himself. And with that being said, the angel of the Lord is God taking the form of a person and coming down and talking to people. That's why he said, "I saw God face to face." I mean, with the people that believe Jesus is God, I mean, technically, they could say that they saw God face to face. But when we're talking about seeing God face to face, we're talking about like his full glory, not his literal face, like his entirety. Because if you read in the Moses account, Moses asked God to see his glory, and God's response to him was, "No man can see my face and live." So that's where we get those understandings. It's piecing from different parts of scripture. It's biased, I'll admit that, but that's how we
And you
make
know
sense
why
of it.
you guys do that? So you can try to make sense of a book that has not that much understanding. Because the book is strange as hell, and God's a manipulator and a killer.
But but listen to
When
me
he
though.
says, when he says, when he says he saw God face to face, it doesn't use the word grace.
But
So
hear me.
you go to another verse in the book where you see something that you like that's similar. Oh, well, I'm just going to insert that what they're saying in this verse is the same thing that they're saying in that verse, and now it makes perfect sense.
Okay,
If God is telling you that no man has seen him face to face, then another part of the book says that someone has saw God face to face. You know what we call that? Logical thinkers. We call that a doublet.
but hear me out though. You're reading it and you're reading it straight. Oh, did Ralph leave? Dang.
Hmm.
So when he left the smoke, thought he was gonna thought he was gonna tackle all the questions. But when we when we read it, you got to remember you're reading it just bare sentence. You're disregarding contexts. You're disregarding the story behind it. Because I mean, imagine I told you I came from playing a basketball game, and someone told you, "Man, he went crazy in that game. He dropped 30 points." You're gonna think I'm a good player, and then let's say you're like, "All right, next time I'm gonna watch his game." Then you come watch my game, and I play like ass. You come to the next game, and I play like ass, and it's consistent. You're like, "Man, you lied to me." Like, he didn't lie. The conclusion you come up with the context of everything is that, all right, I had one good game. So even if someone doesn't tell you something clearly, by using contexts and using other parts of it, you can reasonably formulate something to make it make sense. Otherwise, we'd have to call everybody liars, and we'd have to throw away context and figurative talk and all of that. That's
Well,
what I'm saying.
for for me, when I look at it, these same laws that I find in the Hammurabi Code, which I'm still, you said you was going to look at it. He saw his so-called deity face to face when he received them. There was no deny. They didn't have that in their pantheon where it's like, oh, this God right here you can't see face to face. That was the God that gave them their laws. When Shamash handed it to Hammurabi, he saw him face to face. You can see it at the top of the stele, like it's a 9 foot stone, big black stone with with Shamash sitting down, and you know that this is a supreme, some type of advanced high being because it's sitting down, and he's the same height as him, standing up, and he's handing him these laws. Like this is he's seen him face to face, literally on the top of a mountain, the same way Moses did. So what I'm saying is that these people took this shit and they tried to make a more powerful God, and in the process they made contradictions because they were trying to make a more powerful God than the people they took the shit from. So that's my explanation from it. And then you have these other biblical scholars who agree with you, but they explain it a different way. Like they were saying that he just showed him his glory.
Mhm.
It wasn't his face; it was the glory. Showing the sinners. These sinners are wicked, and he, since Moses is now on the side of God, and he's starting to see the wickedness. So this was a build up the whole time with him aligning himself with God, and that's their explanation. And these are the professionals, and they have a different answer. But which one of y'all are correct? It's like I've heard like 4 or 5 different answers for this, but it still sits the same with me that someone's just exaggerating the story to make the God more powerful than what it was, because the original people who were handed the laws, they saw him face to face. Then they just had to throw in there that nobody could see God face to face or they're gonna die. They didn't have to make that shit up. They could have just took the law, said that they made it, and they didn't have to exaggerate the story, and we wouldn't even be talking about this. But this is what
But
happens when you try to make your God more powerful than the people that you conquered.
all right, let me tell you the story in the Bible. Maybe you didn't hear of it yet. So the guy, the angel of the Lord, right, is the angel that wrestled Joseph, and he said he saw God face to face. And not Joseph, what is his name?
Moses.
Whatever his name, Jacob wrestled.
Oh, the rest.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he said he saw God face to face. Later on, if you read uh, Gideon, who's after Joshua, who came after Moses, he was one of the warriors in Israel, and he was talking to God. He was praying. He was talking to him, and then he gets up, he starts walking, and he's asking God for protection, of guidance. And then he sees a man sitting under a tree. At first, he thought he was a regular person, and he brought out his sword or whatever to seize him or attack him. And then, as he's getting closer, he notices that that's the angel of the Lord, which they knew in from the guy that wrestled him earlier, eons before. And he gets scared to look at his face. And God tells him, "You'll be fine. You could go talk to him and look at his face." When I'm reading it in those ways, I don't know. I just can't see it like that, like they exaggerated a story or anything. Because because if they did exaggerate it, then they left pretty damn good other parts of it where you could mold it together. Because I feel like if they made just straight up contradictions, you could tell and just scratch it out.
But here's the thing: they didn't think that we would be able to look at this stuff. This stuff was covered in sand, bro. They didn't even think, the people who did this didn't, they thought this stuff was going to stay buried. They didn't know we were going to have internet. They didn't know we were going to connect with people in other countries to check these translations. We got computers that can do the translation. We can print out the ancient alphabets and do the translations ourselves. They didn't know. They didn't know that. And they did. They thought they got away, it was like, yep, we did it. Success. They didn't know this was going to happen. And I feel like this is the creator. This is the real creator that's exposing that shit. Their lies. I don't think that's, like the glory, not actually face to face, but aligned with the righteousness and all. I think they just got caught slipping, and you don't want to let it go. You got to hold on. That hell is hot, and to think you think that shit is
All
real.
right,
So I can only
DMX.
imagine.
I'm slipping. I'm falling. I can't get up. It's all right, man. We understand that you're not gonna let your religion go. It's cool. We just telling you to open your eyes to different information.
I mean,
You
I'm
can't get stuck
I'm
in one book.
I'm good with that. I mean, I don't mind talking to other people. Some people are scared that their faith will be shook. I talk to people because I like listening, but it doesn't really affect me much.
Yeah, it takes a lot to think, to sit there and think that your creator would throw you in a burning pit forever. That's crazy. Like that, you're strong for even thinking that about your creator. So I wouldn't think I could take that from you anyway. That blows my mind that people could even think like that. I would never think that my creator would do something like that to me. I know man does wicked shit and he's evil and get down on your knees and worship me and I'm going to kill you. He does that. Men do that because they don't have power. So they got to scare people into believing them and following them. That's what they do. I don't see a creator doing that. It already has all the power. What does it need to play games with little humans for? Like, I don't see that. So I wouldn't try to. I'm not. My attempt is not to take your faith from you. I'm just trying to. Just like you feel like you're telling me the truth, I'm trying to tell you the truth because I feel like y'all been deceived. Like you think I'm being deceived.
I feel that.
Sorry, man.
Oh,
The book contradicts itself. It's all right.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I
And the
think
beauty of
if
it, the beauty of it, we are
what
not talking about the creator. No matter what we believe, we're really not talking about the creator when it boils down. We're talking about men that we trust. We're actually in contact with the creator. We trust them before we even trust the God because when you open the book, before you even get a complete sentence read, you're already trusting like this is the word of God. It was left here, and you got to start reading it, and you're trusting the person who wrote it. It's not necessarily the God. That's why you have to have faith. So that's the beauty of it. You're really just trusting the man. So I just feel like someone, outsmarted you from the grave. I don't think your creator tricked you. It's just you believe in a different creator. So you feel like I'm talking about your creator. But you actually just trust a man who gave you your creator and you believe that. So when I say something and I'm talking about these men and the wicked things they did, you're like, he's talking about my God. But really I'm not. It's just your faith did that to you.
no, I think we trust everything that's given to us. Everything that's been given to us is by a man. I mean, even you telling me this, it's a man. For me to believe you, I'd have to trust what you're saying. So at the end of the day, we end up doing the same thing regardless.
But you can go verify. You can verify what I'm saying. If
But
they
even
claim that they got it from God at a certain point in time, and we can pinpoint that in time, like you can use the Bible to align with the historical record and pinpoint when this happened in the BC time. And if there's people thousands of years before that already wrote the laws down, then it's safe to say at least that they lied about when they wrote it down. Because someone else already wrote it down and got it from a different God. So why would they lie about that? They already had it. They had those laws already. And then he claimed that he just wrote the shit down. If Abraham comes from Sumer, right, then that means he had it. If Abraham comes from Sumer and that Hammurabi code is in Sumer, then Abraham had it already. And his
Yep.
whole point was that he wanted to separate from the priesthood that his family was part of. So he took his laws, and then here we are talking about the adjustments. Now you can't see God face to face, but his people talk to God face to face when they got the laws. He moves on, and then now they're building this new type of belief system. So you can use the Bible and the historical record to see what happened, how it transitioned, and while we're talking about a different code being given to someone else, he rejected their ways. He didn't like everything they were doing, but he took what he wanted. Just like Moses took what he liked from the Egyptians, from the Canaanites. They took what they want. They shared their different things. They just like separated what they didn't want. We don't want a female in the Godhead, so they dropped Asherah, but they kept Yahweh. When Abraham left from Sumer, they had El. They dropped El, and now they got Yahweh, and then they cover it up and say, well, he didn't tell him the name because he wanted to conceal it at the time. I presented myself as El Shaddai to them, but to you, I present myself with the
Right.
real name, which is Yahweh.
Yes,
But when you look on a historical record, they drop
oh
El. Like this
shoot,
is a drops. This is
I
public.
got so scared. I
Well,
got so scared when you said that.
but yeah, it's known on a historical record. We can see when just go look up Canaan and the Israelites. Look it up. You're gonna see them get into fights and arguments about what God they should serve, if he should have a wife, and you're gonna see them part ways. They're gonna drop El on their entry, and they're gonna pick up Yahweh, and they're going to drop Asherah. You can see them build their God in history. You can see it. But in the Bible, it covers it up. He just says, I presented myself as El, but to you, I'm presenting myself as Yahweh. That's within the story. But on the historical record, it was just it was a debate between the people, and they parted ways, just like y'all did with Catholicism. Y'all split into three different groups and separated. But in the story, it's just your God is true in your story, and it happened this way. And then for the Catholics, it happens their way, and they talk about the saints, and they're allowed to kiss Mary's feet. They separated and did what they wanted. This is how it goes.
Yeah, but I mean, but my thing is this here. What is y'all solution for mankind problem?
Right here.
What are y'all
We got to
solutions?
get off. We got to get off our knees.
But God give us a solution for mankind
Oh
problem.
gosh.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah,
but like
sit
I'm
around,
saying,
sit around and wait
hold
for him
on.
to come back.
Go ahead,
That's the
Okay,
Ralph. Go
go.
ahead.
solution.
I tell you what. I tell you what. I tell you what.
What's the
I tell
solution?
you what. Go
Ralph,
to
your
Luke.
faith is strong, bro.
I tell you
I
what. Go to Luke.
swear it is.
I tell you what. Go to Luke chapter 1.
All right.
If you read Luke 1, I think it's 32, when it said Jesus gonna take over the kingdom of David. Do y'all believe that?
No, we don't believe the book.
See, that's what I'm saying. Jesus, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. See, God given us a way out. God gave us a way out. We have a way. And what I'm waiting on God's kingdom. Because if you read at Matthew 16, when Jesus said the kingdom had take place in heaven, now we waiting for that kingdom to provide a way to make the earth back where we can live upon, and they're gonna solve all the problems. So we waiting on the blessing of the kingdom from the heaven to solve all the problems that we have on earth today. That's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on God's kingdom to to make this earth back into a paradise.
This place is.
I mean,
This place was never a paradise,
what's up, man? But it's the people on the earth, though. It's the people on the earth.
right?
It's the people on
Right,
the earth. See,
bro.
but
This
that's
place
why
was
God gave
chaotic,
it to Jesus.
bro. This place was chaotic. You see these big ass craters in the earth and all of these animal bones. You can go on a safari right now, and you're gonna see how wild this place is without us. It get
I mean,
wild,
I
man. It's
understand.
shit. It's shit just waiting in the bushes for something to walk past so they can jump out and start eating
I
it.
mean,
But
They don't
Put
cook
you
it.
on a
I
t-shirt.
understand, man. I understand the pain that people are feeling today. I understand that. I was like
listen,
that. I was like that. I understand the pain, but there's a solution to the problem. But do
We
we
are the
want to accept
solution, though.
that?
We are. Listen, we are the solution. You know how they say, "Don't look up."
No, no, we're not the
Look. You know how they
solution.
say, "Don't look." Listen. You know how they say, "Don't look up." How that movie went with "Don't Look Up," and they was like, "Listen, the guys, this rocket's coming and it's gonna do this." Do you know we gonna try to handle that shit hundreds of thousands of miles away? We're gonna try to attack that shit. It's not gonna happen like it is on the damn movie. They're gonna be trying to beat that shit up and throw shit at it and attach stuff to it and explode it, freeze it, create a shield over the earth. They're gonna do all types of shit. Like they come on, bro. It don't. But if it do hit right and we fell, y'all just gonna think God did it. Right before that rock
No,
smacked this
no.
bitch, y'all gonna be like, "See, told you," and you gonna die too,
The
thinking it's
Bible
something
tells you.
that you know.
The Bible
That
tells
shit going.
you.
But I'm saying rocks been smacking this bitch. Your lifespan is so short that you don't even
Oh yeah, I
understand
like
that
saying it's
rocks
short.
been smacking this
That's
shit
true.
for thousands of years. Like this is something. This is old, man. This shit been knocking out all types of
In this
civilizations.
system of things, our lifespan is short. That's true. And like I said, we have problems every day. But the
And that's
Bible
what
tells
creates
you
your
at
fear. You
Daniel
so scared. You so
2:44.
afraid of, bro. You so afraid of death. You won't even move and do nothing for the next generation. You
He's
just like, I'm
scared
gonna
to
wait for the
death. He
kingdom.
shook.
I'm gonna wait
No,
for the kingdom
no,
to
hey
come.
brother,
You
hey
being too
brother,
scared.
hey
Stop being
brother.
so afraid all the
There's
time.
there's nothing I can do. Daniel tells you God gonna set up a kingdom. God gonna set up a government. It's gonna destroy all man's government. And his
And I'm gonna help.
government His
And
government.
look,
No,
and
we
while
don't
he's
have
setting that
to.
up,
No, no,
while he's setting it up, see, you the type of person that be getting your ass whooped, and you see your cousins coming, and you just sitting there like taking it. I'm gonna fight. My brother could be on his way to help me, and I'm gonna be whooping your ass, picking up a rock, hitting you upside your head, biting you, kicking you in the neck. I'm gonna be doing something while y'all jumping me, and my
brother,
brother gonna come and
brother,
whoop your ass too. In the meantime, he
brother.
can set up the kingdom, but in the meantime, there's work we can put in, like
Yeah,
exposing these
but you
lies.
gotta understand, Jesus did,
And my
brother,
brother gonna come and
brother,
whoop your ass too. In the meantime, he
brother.
can set up the kingdom, but in the meantime, there's work we can put in, like
Yeah,
exposing these
but you
lies.
gotta understand, Jesus did. Jesus gave his disciples word. If you read Matthew
Well, I don't
28,
care about that.
Jesus
That's
told his
not about
disciples to go out and preach to the people about the kingdom of God,
what they think.
because people don't know about that kingdom. That's a solution to our problems. That's a solution. Ain't nothing we can do. Only God's kingdom can rescue us. And God's kingdom is a government. Y'all got to give the Bible a chance.
I already did, bro.
We
I just
did.
recently left out of
We
this shit.
we
Why you keep
gave the
talking to me like
Bible a
that?
chance when we
I
were in
left it alone.
slavery. It didn't do nothing for us then. It's not gonna do nothing for
But
us
you got
now.
see, brother. See, see, but like I'm saying, I can't tell y'all what to do. But the Bible let us know that God don't want nobody to be destroyed. Because think about it, God sent His Son to die for us. I mean, come on now, who would die for anybody these days? You really think about it. But God sent His Son to die for us, and that shows that how much He loved us. Who
Cause
gonna
he
say? I
killed
mean, who gonna
somebody.
give up their son?
Cause cause he
He loves us so much that he set our life up with tests of failure.
so he
No,
Got
could
it.
no,
kill his
brother.
son.
No, you done got the
He
wrong
loved
way,
us so
brother.
much. He set us up with a test. We failed it, and then he killed his son.
Hey, brother. Hey, brother. His son
I'm
is
not
alive.
getting that.
His
Hey,
son,
hold on, hold on, hold on, y'all. Hey,
listen.
hey,
Oh,
drop. I'm
What's up?
about to bring pretty on. So
All
I'm gonna
right,
let you leave and let her get on.
I got you.
where
All
is
right.
God's son at right now?
You tell us.
God's son is alive in heaven, ruling over the kingdom.
How you
When
know that?
God's son took over the kingdom in 1914, what happened?
How do you know that?
How it's scripture.
Know that he's in heaven.
Yeah, it's scripture. The Bible tells you he's in heaven. He took over God's kingdom in heaven. Jesus said, my kingdom is not of this source at John 18:36.
Well,
But see, but
the
you got to
scriptures
find out about God's kingdom.
the scriptures I already know about God. My mom's an evangelist, man. What are you talking about? You don't even
Okay,
know
I
who my
got you.
parents are. I know these
Okay.
scriptures. I know these scriptures, bro. I gave the book back. I sent it back to the library. I
Okay,
know this
I
stuff.
understand what you're saying,
So
sir. I
what I'm saying
understand.
what I'm saying
But
is
So,
see, but you gotta
what I'm
understand.
saying, if I read you the text, right? Listen, if King James and all these other people who got together to put this version of the Bible together, if they didn't put it together the way they put it together, you would have other texts that are or other books that were included in this book, and it would tell you that Christ said that he wasn't the Son of God. He said he wasn't. That's why they rejected those books. He said that he was
Hey,
not the Son of
sir,
God.
that's where faith come in at, and that's where the understanding of God's word come in at. I mean, we can disagree, and and I understand that we can disagree, but like you said, mankind is suffering. We all are suffering. What is the solution for mankind suffering?
I'm putting in hella work. I ain't suffering. I don't feel
So
suffering no more. I'm putting in
I mean,
mad
let's look
work.
I
at
don't
the.
feel suffering
I mean,
either.
you
I
can
don't
look
know
at
why
the
you
earth.
talking some everybody. Everybody not suffering.
Don't let this
Okay,
God wants to
okay.
TikTok
I
shit
change
mean,
the
if
fool
you
whole
you.
want,
world. So
if you want to believe that, if you want to believe the lie, that's up to you.
It ain't a belief. There's no belief in the work I put in. I change
Because,
lives,
like I'm
and it's
saying,
I
who
change
haven't who
people's
haven't lost a
lives,
loved
and
one?
I've changed people's lives, and I'm changing
I
my
mean
life,
everybody
and
lost
it's
one.
working.
See, that's what I'm saying. But
It's
that's a
working.
part of suffering.
That's
Like
not a
you
part
got
of
you got
suffering.
Why?
That's
funeral
a part
homes.
of
Okay,
Hold on,
you
hold on.
right.
suffering.
You right. That is a part of suffering. Who let the suffering happen?
You got to understand when Adam
I
and
know. I
Eve.
look. This is what I'm saying.
But you
We
got
don't need to understand anything because the book tells you God set you up for failure and he
no, you're
sat on
not
the
set up for
sideline.
failure. How you can be set up? How you can be set up for
Mo
failure?
just Mo just read it. He said the scripture said that your path of life is not your path of life. It's whatever God wants your path of life to be. So therefore he took away free will. He manipulated your life for
No,
you to do
brother.
whatever he wants.
Hey, brother. We're under grace. We're not under the law of Moses anymore. We're not under that. We're under grace, undeserved kindness. And that undeserved kindness is the free gift of God. God gonna give us everlasting life. And that's gonna come through his son Jesus Christ. See, Jesus,
You
see,
said
Jesus died. See, God sent Jesus to die for all of mankind.
So did he die or not?
I thought man
Yeah,
couldn't die
Jesus
for sin.
died. Hold on, Jesus died. Jesus died. He had to die. He was a man. He was a
He took the
perfect
body
man.
with him, right? He took the body with him.
Adam was the perfect man who took us into death. Jesus is the perfect man who's gonna take us out of death. That's why the Bible called Jesus the ransom. Jesus is our ransom.
Okay, let me show you what free will
Y'all
means
really
real
be
quick.
fighting yourself.
This is what the definition of free will is, right? It says the power of acting without constraint of necessity or fate. Necessity or fate. So it can't be if you don't listen to me, you're gonna go to hell. Because that is fate.
Hey, brother, there's no
Father.
such thing as a burning hell. The payment for sin is death. When, like when we sin and when we die, that is the payment for our sin. The payment for sin is death.
So where's the independence of that? How is that independent if there's an interference?
It's
A
not.
brother, what I'm telling you, that I mean, sin. When you sin, the payment for that is we grow old and we die. That's the payment for sin. There's you don't burn anywhere.
Oh, do you know what the word unimpeded means?
No. Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, unimpeded means that no one can interfere with what decisions you're making.
Hey,
Facts.
hey, hey, brother.
They can't interfere. There's interference. If you say, I don't care what type of hell you believe in, mentally, physically, spiritually, psychologically, it doesn't matter. If there's interference with someone saying what the outcome of your fate would be, then that is no longer free will by definition. You can't
Hey,
say
hey,
what
hey,
someone's
hey,
fate would be.
brother. Hey, brother. Listen. The Bible tells you God is love. God not going to do anything to hurt us. Nothing. He's not going to do
he
anything to hurt
flooded
us.
the whole
Right?
planet.
They act right.
Hey,
That's
hey,
hurt.
hold on. Look. If you go, if you go to Second Peter 3:9. It's gonna explain to you why God is allowing this earth to continue in its position it is right now because God given us ample time.
Okay.
He given us
All right.
ample time to search him. God
Listen.
don't want to
Okay.
destroy
Okay.
anybody.
Okay. Look. If you had your wife held down in the house, right, and you wouldn't let her leave, and her brothers come over there and beat your ass,
Listen.
and then tell you to let her go, and you allow her to leave, that
Hey
means you are
sir,
holding her against her will. So if
hey
God is
sir,
allowing something, then that
sir,
means
I'm
He's
not the creator,
interfering with
sir.
people's will.
Sir, I'm not the creator.
I
God is
didn't
the
say you were.
creator. But what I'm saying is like when our parents raise us, we don't tell our parents how we should be raised. We let them raise us. And
Because that's what they've
therefore
been
with
taught.
God, we can't tell God, we can't tell a potter how he should raise us. We can't tell him that. I mean, I know the world we live in is a bad place. I understand that.
Not
But
the
we
whole
can't
world.
blame the creator.
That's
Blaming won't
crazy.
stop anything. I mean, the
So
creator
what do you
giving
think
us a
about
way
this
out.
virus? What do you think about the virus?
Excuse me?
What do you think about the virus?
I mean, like I said, Pelicans. The Bible said Pelicans what's gonna happen. Diseases, what's gonna happen.
Well, I mean, where people are saying that somebody,
The Bible said the
someone
virus
made.
is gonna happen.
No, but but they said that it couldn't have been man-made. They said that because that's what I heard. They said it couldn't have been man-made.
Okay, they
I mean,
they
there was the
made something,
scientists that
right?
said, I'm not a scientist, so I
What you
don't
want?
know.
AIDS, what?
Excuse me?
AIDS, drugs. Pick anything that ruined mankind and killed millions of people that man made. Pick anything. We know they made stuff. So what I'm
Okay,
saying is,
okay. But
if
they
they
say AIDS, but they said AIDS had came from what they say AIDS had came from. I forgot what they said it came from. I think when they went over someplace in the some animal, I forgot. But like I'm
A
saying, but
bet.
the Bible said there's gonna be diseases in the last days. All these things gonna be happening. I mean, and that's gonna affect that can affect anybody. I mean, you can be a
But men
worshiper of
made
God,
that
right,
you
stuff.
still
and
can be affected.
and the question is,
But
are the men who are behind this stuff, are they evil?
Excuse me.
Are the men behind making these different diseases and stuff, are they evil?
Hey, sir, only thing that I can look forward to, I don't worry about who making it. I don't blame nobody because it's not going to solve anything. The only thing I'm doing is waiting for God's kingdom that Jesus took over in heaven, and that's the only thing that I can teach to people about the kingdom of God that Jesus is ruling now. And like I'm saying, and also too, and those ones that God had chosen to rule with Jesus, they're gonna be part of their kingdom. But it's only gonna be a certain amount. But the rest, but the earth is mankind home. That's our home is earth,
Ralph,
and that's what
Ralph,
I'm
I got
waiting
a
for.
question.
Go ahead.
I got a question. If you knew you was able to do something, if you knew that you had the power to make some sort of change, would you do it, or would you still wait on God?
Hey,
We're
sir.
gonna
I
wait
mean,
on God.
ma'am. Hey, ma'am. I understand what you were saying. I understand what you're saying. The bigger picture is this. The bigger picture is this. No matter where you go, we all are suffering. And I can't end that. I can't end that. Only God can end that. I can't do it.
Okay, so back
You
to my question.
know,
If you
I
knew
understand
that you had some type of
anger.
power
I understand your
to
pain.
change what is going on,
Amen.
would you do it?
Hey, ma'am, I understand your anger. I understand your pain.
I'm not
Wait, can you
angry.
let her answer
Dang,
ask
can
the
I
question?
sound
Because I couldn't
angry?
even hear. I couldn't even hear the question.
I
Hey,
asked
ma'am,
if he knew he had the power, bruh.
the only thing I can do, ma'am,
Wait, bro. Hey, Ralph, let her ask the question,
I'm
bro.
answering her question.
But I couldn't hear
No,
it.
he didn't hear me, so I'm repeating it.
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Mo, can you hear me now? Okay,
yeah, I
I
can
was
hear you.
asking if he knew that he had the power to change something, like to change the circumstances of the world, would he do it, or would he just focus, like we just put all his faith in the Bible and just continue to wait? It's either I'm gonna sit and
Hey,
wait,
ma'am,
or I'm gonna do something about it.
hey, ma'am, I'm just dust, ma'am. I die like everybody else. I can die like everybody. I'm just dust. I cannot. I cannot solve mankind problems.
Okay.
I can't do it. I'm human. I'm a human, ma'am. I die. I'm made of dust. I go back into the ground.
Doesn't mean you're not powerful.
Listen, the Bible tells you, do not put your trust in men. I don't want nobody trusting
I
me.
didn't say put
I
my
die.
trust in me. I said put your trust in self. So you don't trust
No,
yourself.
you can't. No,
You
you
don't
can't
believe in
trust in
yourself.
yourself. You're a human. You die.
Bro.
Man
And
go
we
back
That's
into
put
sad.
the ground.
if we didn't put our trust in man, then all those people during the civil rights movement believed in Jesus Christ. They were on the front lines trying to get change. They didn't sit down and wait for Jesus to come back.
Hey, sir. Hey, sir. Look at the earth today. Look at the world today. Look at the world today. Is racism still here?
That
Yep.
ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If are people still starving worldwide?
Yep.
Yep.
Are there hospitals?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, God's kingdom gonna bring an end to all of that. If you read in the book of Revelation, 21:4, it tells you. It tells you what God's gonna do for us. But like you're saying, I know it may seem a long time to us, but God gonna act on His own time period. You know we can do because I used to
I'm
be the
scared to
same
come
way. Because I used to be the
outside.
same way. I said, when is God gonna act? And I used to get angry. But now I understand. I understand. I can't
I'm
rush
not
God.
angry.
God got His own time
Hey,
pace.
bro, Ralph, you got it mixed up. I'm not trying to rush God. I'm trying to
Okay.
rush you. I'm trying to rush you
You're
to
right.
understand that you ain't even in contact with no damn God. That's what I'm rushing. I'm trying to
Like on
get
the
you to understand
meantime.
that someone lied to you.
Hey, sir.
You've been tricked. What I look like
I
to
mean, I
you
mean, you
think
can say
you
that.
think
I
you
mean,
think
you can
you
say
think
that I've been
listen,
tricked.
bro, you think that I'm going to speak to the creator and say, yo, hurry up. I'm talking to men. These are men who wrote these texts. You just believe someone else wrote it,
Hey,
and I'm
hey, hey,
telling you that they lying. The reason,
hey,
hey, look,
sir.
the reason why it seems like we're talking to God or talking about God is because you believe that these stories are real. That's it. Other than that, we're just talking about books that men wrote.
Exactly. And I agree what you were saying. I agree to what you were saying, and that's where my faith come in at. And I agree what you were saying, and that's where my faith come in at. And I also look at it. I mean, what can man offer me? I mean, all the man can offer me in this system is death. We might work a job for 20 or 30 years, retire for 10 years, and then next thing you know, we dead. And that's it. It gotta be more than that to life.
It
It
is
gotta
more
be
than that.
more.
It is more than that. That's why I'm not working for nobody for 20, 30 years
Yeah,
and then
it gotta
retiring.
be more.
That's why I'm
Exactly.
making moves
Got
to
to
get
be
my
more.
dad out of that shit. You get what I'm saying? Like in the
Yeah,
next two
because
years, my dad ain't gonna have to be worried about. I got to get my insurance and I'm gonna have him off of that shit. That's my
yeah, and
goal.
that's
My kids are not.
and
My
that's
kids
good
are
to
not in the
hear.
school system. My kids are not in the school system. They not even
And
know.
that's
They
good.
nowhere
That's
near the
good.
age. They're nowhere near the age where they supposed to have a degree yet, and they got degrees. They was in the
And you know what?
ceremony
And
receive.
but that's
They
good
were
though.
look.
That's
My kids were
commendable.
receiving their degree, and it's people looking at them crazy. Like, what the hell is this little kid walking the stage with me for? You know what I'm saying? Like, I already. There's things you can do to beat that and get your time back, but you just gave up on yourself. You just gave up.
No,
I gotta wait for the
but
kingdom.
the thing is this here though, Mo. Fact, this is thing here though. But we can't see. But what I'm saying, I'm not talking dread. I'm not talking dread or fear. But we can't stop ourselves from dying though. We can't stop
Bro,
that.
I'm not worried about death.
I mean, I'm
Right.
not saying you
That's
have to
all you
be
be
worried
talking
about
about.
death. But who wants to die? But who wants to die?
I'm
You scared
here.
of death because you don't
I don't want
understand
to
it.
die. I'm not scared of death, but I
Because
want
you
to
don't
die
understand
because
it.
I
That's why
know
you don't want to die.
I don't
Bro,
want to die. I mean, because
I
I
could
enjoy living.
I could have
I
been a
enjoy
damn I
living.
could have been a damn rabbit. I could have been a I could have been a moth, a mosquito, or something. Like, I'm here. I'm here, bro. Like, that's special to me. I'm
But
not worried about death.
I'm talking about living on a planet where there's no crime, there's no hate.
It's places that have that.
No, there's no
Yes, it
places that
is.
have that.
Yes, it
No,
does. It's places in
What?
Mexico,
ma'am.
a small town. The police don't even have to have guns because it's so safe and peaceful there. They're not polluting the air.
Amen.
They're not doing
Amen.
all that there. But you ain't been over the world, but
Amen.
you saying it's hell. Everything is burning. Like, bro,
No,
everybody not suffering.
amen. We all suffering. Amen. Who don't die? Who don't get sick?
Die is not
Man, that happens
suffering.
to all of us.
Yes, what happens. Doesn't mean it's suffering. Don't mean
But
it's
that,
bad.
amen. But that's what I'm trying. See, look, listen to what I'm saying. I'm talking about a planet where all those things gonna be eliminated. You ain't got to worry about you ain't got to worry about getting up, worrying about crime or locking your doors. You ain't got to worry about nobody having a war in this part of the world. You ain't got to worry about hospitals. You ain't got to worry about funeral homes.
That's men.
No, but see, that's what I'm trying to tell you, ma'am. That's what I'm telling you. That's what God gonna offer us. He gonna offer us a society where there's gonna be nothing but righteous people.
Well, look, Ralph, if you keep sitting down waiting for it, you're gonna be waiting forever. I'm not waiting
And
for nobody to come and give me
why you
anything.
can't put in work while you
Oh,
wait?
yeah,
Amen.
he is.
Amen, sir. The only thing God told me to do, Through Jesus, God
Pause
told
that,
him to
Latavion.
go out and preach.
Oh, well,
God,
never mind, because I
God
think it
told
kicked him
them,
out of it.
God told them to go preach to all the nation about his kingdom. And that's what I'm preaching. I'm preaching that solution to mankind problem is God's kingdom.
It's
God
to
has a
sit and
government.
wait. That's what you said. To sit and
Yeah,
wait.
yeah, you wait on the
Cause
government
he
of
gonna
God.
come and save everything.
So while we wait on the
No, that's not gonna work.
government of God, we can
No.
preach. We preach to people about it.
That's not gonna work.
And the Bible tells us majority of mankind not going to listen. And we understand that.
That's not gonna happen.
But there is
Waiting
a
is
way
not.
out, though. There's a way out for
Waiting is not gonna
mankind.
get nothing done. Prayer is done without work. Work is dead without like what? You just waiting.
This
Amen.
creator did all of these amazing things, and then when it comes time for us to know it, it's going to leave a note.
Well,
Hey,
I'm not
brother.
here, Rob.
But you gotta understand. But think about all the people that have died that didn't even get a chance to hear the good news. God
They
gonna
didn't die. They
have
just
a 1,000-year reign where those people who died and those ones who are resurrected, they're gonna get a chance to learn about the kingdom. And what they do from there, that's what they're gonna be judged upon.
well, until then, I'm going to war because
I
I
mean,
got me
if you
fucked up.
want to go to war, that's your choice, man. That's your choice. I mean,
Yeah,
I
maybe
can't
we
tell you
built
what
different.
to do.
We just probably built different, man.
Yeah,
That's
we
y'all did
definitely
what,
feel different.
bro,
We
Ralph.
definitely
Y'all
is.
did what y'all can do. You gotta let, like, come on, man. You gotta let us take over. You did what you can do.
I
You
mean,
did what you can
but
do.
like I'm saying, all I'm saying is that take heed, search for the kingdom of God.
I don't have
I
to
mean,
search.
search for the kingdom of
I
God.
don't have to
What
Ask
I
him
gotta
what
search.
that
ask
kingdom
them a million?
is.
How many
I don't
times
have
I
to
gotta
search.
ask them?
I mean,
How
but
many
like you said,
times?
but
I
but
keep
like you
saying the
said,
same thing. The creator, when I used to be a believer, the creator knew what I was thinking before I even prayed. My brother, sister, everybody used to sit there and pray and be, running their mouth in the Lord, man, God. I knew the creator so well. I was like, oh, dang, he already knew what I was about to say. My prayers go up in a split second. He already hears me. He already knows what I'm thinking. He knows what I want. So
but
I'm just waiting. I'm
I
still
tell you
waiting.
what,
And
when you get a chance,
who's to say the creator did not give me what I asked for if I'm sitting here finding out that this book was concocted by man?
see, okay, but like I'm
I
saying,
asked where it came from, and 8 years later I know exactly where each one of these books came from.
but if you
That's
get
a
a
coincidence,
chance,
right?
if you
That's
know,
a hell of a
I'm
coincidence.
telling you, if you get a chance, read Psalm 14:2. When you get a chance, read Psalm 14:2. When you get a
Again, you
chance,
mean.
excuse me.
You mean read it again to see if it means something
Psalm
else?
14:2. Read Psalm 14:2. And
Again.
all I'm saying, keep searching, brother. Keep searching. That's all I can tell you. Keep searching.
What am I
Because
looking
like
Searching is
you
for?
looking
said,
for self.
because
Seeking Christ is seeking self.
we all want peace. And we all want peace. We don't have peace right now.
I got peace.
We don't have it.
I don't know
We don't
about
have
y'all, but I got peace.
I mean, you can say you have peace. I don't have peace. And the reason why I
Yeah.
say that,
You need
because
to find peace.
I can't travel freely. I got to have a passport and so on. I can't just go to another country. I just can't jump up and go to a country unless I have a passport.
Yeah,
But
but
that's
these
what I'm saying.
systems, okay,
It's
but check this out. Hold on, because you mixing up something. These systems are actually good. The stock market, all the way down to police. These things are actually good. What you're talking about is corrupt human beings. These human beings are corrupt, and they don't even have large numbers. The large numbers are the billions of people who are allowing them to do it.
hey, but
So
brother,
you got a
listen.
passport. Listen, if you killed 10 people and you got on an airplane and just left, that would cause more problems.
Hey,
So it's a
brother,
good
listen.
system. It's a
Listen
good
to what I'm
system to catch a
saying.
killer.
Well, listen to what I'm saying. In the new system, in the new system, we're not going to need passports. We're not going to need any of that. That's my point. We're not going to need any of those things. And the animals and the children, everybody's going to be able to get along. I mean, it's going to
Exactly.
be beautiful in the new system.
Wait, hold on, Ralph. Let me ask you this: is there going to be any accidents? There's going to be no
There'll be
accidents.
no accidents.
Okay.
We're gonna
So
we're
what?
gonna we're gonna be we're gonna be perfect.
So there's gonna be no more wars.
No more wars. Everybody gonna build their own house. Everybody gonna have their house to live in. We're gonna build with each other. We're not gonna build. We're not gonna build a house and then have it for someone to pay to live in. It's not gonna be like that. It's gonna be like I'm saying. It's gonna be a society of righteous people. If you read in Second Peter 3:13, it's gonna be a new heaven and a new earth.
I can dig it. Okay, just like Eden was in its pure state, right?
In its pure state, pure,
Okay, now check this out. Well, humans came after, correct?
came after what?
The pure state.
No, I guess they was
The
already in Eden. Yeah, God put them in
yeah,
Eden. He put them
correct.
there, right?
Right, right. So these wicked things existed before us. Evil existed before human beings,
I mean,
right?
but the thing about it,
Right. Hold on. Follow me through. Follow me through. It existed before us, correct?
I mean, I can't. I mean, I'm trying to understand that because
Okay, did humans create evil? Did we make it?
yeah, we did that by going against God's law, by going against
Oh
God's law,
damn.
Wow.
by
We
God
created
going against
evil.
God's law. That's what
Wow.
evil. That's where that's where the breakdown come in because we're not following God's laws. That's where the
Man
breakdown come in.
created evil.
That's where the breakdown come in at. But see, but
Okay,
the thing
so
about
we're
it
gonna
though,
hold on, because we can't run past this. So
no,
now
no,
we
I'm not.
create. This is
But
new.
I'm
I
hold
haven't
on,
heard
listen,
this one before. Wait, because I
listen.
still got questions, bro. I haven't heard that we created evil. That's different.
No,
In your version,
what I'm
we
saying, what
created
I'm
evil.
saying, evil. What what I'm trying to tell you is this here: when we break God's laws, that's where the conflict come in at.
Okay,
That's
I'm going off of what you said. You said we created evil because we had free will, right?
where,
And
go
we were placed there in a pure state. So when we go back to this pure state again, is the free will going to be removed from us?
we all gonna be able to worship God
Are
without.
we going to have
Oh,
free
listen
will?
to me. Listen to me. We all gonna be able to worship God without Jesus. Because right now we are imperfect. We are in an imperfect state. Right now we're imperfect. And the
Or-
only way we can communicate with God is through Jesus Christ.
So if I tried to
No.
worship God right now, what Jesus going to just scream over me and go like
No,
how
no,
does that work?
but Jesus understand because God gave him authority. Jesus, what Jesus' role is now is to get everybody under his footsteps. See, Jesus got to get everybody projections under him, and then Jesus gonna subject himself to God. Everybody under him gonna be subjected to God, and then God gonna be everything to everybody.
Okay, and then we're going to have free will in this pure state again. We're going to reset back to the Eden stage, and we're going to have free will, and it's going to be
We
in its
we,
pure
we, we
state,
we have
right?
we have free will now.
Right, I got it. So we're going to have free will again in this pure state in the new world, right?
I'm right in this new world. In this new world that we have, like I'm saying, all the conditions that we face today gonna be gone.
Is it a yes or
That I
no?
tell you what. I tell you
It's
what.
a
Right?
I don't
Hey man,
understand why
why
you're not saying
it's
yes or
it's
no.
it's yes or no. It's like he asks you a
Hey,
question
hey, hold
and
on,
then you
listen, listen,
reword
listen,
you
listen.
reword
But,
his
but,
question and you don't answer it.
but I want.
Cause
I'm gonna give. I tell you what. Turn to Revelation. I'm gonna give you the answer from the scripture. Turn to Revelation 21 and read verse 4.
Bro, we just asked you
But I
I
want
just
your
you
want
to
to
listen
know
to
opinion.
if we're going to have free will. Because here's the problem, Ralph. There
this.
is no free
Hey,
will. Free will. Can you give me the scripture where free will is mentioned?
hold on. Turn to Revelation 21:4.
Oh man, you lucky. You lucky, man. You lucky.
I
Lucky
mean,
you on my good side. Because I definitely would not listen to shit you just said, but I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up. 21:4. Okay, and God shall wipe all the tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things have passed away. So again, I'm asking you, are we going to be in the pure state? You said yes. And I asked you, are we going to have free will? You didn't say yes or no.
Hey, brother, I'm just showing you what the conditions on the earth gonna be and what we're gonna enjoy.
Are we going to have free will or not?
And we have free will now, brother.
No, you don't.
You're
He
not
already
answering the
read the
question. I'm talking
scripture.
about in the new
Where the
world.
scripture told you you don't have free will.
Hey, brother.
It's like we
Hey,
give y'all the scripture that y'all
hey,
just
I
avoid
gave you
it.
the scripture of what the condition on earth under God's kingdom gonna be. I mean, and that's the only thing only thing I can give you God's word. That's all. I can't give you my point of view. What I God's gonna get. This is what
Yo,
You
God's
did give
gonna
me
I'm
your
do.
point
gonna
of
keep
view
it.
because you said we had free will in the
Right.
garden,
Several
but the
times.
Bible don't say that.
There's a scripture in there, but I gotta find it. There's a
You
scripture
ain't gonna
in there.
find it, bro. You not
I
gonna
mean,
find it. I'm telling you, not
there's
gonna
a
find
scripture
it.
in there because I just went over the scripture, but I just can't remember right now. But
Well,
all the things,
I asked you like a month and a half ago, and you still didn't give it to me. Drops didn't give it to me either because it's
I
not in
could have
there.
got the scripture, but only
Free will is something. Free will is something that we made ourselves. We made that
no,
concept
no,
and
no.
attached it to the book.
I disagree with that. I disagree.
Hmm,
But like I'm saying, Mo, is this.
juice my cup.
God don't want nobody to be destroyed. No one. He's giving us an opportunity. He's giving us an opportunity. He's giving us an opportunity to repent. He's giving us an opportunity right today. The promise.
Hey, Ralph, we can't even hear you.
You sound like he on a speaker.
You
Can
sound
you hear
like
me
you went
now?
under a
Barely.
little bit, but your sound kind of went out.
I don't know what happened.
His
You
voice
know,
turned into God.
I
But
mean,
look, I don't have no problem with repenting for wrong things I've done, right? But who the hell am I talking to? Like, who
So
am I even talking to if I did do that? Like, I don't get, like, who am I
You
talking to?
talking to yourself.
you got me,
you
but you
talking
got
to
to
yourself?
find that out.
You talking to your
I
lower
can't
self
tell you. I mean, I
or
can
the high
tell you
self?
who
Your
the hell I believe in.
consciousness.
I mean,
Your consciousness, yes.
I worship Jehovah. That's who I worship. I worship Jehovah. That's who I pray to.
Ralph, you
And
sound far away.
I pray through Jesus to get to Jehovah. That's who I pray to. And I
So
can't
you
Well, you,
tell
pray to
no.
get to your higher self
You
and you're
can't
hitting
pray
the
to
fourth
Jesus
line.
to get to Jehovah because Jehovah was a mistranslated word. So when
I
you
mean,
say Jehovah, you
I did the translation myself, bro. There's no way to even say Jehovah in that language. You can't say it.
that's what I'm saying. But y'all have a right. Y'all have a right to believe that.
That's not a
And I have
belief.
a
It's
right.
just language.
it's
What I believe.
It's not that
You
deep.
have a right to
It's
believe
just
it.
like, yo, it's to the point, Ralph. It's to the point where these that he done fell in the toilet.
He
Like these
gone.
people, they told us what they did. They have the reasons for why they created the letter J and everything. Like it's documented. It ain't like it's a mystery. We just thought it was a mystery. It's not a mystery. It ain't a secret that they made this shit up.
y'all have a right to believe that.
What I was trying to say is that see, I mean, I have feel the Holy Spirit. I'm not saying the Holy Spirit with me every day, but I have feel the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is the only one that can reveal to you who God is. I mean, once you, I mean, like I said, once, I mean,
It's not the only
I
way.
can't, God, I can't tell anyone, you know, but I have tasted the Holy Spirit. I have felt the Holy Spirit, and that's why I believe so firmly because of the Holy
They take
Spirit.
them out.
Mo, if you
But
talking, we
I
can't hear
know,
you.
But I know it's a lot out here. I know. I know. I used to be. I mean, I used to be. I'm gonna tell you. I used to like
Can
ask
y'all hear
God
me now?
why. Why?
Nope, still can't hear you.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't hear
Yeah.
Mo
I
though.
mean, I used to be the same way.
Unfortunately, we
All
can
right, y'all
hear
hear me
you,
now?
Ralph.
Okay, there you
Yeah.
go.
But I used to be the same way. I mean, like I'm saying, but like I'm saying, just keep searching, guys. I mean, God loves you. I mean,
I
He
don't have
loves
to
all of
search. You keep saying search, and search is looking for authentic self. Before we learn all these lies and all these stories about different things, when we was a kid, when we didn't have to read books to know right from wrong, because that's already embedded in us. That's in our DNA. Searching for Christ is searching for yourself, your authentic self, or who you was before you learned about the Bible. But if you want to continue to believe that you have to search for a being to be perfect, then continue to search, love.
you. Yeah, because I believe in a creator.
I
Yeah, I
believe in
believe in a
I believe
creator.
in the Most High also. Not even believe. I know.
Okay.
I know it's a
Okay,
source.
so we on the same page then.
No,
Not
we
And that's
not,
really.
because
and that's
Hey,
a good thing. But that's
my
what
creator
I'm
ain't gonna
saying.
do all that shit you talking
I'm
about.
talking about on the sense that, like she said, she believed in the Most High, and I agree with that. I agree with that. I mean that's a lovely part of it all. But you look at us, look at mankind. We
Because they don't
all
know
look
self.
alike.
Because you don't know self. Once you learn self, your life will get so much better, so much more understanding. If you
Self
unpack
can't
all
save
that
you,
trauma
man.
that you had since you was a kid, and you start realizing who you are as a person, as a human being, as a light being, things get a little more easier.
Okay, I
Wait.
mean,
so
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, what
Yeah,
I
go
was
ahead, Ralph.
saying.
Well, you got to come back and come back in because we can't hear you.
Oh, y'all can't hear me?
Oh, there we go. I thought
Yeah,
you
we
was. I thought
can.
you could hear.
Oh,
Never mind.
no, I was trying to let
No,
him talk.
but what I'm saying, it's beautiful. It's beautiful though, y'all. It's beautiful talking about the creator. You know, like I'm saying, I put my trust in Jehovah. That's
I,
all I got. I
Okay,
have nothing else.
that's nice. Guess
Daddy.
what?
That's all I have.
Daddy.
Have you ever heard of the Jesus mysteries?
No, I haven't.
You might want to look into that.
I mean, I don't need to look into it. And the reason why, because my
You
God,
say your
Jehovah
ways.
has the Holy Bible, and
You don't want to look into it because you believe with blind faith.
They don't even care where it came from.
The Bible tells me to
Don't.
walk by faith instead of sight. Yes.
Because it wants you to be dumb.
No, because they want me to trust. They want me to trust in the Creator. That's why.
But you're not trusting
Okay,
in the
well
creator. You're trusting in a man.
I'm
Jehovah is not a man.
Yeah, but the man is the one who told you about it. You weren't born and you just was talking to the creator. You read this out of a book first, or someone read it to you out of a book, and then you trusted it. So that means you
Yeah,
trust the man.
I mean, that's true. That's true. That what you're saying is true. But at the same time, but Jehovah still allowed me to have the Holy Spirit to teach me about Him. See, if it wasn't from the Holy Spirit, I wouldn't know Jehovah. I'll be just like saying I don't want the Bible. I don't believe in God because that's the way I were at one time. I was that way at one time. I didn't know life had a future. I thought if you do good, you go to heaven, or if you do bad, you go to hell. That's what I used to
Well, I gave the book back, so I don't know why you comparing this to me. You wasn't
think.
like me.
I understand. I understand.
I gave the book. They gave me the book, and I gave the shit back.
Pretty
But I'm gonna
much.
tell
That's what I
you.
did.
But I'm gonna tell you, I did the same thing
he
one
played
time.
tennis with that bitch.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you, I did
Return
the
to
same thing
sender.
with the book. I
Hey,
tried to
Ralph,
read
you
the
know
book
what
at an
return?
Hey,
early
Sal.
age.
Hey,
I
Ralph,
put that book down. I threw
Ralph,
it
you know
because
what return to sender is, right?
I didn't
Return
hear
to
you.
sender.
Stupid.
What you were saying?
Ah, he said
Yo,
you turned into
hey,
a.
Fatah,
He said you turned into an old head and got scared.
it got scared, boy. That shit shook you up. He said, "Oh shoot, I'm about to
Hey,
die."
no, no,
Like it shook him up. For real. He
no.
said,
Yeah, because it's
"How
something
we
good. I
were?
couldn't
Hey,
understand it.
Ralph,
He said,
Ralph,
yeah.
we made it,
He
Ralph.
agreed.
we made. I know he can't fool me. Look, Ralph, we made it through the craziest shit as black people, bro. We made it through some wild shit. We not. What are you worried about death for?
Hey, bro.
We beat all the odds, bro. We
No,
beat the odds. Why are we worried about that? They've been trying to scare us with death since the beginning.
no, I'm not scared. I'm not scared
That's
of
the last
dying.
thing you need to be afraid of.
Hey, brother, I am not scared of dying. It's just I enjoy living. That's why I enjoy
But
living,
you're
man.
not
I want to
living.
live.
You surviving.
I want to live.
You're surviving. You're not living. You're
I'm
surviving. It's the
living,
difference between
sister. I'm
surviving
living.
and living.
No, I'm
You're
living,
surviving.
sister. I'm living.
You're surviving.
I have a purpose. I have a purpose in
Okay.
life.
Right, and I'm gonna add to that. I
Yo,
got a purpose too, and I'm gonna start. And I'm gonna add to it. I'm not gonna let somebody else tell me. I'm not gonna let somebody else tell me from the grave what's going to happen after I leave. What type of stupid shit is that?
I mean, after you leave, you just going back into the grave until the resurrection. I mean, death is
And he out again.
Picture me listening to a dead man telling me what's going to happen after I in a book that other people kept fiddling with and editing and shit. No, man, hell no. You
and
have to come back and tell me.
he keep using the word Jehovah after we told him that the word is not what you think it means. The kingdom of heaven is translated wrong. They changed it, and he still keep calling it the kingdom of heaven. So what he's saying is, all his people that follow Jesus is going to go in to Israel. That's what it means. It means the state of Israel. So they often go into the state of Israel, where the Jews that's over there now don't like black people.
Yeah.
Pretty
How
much.
that gonna work out?
It's
When you
really
go
late.
into Jerusalem, do they have pearling gates? Are the streets paved with gold?
Yeah.
So where's heaven at? Heaven sounds like a man-made city, and it's supposed to be theoretically in the heavens, in the universe, space, and no one's ever fucking seen it.
Yeah. That it was their state. That's the state there, and they had a fallen state and they had a risen state.
Mm-hmm.
This is sad. I ain't even gonna lie. You already lost faith in self. Like it's really that bad. The Bible tell you not to trust self, and you just say, "Fuck it, here, take me." Like you just give your whole energy, your whole being. Like I would never, no.
Like he's like pretty divine. Don't believe in yourself.
Yes,
Believe in
like
God.
bro, that don't make no sense to me.
Don't trust yourself. Trust in Jesus.
And then the Bible tell you don't trust in self. Why? Why would they not tell you to trust in self?
You know, another reason I don't think death is how people explain it, because everybody that put in crazy work when they alive, and as soon as they don't exist no more, they get even more powerful. How the hell does that happen? People accomplish shit that they couldn't accomplish when they were here, but yet death means that you don't exist no more. So we obviously missing something.
Pretty much.
We missed a hell of a beat.
Yeah,
I should have said.
I don't know. Well, he did try to send a request, but his thing cut him off again. Is there
Mr.
anybody
Ghosty.
else that want to get in the chat? Are y'all scared to come outside too?
Seek God. Seek God. Seek yourself. That's what it really
But see,
means.
I don't have a problem with people that believe in the book. I don't.
I don't
My
either, but
problem
it
is
just
when
like
you
the
try to
thought
put
process.
your doctrine on everybody else, like it's the way of life. Like everybody should follow it, and whatever else y'all following is wrong.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Oh, well, all these other religions, all these other cultures, they worship pagan gods, and then I have to remind them that the Jews worship pagan gods also.
Yeah, and the ancients, the ancient Cometians, right? They didn't have a word for death like we did. They had their understanding was like a mirror. It was like a mirror.
Reflection.
Like yeah, you're a reflection of something
Yes,
else
of
that's here.
everything. They
So that they didn't even have death. That the way we see death is a brand new concept.
they gotta be brand new.
It's a brand
But where we
spanking new
get the
concept.
where did we get the new concept of death from? These Christians.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, well, all the old gods were washed away because of the flood. After the flood, no one was worshiping these gods. Okay, that's cool, but Moses comes after the flood. So the Egyptians was worshiping these gods. It's like the whole book contradicts itself. And they walk around, oh well, all these other gods they're pagan. That's cool. We can stick to these gods was pagan. But when you go and you look for Jesus and you look up other people's culture, you're gonna find the similarities between Jesus and the other person that they called some type of deity in their culture. So that means that Jesus was the character was based off a pagan god.
Mm-hmm. But they did
He
not
turned
care.
water into wine. He's walking on the water. You're Dionysus, dude.
He was just
Let's stop playing games. You bringing people back from the dead. You a Zoroastrian. Then you telling people here's this wine represents my blood. This cracker represents my flesh. So now we're going to theophany where you're eating a god.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
But they don't care about that.
Oh well,
They
just because you
comfortable
can find all
with
this
being
stuff in
used and
other
abused.
cultures, it doesn't mean that they're right, bro. You stole the shit. You stole the shit and credit your own doctrine. What are you talking about?
And that was so crazy when I found that out. Like when I finally got out of Christianity and I found that they stole it from different civilizations. That was it for me. Like this, not even y'all can even write your original shit. Like y'all literally picked and chose where y'all gonna get this shit from and put it together. Like and then the sick shit that the y'all got in the Bible do, that was enough. Like y'all too much. Y'all y'all on a different level up here.
Then they double back and try to make it seem like all the ancient people believed in death too, when
Exactly.
they didn't. Oh, they obsessed with death and the tombs and all this shit and started making movies and everybody had the whole shit confused. They didn't even believe they died. They didn't even believe they died. This shit crazy. And look, you
They're
see
like,
the same type of mentality is stuck on these people. Because all he do is get up here and say, "We gonna die. We gonna die." Why you come on, we the generation after you, Ralph. Why is you trying to preach this death shit to us while we
No, I'm
living?
not. See, no, I just want all I was just saying is that if you look at man's state is dying right now. We die, and that's all I'm saying. We
You
can't,
die.
that's what I'm saying. Man can't
Ralph,
stop that.
you die. Just like Jesus is your God, you die.
No, Jesus is not my God.
Or what whoever your God is. See that I don't know
Okay,
who your God, whoever that is, that's your God. And what I'm saying is you gotta own that death shit too. That death stuff belongs to you. You chose to believe that. That's your belief. You die.
okay, but like I'm saying, but you have experienced death. You may not have died. Have somebody close to you died? Have somebody in your family died?
No.
See, but that's what I'm saying.
All right, palms. That was too many.
See, I have experienced death. You know, people close to, I mean, like I'm saying, people close to me have died, and I wonder why. And my creator tell me why. Because of the sin and death we received from Adam and Eve. See, we received that from them, the transgression.
Ralph,
We
do
were
you
born in sin.
dude, he
See,
set them up to fail. It's
I
like
don't know if
you
y'all believe
ask,
in
it's
that.
you ask God why something happened. He give you an excuse, and he the one that fucked people up
No,
from
it's
the
not
jump.
an excuse.
He told Adam and Eve, "Hey, don't touch this shit over here. Leave it
Right.
alone." So now they're already curious, but he knows the future. So he knew that was gonna fuck up. He didn't even have to put the tree in the garden. Matter of
He
fact,
didn't.
he could have just said, fuck the garden. We gonna leave the tree right
No,
there. I'm
no,
gonna create the
no,
Garden of Eve, of the Garden of Eden somewhere else.
no, no. I disagree with what you're saying.
That's cool. You can disagree all you
Yeah, that's what
want.
I'm saying.
What
That's
I'm
why we can
saying
disagree,
is
right? I understand.
he's he's a he is the creator of everything. So you mean to tell me God is so slow that he can't say, "Oh, I know that these people are going to try to eat off this tree. So I'm just going to move the Garden of Eden about 3, maybe 4 miles away from the knowledge."
I
Are you
mean,
serious?
if that's
Right.
what you wanted to
Hey,
believe,
Ralph. Why
we're
would they
not
just tell you?
robots, people.
Why would
God
why
didn't
would
treat us. God didn't
No,
treat
I'm
us
not
like
saying,
robots.
I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about when he created a Garden of Eden and
That's
placed
what I'm
Adam and
saying.
Eve in there. He could have made it good for us right there from the jump. He
Oh, so
knew, he
now,
knew, he knew Eve was gonna do the same shit Pandora did.
see now,
And
see you now,
he
see now
said,
what
Right.
you're
F
doing.
that. He said,
Now
F
you,
that. I'm gonna allow her to fuck up. Why? Because I want them to fuck up. Why? Because it plays into the hand of what I want them to do in
no,
life.
no, no. See now you're doing like Adam and Eve did. Now you're trying to play God.
How? What?
Yeah, now you're
Bro,
trying to play God.
I'm not
How?
mankind is not playing God. They are
Yeah,
God. Name one
no.
thing, name one
Mankind is
thing,
dust. The
name
Bible
one
tells
thing
you.
that man is doing that name one thing God has done that man has not done.
Man is dust. All mankind is not God. Mankind is dust.
So we not.
God can't die. We die. God can't die. We die.
if you say
Why
So
so?
would?
you saying God can't die.
God can't die. Right. Man died.
Where does it say that? Yeah, God can't die.
I think it's at let me see. Is it Habakkuk 112? I think Habakkuk 112.
You
See,
checking?
like, hey bro, I'm immortal, I can't die, yo.
I mean God can't die. See, that's the thing. See, we
Huh?
humans die.
God
Okay, so
sound like
he claimed he
God
can't die,
sounds
and then we supposed to believe he died.
No, no. I don't know I don't know where you getting that from. God died.
So why y'all keep saying that he died?
Who keeps saying that?
A lot of y'all said.
No. See what it is. See what it is. I mean, I don't want to
what
get
it
see,
is is some of y'all think Jesus
it's
is
nothing.
God,
No,
some of
yes,
y'all don't
that's
think
it.
Jesus
That's
is
it.
God.
That's what
Yeah. What
that's
it is,
where
they don't have
the
no
other
idea.
subject come in. But
Some
I
of
don't
y'all,
believe
some
Jesus
of
is
y'all,
God.
some of y'all think God is slow and he don't understand killing, murder, and evil. And some of y'all think the devil is so fucking stupid that he's gonna fight a war that's prophesied that he gonna get put on a t-shirt.
He gonna walk right
You
into it.
funny, bro.
Here I am,
Hey,
God,
look, he
come
gonna
kill
walk.
me because it was prophesied. Come on, Ralph.
He
Ralph, you
go.
gotta
Hey,
do
yo.
better than that,
Hey,
buddy.
if this is
Bro,
true,
hey,
bro,
bro.
listen. If every word is true from beginning to end, that would mean that Satan is a fucking robot.
Hey, brother.
He gotta
All
be
I'm
a
gonna tell
robot, or
you,
he's the dumbest thing in existence.
God gonna act on it. God gonna act on His time. No matter what y'all say or what y'all do, God gonna act on His time, and that's the bottom line. He gonna act on His time. We can't tell God what to do. We don't tell. We don't even tell our parents
You're
what to do.
right. We can't tell God what to do because God
We can't.
tells us what to do. He makes us do what we don't want to do.
Satan
That's
No,
told
true.
I
God what to do.
disagree. I disagree.
Okay.
Satan told God what to do.
Okay, if you say that, if
And
you
yeah,
say
no,
that,
no, 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 no. The book of Job said it. He told him to
let,
stretch his hand. He told
but
him to
let me
Remove
stretch
ask
the
you
his
a
hand out.
rules.
question:
He
Is
He
said,
told
Satan
him to.
still in
remove the
heaven?
rules, yo.
Is Satan still in
He
heaven?
told God, he said, hey God, I bet you if you took away all this stuff, Job would stop fucking with you.
Is
He
Satan
was like,
still
you
in
know
heaven?
what? He said, hey nigga, let's try it. Shit, I bet you
Put
$50.
money on it. Oh,
Put
I got
money on
60.
that. Double
And he
up.
did it.
Double up. He was like
He did
Satan,
it.
I
double
got
up.
75.
Satan was like,
Look,
bang.
look. And after he did what Satan told him to do, God was like, I told you. I
Now get my
told you he
money, nigga.
wasn't going to fold. Like,
Now give me
come
Hey,
what you
on, man. He
owe.
yo.
told him what to do.
Give me what you
You
owe.
Hey,
don't eat
hey,
nothing, B. Hey, B, till I get my money, you don't eat nothing.
Y'all need to read Second Peter chapter 3. Y'all need to read
Yeah.
Second Peter chapter 3,
You need
1
to
to
read
8.
the whole book. You need to
No,
read the
no,
whole entire book of
read
Job.
Second Peter chapter 3, 1 to 8. Second Peter chapter 3, 1 to 8.
You read the whole book of Job.
No, but what I'm saying, I read the book of Job. What I'm saying, read Second
So
Peter
you
chapter
know that
3,
Job
1
told you
to 8.
said that he gonna move on his own time, and they was in the middle of a meeting, and Satan just showed up trying to make deals and shit.
Hey, brother, hey, brother, we're under a whole different time period. We're under undeserved kindness. We're under the grace of God today. We are not under. We are not
You
under.
can't. You cannot say we're under the grace of God when all this evil and wicked stuff is happening on
Hey,
the
yes,
earth.
hey, brother, do you understand what that means?
What that mean?
What that mean? All that mean is
Break it
that
down for us, Ralph.
all that
Break it
mean.
down.
All that mean if we commit a sin, we have Christ. We can go to God, and the blood of Christ will cleanse us from that sin. So
Okay,
therefore,
I got a question about that too.
so therefore, we can get that everlasting life because of Christ dying.
Do that go for
When that
everybody?
hold on, listen. When that
And now, you know,
sacrifice,
hold on, pretty, because I asked him this before, and he made the mistake of saying yes.
when that
Now, now
sacrifice
when
is fully
when she
applied,
asks you this question, I want you to think real hard on what you're about to say. Go ahead and ask him this question.
So is that for everybody?
what for everybody?
If they pray and get washed from their sins after they doing something terrible, would they be forgiven?
Everybody who put faith in Christ, yes.
So rapists, murderers, pedophiles,
Yes,
all the sick individuals
yes.
can go have a chance to
God,
go to
yes.
heaven. Oh, okay, I ain't going.
No, hold on, listen, hold on,
I ain't
listen,
going.
listen. Only 144,000 go to heaven. Only 144,000 go to heaven. But like you said, the rapists and so on, yes, they have an opportunity. They can get that opportunity to live here on the earth because, like you said, Christ, when
That
he
don't sit right
died,
with me.
I mean,
A person
it
that
might not feel
rape and
like
kidnap kids
see,
can just go to
I
heaven.
mean,
Like that don't sit right with me.
hold on, hey, ma'am, listen to what I'm saying, ma'am. Listen to what I'm saying.
Ralph,
In
I'm
order
listening.
to go to heaven, first you got to be born again. You
Okay, so
got
he
to
gotta
be
go through
born
a
again.
ritual
If
first,
you,
and then he can be forgiven after he did all
hey,
that sick
ma'am,
shit to
hold on,
kids.
listen, listen. If you are born again and you remain faithful, you can go to heaven. True, you can go to heaven. I
hmm
can't say who's going to heaven because I know I'm not
no,
going to heaven because
you just told us. You said 144,000, like I've been saying. Now, peep game. In in ancient times, you had Jews that followed the law, right? Then after that, you had Judaist Christians that stuck to the law. So you had millions of them, right? So out of those
He
millions that
gone.
followed the law, he can still hear me. All
Right.
those that followed the law, they stuck to the law to the T, right? So us new age people who turn our life over to Christ ain't getting into heaven over the
exactly.
already out of all the already people that's been dead waiting to go to heaven that's just in their coffin sleep. So that
Hey,
means we're
sir.
not in void.
No. Hey, sir, what you got to understand, the Bible said
Because
there's going to
listen,
be. Hold
listen,
on, listen. Okay,
the
go ahead.
Christians of today follow Paul. They don't follow the teachings of Jesus Christ.
But who
Jesus
did
said, I
Paul
came
follow?
not, Jesus said, I came not to change the law.
But who did Paul follow?
The Romans.
Paul followed
No,
himself.
Paul
Paul
was a
claimed
follower
himself
of
to be an
Christ.
apostle. Paul came and said, oh, you guys can eat fucking pig.
Paul was a follower
And
of
Paul
Christ.
said, oh, you can do away with the old law because we're under a new covenant. Jesus sacrificed himself, so now we don't have to follow the laws of old. Is that not what Paul said?
Hey, sir.
Paul
What?
remixed. Paul
Hold on.
remixed
Hold
the
on.
whole. Paul remixed the
What you
whole
saying is right.
teachings.
What you saying is right. But we are not under a law covenant anymore. We were never under law covenant. The law covenant was only given to Israel. The law covenant was only given to Israel. And that was to lead them to Jesus. You remember when Jesus came? Jesus was only sent to Israel.
Now,
But what
I don't
Jesus,
know when Jesus
You
came
know
because I
the
don't
you know the
believe
early
that
It's a
Christians. Hey,
remix.
you know the early Christians considered him a false prophet.
they show and they didn't follow Jesus' teachings or Paul's.
but the thing about it, but was they correct though?
That all the people got killed when they were doing that. When they were saying that he was a false prophet, they killed him. So they
But
not
the thing
here.
about it, but the thing about it though,
That's what see. That's what y'all don't understand. See, that's what
no.
y'all do not
See, but
understand
see,
about what happened because
but the
you
brother
on the
said
older side,
something.
bro. You on the older side, and you did not want to seek the truth. So that's why you
No,
don't
the
know that
brother said something about the
these
new
people,
covenant though.
bro. These people were killed. That's why they don't have a voice right
It
now.
don't make
They
any
got
difference.
killed for
I
not
mean,
accepting it.
the thing about it is this:
Look,
the brother mentioned
Ralph, look,
the
listen,
brother
listen,
said something
Ralph.
about the new covenant.
The new Christians went and were slaughtering old Christians because they didn't believe. They didn't
No,
believe that
Christian.
Jesus. They okay. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
The older Christians did not believe that Jesus was the Messiah, just like because they were Judaish Christians, and the new Christians came and wiped them out.
Hold
No,
on,
the
y'all.
Bible doesn't say that. I
I know
disagree
it don't. I know it don't. You got to
because you
follow
got
the
to
trail of
remember
blood when it comes to the religion.
what is a Christian. You got to remember what is a Christian.
A Christian means to be Christ-like, and to be
Is a
Christ-like,
follower, right?
why you going
One who
around
follows
killing
the
people?
teaching.
And it says, "Thou shalt not kill."
Right, that's right. So a Christian is one who follows the teaching of
what is a
Jesus.
black what's a black man?
A Christian is about what I'm saying. A Christian is one who follows the teaching of Jesus.
And a black man is a name that
Jesus
somebody
is our
called somebody,
leader.
right?
Jesus is our role model,
It's your role
and that's
model.
who we follow. The teaching of Jesus.
They called them Christians. They didn't call themselves Christians.
No, Christian came from God. The name came from
Oh
God.
man, you gotta be kidding me. Where is that at? Where
Read
that
Acts
come from?
11:26.
You going back to Paul?
Read Acts 11:26. Paul was
I
under.
told y'all, look,
Hold on, listen,
all the
listen,
new
listen.
Christians today, y'all parlaying Christians. Y'all don't do the
Paul was
teachings of
under.
Jesus.
Paul was not Paul under Holy Spirit when he wrote.
No, he made all that
Yeah,
shit up.
No,
no,
wait. But
no.
we're not. No. I'm saying this is his influence. This is his
I
influence on
still
the
we hate
people.
you,
And
but
some people. There's other people who wrote down what he was saying.
All you got to do is all you got to do, like I'm saying, if you get time, I mean, just keep reading. I mean, just keep reading,
I
brothers. That's
read
all I can
and
do.
I'm good.
Okay,
I've
I
heard enough.
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But I tell you what, turn to 2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 1-8. The same thing is going on today is what went on back then.
It's
The
nothing new under
same
the
thing.
sun. Mm-hmm.
If those
I
people
mean,
were wrong, why would they kill him?
who don't
When they were saying that Jesus didn't take his body with him, he didn't resurrect from the dead, and that Paul is a false prophet, why did they kill him?
He
What
got put on a
scripture were they?
t-shirt.
I
What?
can't answer why I can't answer. I don't know. I'm not in their mind. I can't tell you why they killed them.
I
But
can.
They
The
was like
same reason
they was like he
why
put
a lot
something
of
in
people
his
get
sock.
killed. When you go against the agenda, look how many of our leaders got killed because they went against
Yeah.
the agenda.
Yeah.
When you don't fit the agenda that people of the ruling people at the time, you're gonna get killed. That's how it
Yeah.
goes.
If you tell the
uh,
truth, you're gonna get killed. If you stand for
and
something, you're gonna get
Jesus
killed. If
and
you
that
try to
what
make
Jesus
change, you're
spoke.
gonna get killed.
Jesus never lied. The Christ never lied.
He did lie because he told his disciples, asked him, when was the kingdom coming? He said, some of you here will not taste death, and all of them died.
Hey, brother. Oh, but like I'm saying, in a sense, but like I said, you can read into that in different ways. But all I'm gonna tell you
No,
is
you
this.
can't. You can't read
Hold on,
into it in
hold
different
on, but
ways.
listen,
You can
but you said,
interpret it
but you
in a
hold on,
different
hold
way.
on. But you said Jesus lied. But if you go to, I think it's I'm trying to get the scripture right. I think it's is it First Peter? I think it's First Peter, chapter 2, 20 and 21. It shows that Jesus never committed a sin. Jesus never committed a sin.
You're right. They left his sinful ways out of the book.
He never committed a sin.
He killed his childhood playmate. He blinded his teacher. He was smashing Mary before they was married.
Wow.
He was having inappropriate relationships with Lazarus. What are you
Is that
talking about?
is that in the Bible?
Nope.
I
Remember,
just said they
remember,
left it out.
Oh, okay.
remember,
You lied.
remember. Hey,
Because
remember when they went to the
that,
festival?
all that
Remember
is,
when they went, Ralph?
is
Ralph? Remember
I
when
mean,
they went to the festival? What did Jesus say when they were going to the festival?
I can't remember.
He said, my time is not here. He said, I cannot go. He said, I will not go to the festival. That's what he
But what
said. And then
yeah,
guess what? His
I got.
ass popped up at the festival.
But
So
what I'm
he lied.
talking about, I'm talking about Jesus being a perfect man. That's what I'm.
Okay, we're talking about a lie. He said, "You go to the festival. I'm not going up to this festival." And he
But the
went to the
Bible,
damn
the
festival. And
Bible
then
tells you,
in the next two verses, he showed up at the festival.
but the Bible tells you at First
That's a
Peter.
lie.
Hold on. The Bible tells you at First Peter chapter 2, 20 and 21. You read that Jesus never committed a sin.
Just because the book said so.
Right?
Exactly. Yes.
We
God has
don't
never seen
fuck
anyone
the
face to
fuck,
face.
forget the apocryphas,
Exactly.
huh? We just throw all the apocryphas in the trash.
Hey, sir. I mean, you can do what I mean, you can believe
Wait.
what you want to believe, and I
Jesus,
can't tell you what
Jesus
to believe.
perfect, God perfect, and the devil is a liar. Got it.
Oh, yeah, the Bible calls the devil a lie, right?
The devil ain't killed one person in the book, yo.
But what I'm saying is this here, sir.
That's weird.
This, the kingdom of
I was under the impression that the devil killed 10 people in the book. Mo looked it up. Mo said the devil ain't killed one person in the book. So
all, all I'm
Not
Mo
one.
saying
Mo
is this here.
Mo is the New Testament of the Bible. So if Mo says it, then it's in there. Because
Okay.
Mo's the new.
I
We
mean,
got the new version of the Bible by Mo.
all I'm saying is this here.
I agree.
God is giving us a way out.
This is I can't take nothing that people say when it comes to the Bible. I can't take it for face value because the book has been manipulated. We keep saying God said, God said, God said.
I
When
agree with that.
men are writing for God and then men are writing for Jesus. Jesus didn't write one jot or tittle in the book.
Mm-mm.
Men wrote for both of them. The two
Mm-hmm.
top players in the game. Matter of
Yep.
fact, the three top players in the game, because we're gonna throw Paul in there also.
Mm-hmm.
But the Bible lets you know that men wrote under inspiration. They were inspired by God to write.
That's
And,
just something that they say.
but see, yeah, you're right, right. But see, but that's why you got the. But like I said, you have
It's
leaders.
just like that's just like the Circle Seven Quran. They say, "Oh, it was inspired by Noble Drew Ali from the teachings of Allah." So Allah went through him and wrote the teachings through the Honorable Noble Drew Ali. That's the
But
same shit with the Nation of Islam.
right. But that's where your faith come in at.
Okay,
That's
But
cool.
where
And you
your
got the
faith
faith,
comes in.
right? You got the faith, right? And there's people before you had the faith, right?
That's where
So
your
tell
faith
me,
comes
have you ever seen a mountain lifted up and thrown into the sea?
in. No, I haven't.
You haven't seen it. Have you ever heard of it in history? Have you ever heard in history about a mountain being lifted up and thrown into the sea?
No, I haven't.
Well, Mark 11:24 through 25 says, Amen. I tell you, whoever says to this mountain, be lifted up and thrown into the sea, and it does not, and he has no doubt in his heart, but believes that what he says will happen, it shall be done
She
for him.
left.
So,
See, but what is
so
that?
why
Hold on,
hasn't
bring
anyone
her
done that?
in.
But what is that showing, though?
Let me
But
see
what is
if I found her.
talking about faith? And that's what.
Okay, good. So it should be done. Where's this stuff being done? I don't care if it don't even have to be a mountain. It could be a hill.
Yeah, but
It
it's
could be a
talking about
it could be
faith.
a car. Somebody should have already tested this out. You know what happened though? People
But it's
have tried to
talking
do
about
it, and I
faith.
guarantee you it didn't work.
But
Remember the guy? Hey, y'all remember the pastor? Hold on. Y'all remember that pastor that was playing with the snakes? They
Mhm.
said you shall pick up snakes, and they shall bite you and do no harm. He's dead. He believed it. He picked it up and he was running around the church praying, speaking in tongues, and his snake bit him in his face. And he said, "Yeah, it can't hurt me," and kept on dancing until he passed the fuck out.
Wow.
You gotta understand what he was
I don't need
saying.
to understand none of that shit because I ain't dumb.
What I'm
I'm not
saying.
gonna ever do no stupid shit like that. I would never do no dumb shit like that, man. I know what a snake is. You ask and you you shall receive, or you keep
She
playing
didn't
with them
come
damn
up, Rob.
snakes. Look, listen. My daughter, when she seen a snake, before she even understood what they were, she knew to get the hell in the house when she saw it. It's a
Exactly.
big worm. It's a big worm outside. She got the hell out of there, and you got this grown man reading a goddamn nursery book, picking up snakes, letting it bite him in his face. He could have saved his life.
You
He
could've.
stayed in there. He stayed in there for too long. He could have ran and got that antidote. He stayed in the damn church dancing around because he had too much faith.
Yeah. I mean, I can't. I mean, like I'm saying, all I'm saying is this here. The Bible tells me to walk by faith and not by sight, and that's all I can do. And
Open
I
your
can't,
third
I
eye.
can't, I can't tell nobody. I can't tell nobody what to do, and I'm not. That's not me. It's not me. Only thing I can do is follow my God, Jehovah. That's all I.
Okay, John 15:7. If you remain in me and my words remain in you, ask for whatever you want, and it will be done for you. So all this death you talking about, and you got the faith, use it. You ain't got to worry about death no more. We all gotta die. No, just ask.
Hey, sir. All I'm
Just tell
saying
him
is
that you want to be an immortal.
no.
Your word remains in him. Your word remains his word remains in you. So ask for whatever you want and it will be done. He
I
said
already
whatever.
know my
There's no
future.
stipulation on it.
My future is the earth. If I
Wow.
remain faithful, I can live on I can live on the earth with righteous
How you
people.
know?
I mean, that's my future. I can't speak for anybody else.
Well,
I can see what you're
I'm
going to be.
Oh,
and I'm talking about you and what you said. You don't want to die. And you don't have to, according to
I mean,
John 15:7.
this is what I'm saying. I know I can die. I'm not saying I can't die.
give her the
It,
I'm
mic.
telling you that you don't have to. You told us you don't want to.
what?
You told us you don't want to. So I'm telling you, you don't have to, according to the word
What
of God.
I'm saying, yeah, because I don't want to. Don't mean I'm not gonna die.
So what does
That
he
doesn't
mean
mean
when
I'm
he
not
say
gonna
ask
die.
for whatever you want and it will be done for you? What does that
There's
mean?
gonna be a resurrection.
Okay, so give me the proper translation for this. Give me the proper interpretation. When he says ask for whatever you want, as long as the word remains in you, right? You can ask for whatever you want and it will be done for you. So what does that actually mean? Give me the real meaning of that.
All we're talking about, you can ask God for something in faith
Give him two.
Okay,
Yes.
so why can't you ask him for immortality
because
so you can
immortality,
stay here and do his work?
because God is
I thought asking God for personal gain was a sin.
no, no, brother,
Uh-oh.
brother. God has set up. See, you guys are understanding God's purpose. God has set up a kingdom for
Rob, they want one too.
kingdom that the kingdom that
Yes.
you seen for David. Jesus and his bride, they are the
I can hear
kingdom.
him.
They are the new heaven. They are the kingdom, and they're gonna bring all the blessings to the earth. I don't have to ask for that. I know. Telling me, he's telling me. God is telling me through the king.
I got two husky puppies, and they mad because they had to come in the house.
Hey, he bring him in the
Yeah,
house. Hey,
they want to be outside.
it's
Now
all
they in the house, so now they bitching because they can't go back outside.
see all mankind problems is tied up in God's kingdom. See that kingdom that David had, and that kingdom that Jesus took over. That's the solution to all the mankind problems. So no matter all the problem we face, man cannot eliminate them. Only God's kingdom can, and that's what I'm waiting on. Like if you read in Matthew 6:33, Matthew 6:9, and what is it? Daniel 2:44, and talk about God gonna set up a kingdom or a government that never be brought to ruin. Because look at mankind's government. I mean, they are I mean, they're killing us. And you really think about it. Look at the government. I'm not saying the government don't do good things. Don't do they just doing all bad things. They do some good things, but the bottom line, mankind cannot satisfy mankind's needs. We can't do it. We are imperfect.
I don't know, man. I think mankind can do it.
I mean, like you said, but like you said, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Look at how long mankind been ruling. I don't even know, and look where we at. And it seems like to be getting worse.
Yeah,
There were
I
times
don't
we
know
couldn't even
about.
keep the population up, man. We chasing down 10 billion. We chasing down 10 billion, and I know these scriptures tell y'all people were living for hundreds of years, but people were lucky to make it to 30 back then. People they hitting 80 easy, easy.
Yeah, yeah, but they're still dying though. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that's true. But think about it before that. They had people like who look at Methuselah, how long did he live?
I don't know. We
About
can't find them.
68.
We can't find them.
Yeah, but they live to be
We ain't find. Listen, all of those people that lived back then, they between the ages of 20 and 45 years old. Those bodies are between 20 and 45 years old. They lying. Those people are not
how old
hundreds of
is
years old.
Noah? The Bible say Noah was what about 900 and what 60? You have to be 960 something?
Right. I think it's like 980. Yeah, but still.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. But the thing about it though, gonna come a time where mankind gonna be able to live forever without dying at all. That time is coming. When? I can't tell you when 'cause I'm not God. I can't tell you when because I used to be impatient about that. But now, I mean, I'm patient because I understand now. At least I didn't understand why God was taking so long. But to Islam is but to God,
He's taking so
it's not
long because it ain't real. That's what's taking
Bro,
so.
they don't want to hear
Are you
that.
not
He
getting
don't
it?
want to hear that.
It,
He don't care about that.
bro. I'm telling you, this is not the creator that you think you in communication with, man.
I
It's
mean, my
snakish.
Bible
This is a
says
snaky. This dude is snaky. Look, he talking to you and drops separately. He whispering stuff to you, and you got your interpretation. Then he whispering stuff to drops. Then this other guy is whispering stuff to the Islamic people. Like, come
right.
on, man.
That's
The
true.
Jews got a
That's
whole
true.
different understanding.
That's
These are
true.
snakes. These gods are
That's
snakes.
true.
You
But
can't
what does the
just like
Bible
you
say?
know how God said he invisible and so is the devil. Do you think
Right.
that's a coincidence? They both invisible.
But
Why
think
would he
about it.
give him why would God give the devil the gift of immortality and invisibility?
But think
Why
about
would you do that? Let evil be seen so we can see it when it's coming. He gonna let him
it.
hide too.
But you got other angels in heaven. You got other angels in heaven that didn't do what Satan did.
This dude said we can't see electricity. That is crazy. I seen it before and felt it. I saw it when it happened.
My cousin got
Okay,
struck
what
by
the hell? What kind of
electricity
electricity you talking about?
twice.
My aunt got struck by lightning. I saw that shit sitting in the backseat of her car. That shit is real. There ain't no need to believe in lightning. That shit will show you it's real.
He was walking in the street and got hit. And then the next time he was trying to get out from outside and go into the house, because to this day he's scared of lightning. And it was right before he even made it into his house, he got hit by lightning again. So we know electricity. It hit him twice.
I got you. But I just like I said, brother. Like I said, I understand the way y'all feel. I do understand the way you feel because I was in that boat before. I was in that boat.
Where the Old Testament come from? Come on, if you in the boat, come on now. You done said it 5 times. I'm gonna have to put you on the spot. Where did the Old Testament come from? Since you was in my boat,
What'd you say?
where did the Old Testament come from? Since you said you was in my boat,
The scriptures came. The scriptures came from God. God spoke through me.
Man, that's not a good enough answer, man.
The Hebrew men. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't there. I couldn't see it. He gave Moses stones, and then the scribes had what they wrote on. But like you said, God gave the Bible through the Hebrew men. They was inspired to write.
Do you know the Hebrews men were not the first people to write their literature?
But the Hebrew men are the men of God.
But they weren't the first ones to write their literature.
Whether
The
they were the
Egyptians,
first,
the Egyptians were.
they were
The
inspired by
Egyptians were writing. The Egyptians were writing their language in Greek. They were transcribing it in Greek.
But the Bible, but it shows you that the Bible was written, was inspired by God through Hebrew men. If you read the Bible, it's all Hebrew men.
Okay, and where's this at? Where's this at in real life that's saying it was inspired and written by Hebrew men? Because when we talk to the scholars and we do our own comparative research, we don't see Hebrew men writing it.
You don't have to see Hebrew
We
men,
just
right?
we just need a name. We need a
But
name. We need a name of the people who wrote the Torah. Where is that at?
if you read the Bible, you go look up any of the old names that's in the Hebrew scriptures that got the writers.
no. But listen. This is what you're not understanding, right? You can use your common sense for this one. How did Moses write things after he's dead?
A
Okay, so common sense would tell you because
listen,
we
is
can
it
use other
look?
examples of when we have a writer, but they're writing something that there's no way possible they could have known. And the way you figure this out is not because you put a God in there, it's because they obviously had a text that they were referencing. They had a source
See,
that they were reading from. That's why the book of Job is supposed to come before Genesis. The stories that they find of Job is before Genesis. But why is Genesis first? Because they put it together that way. They put it together the way they wanted to put it together because they're
hey
building the
sir,
story.
hey
But
sir,
Moses did not write
the
the
Bible
first 5
is
books.
here.
He copied them from somewhere else.
Bible is here from Genesis to Revelation, 66 books. That's what I believe.
That's cool, but
I
we're not
believe
going off what you
all. I
believe.
believe. I believe
We're
all
going
those.
off what we can prove.
I believe, but like you said, I don't have to prove anything because the Bible tells me to walk by faith and not by sight. I
Right,
don't have
because
Okay,
you're
to.
gonna
but
find out. If you walk in truth, you're gonna find out what mofactz found out. So they blocking you.
Hey, hey, hey,
That's
hey,
why.
hey, Mo, you have a right to believe what you want to believe,
I
and
don't
I
have
can't.
to believe, bro. Listen, the new Bible has 66 books, but you have older ones that have 88, 81, 82, 74, 72. Like
Okay,
these, they. So what you telling me is,
so
if certain,
those
listen,
books have not
if certain,
existed.
if certain.
So
So
those
listen, are you telling me that if certain, if
of
are
what
you,
I'm telling you
okay,
from God.
y'all
if you
can't
are
talk at the same time. I can't hear
right,
y'all.
Okay,
right.
okay. Wait, wait, wait,
'Cause let me ask you the question, Ralph. Let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
if certain events didn't take place, we would still have 81 books in the Bible. 88, some of them even over 100. We would still have these books, 74, 72. We would still have 76 books insert. So you telling me at this time, if these events didn't take place, you would
I
take out
disagree.
the books until they got to 66? Is that what you telling me? Like you would do
I'm
if you had the
telling
book that
you.
if you had the Bible that had 74 books, you would take out uh all of the books until you get to 66? Is that what you
No,
telling me?
no, that's what you are taught. I'm not taught that. I'm taught
Okay,
that
so
the
you telling me did the Bible
Bible.
just fall out the sky?
No, I'm taught. I'm taught from God's word. I believe what God's word say, not man. All I'm saying, God's words is telling me that
I'm not
all.
worried about no, no, because there's no. You're not going to give me any scripture that tells you how many books are supposed to be in the Bible. So let's cut that out.
Okay, I
I'm
mean, well,
asking you if you think the Bible just fell
you
out the
have to
sky with
you have to
66 books.
well, I can't answer you then. If you don't, I mean, if you don't accept my words from the Bible, I can't answer you.
You're not, but okay. So you're going to give me okay. Show me in a book where it says that it's supposed to be 66 books.
It is how many books is in there?
It's how many
Count
they
the
put
books.
in there. It's how many
Count the
ever
books.
books they. It's the
Those.
amount
That's
of book. It's the
what it is.
amount of.
It is how many books is in there?
It's how many
Count
they
the
put
books.
in there. It's how many
Count the
ever
books.
books they. It's the
Those.
amount
That's
of book.
what
It's
it
the
is.
amount of books. It's the listen. It's the amount of books that they allow to be put in there, and they rejected
Those,
other
okay,
books. But
those
God,
books that are
so you
not in
missing
there
the point.
were not inspired of God. Then
Who says who?
the Bible.
No.
Because it was canonized. That's why you got 66 books.
Hey, but
They
still,
put
they
what they
got
Okay,
to be
Ralph. Ralph.
inspired by God.
Ralph. Tell me when God told them to take the apocalypse of Peter out the Bible and replace it with John.
All
When
you
did he
got
tell them to do that?
All you got to read, all you got to do is open up the Bible today with the 66 books, and you will see what's in there.
You're not listening at all.
No, no, no. What it is, no. You can say I'm not listening because I'm going from the scriptures. What's in the scripture and what God has given me. I can't
But these are
teach
men. The men gave it to you. The God did, yo,
no.
bro. When they put the book together, they did not say God told them to do it. They did it on their own. They didn't say God told them to do it. Most of these people that were involved in putting the Bible together, they weren't even Christian. That's the crazy part about it. They weren't even of the faith.
Not the coon. It's giving me coon vibes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know. That's my niece. I didn't know. And I'm sorry.
Said it giving me coon
Hey,
vibes.
brothers. Hey, brothers. What I'm saying is this here. All I'm saying is
Not
this.
to hear a motherfucking thing.
The Bible that I have, the Bible I have,
Who is that?
That's
the
her
Bible I
cousin.
have is of 66 books, and that's what I go by. If God wanted me to have any other books, it would be in there because at Second Peter chapter 1, 20, 21, it tells you all scripture inspired of God. If it's not
Say that
inspired,
one. Say that one more time. What?
read go to Second Peter.
You said all scripture was inspired by God. So that
Right.
means even the scripture that they left out of the book. That's game. That's
No,
game.
no.
That's
Hey,
game.
sir. Hey, sir. No scriptures are left out.
Game over.
No scriptures are
That's
left out.
game.
It's giving me same sex vibe.
Hey, sir. Did it
It's
say
giving
any
me
scriptures were
same
left out?
sex.
It
It's
didn't
giving
say
me
any
same
scriptures were
sex.
left out. We
It's
have
giving
the
me same
66
sex.
that God want us to have. We have that.
If you just said it said all scripture is divine,
All
right?
scripture are inspired of God. And those are the
Okay, it's
ones
all.
that are in the Bible.
Does it say in the Bible? Does it say it's
Hey,
inspired by
hey, hey,
God
hey,
in the Bible?
sir. It said all scripture are inspired.
That's there you go. So that
And
means
those
that
are
there.
and those are the ones that are in the scriptures.
No,
Those
no,
are
no,
One
no,
in the
more.
because
Let me
Holy
that's
say
not what
this.
it
Bible.
say. That's not what it say. You're interpreting the way
No,
you
I'm
want
not
to.
interpreting it. I'm not
So we're
interpreting it.
gonna read it. We're gonna read it for
Okay,
what it
okay.
says. It said all scripture is inspired by
Right,
God.
right.
So that means even the stuff that they left out, because at this moment
No,
in time, the
no, see,
book
you
was
gotta
not.
have, no,
Listen,
yeah.
listen, Ralph. The book wasn't put together when they said it.
Hey, sir. The book, the book is put together. We have the Bible now. We have the 66 books.
That
Right, right. But
not when
We
it
listen,
have
was
the 66
listen.
inspired.
The
books.
book of
Not when it
Ralph,
was
the
inspired.
book of Timothy was written before they put the Bible together. So when it said all scripture was given by the inspiration of God, it meant all of them, not just 66.
No.
Boy, you is
Hey,
tripping.
brother.
Time
If
is
they was
linear.
inspired, listen, Mo, listen. If they was inspired of God, they will be in the Bible now. They will be in the Bible.
Says who?
Where'd your phone go?
Says God.
Where?
Hmm.
God
Where does it say
said,
that at?
God said, we have the 66 book. We have the 66 books that
No,
are
he didn't.
inspired.
You just lied. What scripture is that?
I mean, you go to what is it? Second Peter 1. I
Game
think it's
over.
Second Peter 1, 20 and 21.
And it's going to say the 66 books. Boy, you lying. But I'm gonna
I
look
mean,
anyway, like a dumbass.
hey, Mo, how many books are in the Bible?
He
Now,
just told you.
How many books are in the Bible now? Right.
but first of all, it's which Bible are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Holy Bible. It's 66
Oh,
books.
you mean the sun? You mean the Sun book?
I'm talking about the Holy Bible.
The Sun
Y'all,
book. Got it.
I mean, if y'all want to play games or whatever y'all want to,
I'm
I'm
not
just
playing the
going by
game.
what
Holy
I'm
Bible means Heliobibilia, which also means holy book, which translates to Sun book.
okay. If
Right?
you want to call it that, I call it little books, the little books of the Bible, the
The
66
little
books.
book.
And that's what I believe in. I don't believe any other book.
See,
I don't believe any
listen.
other
This
book.
is this is. See, we up here talking about actual stuff that's going on, and you're playing with your own belief. We are not
No, I'm
doing
not. I
that.
mean, what do you
It's
mean I'm
like,
playing with my own
it's
belief?
like,
I'm just telling
it's
you what
like
I
me and Mo.
believe.
Listen. Let me get it out because I'm losing my train of thought. Me and Mo
Okay.
are going to bring. We're going to bring books to the table, artifacts, all types of all types of literature to come together with this fight. To fight the battle of scripture, right? Who did what, why they did it, how they did it, what library it came from, what man wrote it, what time period. So me and Mo coming with all of this for the
Hey, brother.
just for the listen, just for the debate. And when you show up, you just got your holy Bible and your belief. That ain't
Hey,
fair to
brother.
us.
Hey, brother. Hey, brother.
Big time.
Hey,
That's
yo.
seriously
At
unfair.
any time, hey, brother. At any time, we can choose to stop talking or whatever, and I understand that. And like I
No,
said,
I'm
I'm
not
not
gonna,
gonna.
Ralph. I'm not gonna kick you off. But
No,
I'm
I'm
just
not saying
saying.
you're gonna kick me off.
Listen. Hold on, Ralph. Listen to what I'm telling you. I'm saying, let's say we had a big event and we were discussing the stuff in the Bible. Me and Mo are bringing all of this knowledge to the table. We staying up doing research. We might get 2-3 hours of sleep a night because I'm gonna have to put in vacation in order for me to even get to the debate. So before I get to the debate, I gotta put in more time to take off of work so I can study, and I gotta get my PowerPoint together. I gotta show what from my first piece of article to my last, and Mo's gonna do the same thing. So we gonna show up ready, cocked and loaded, ready to bust heads. And when we get there, instead of us dealing with facts, we're gonna just deal with belief. And that's not fair to the people coming to see the debate or the people that's gonna be live streaming the debate, because you just brought up the book of faith and your
Hey,
own
brother.
personal belief.
Hey, brother. Uh, a Christian, really, we don't have to do debate. The word of God is truth. We don't have to.
It's
We
not
don't
the
have to
word of
debate the
God,
Bible.
bro.
The word of
But
God
let's
is
Y'all,
listen
true.
y'all
here.
got y'all made y'all headway by
The
threats
God of
and
word is
killing
true.
people.
We don't have
Listen,
to
man,
fight.
you going off the strength. No, then why did you kill people who didn't believe? The
I
people
mean,
that
we
you
don't have to
supporting,
fight. Who? I
they
mean,
killed,
hey,
bro. They killed
I
millions
haven't
of
killed
people because they
anyone.
didn't believe it.
I haven't killed
The shit
anyone.
was bullshit.
And
It was
if
bullshit, and they was
but
catching on to
but
the
you gotta
bullshit,
answer.
and they start killing people.
Yeah.
But you gotta answer. But you gotta ask yourself, were they
They
Christian?
start killing people, man.
Were they Christian? You gotta
Yes,
ask yourself,
That did that
but
did
we
the
don't
same
followers
thing.
of
understand, bro.
Christ?
That did the same thing that went on during the Salem witch trials.
But you gotta
Killing.
ask,
Mm-hmm.
were they followers of Christ?
Yes, they were killing Christians. They were killing them
No, they
because
were
they didn't
not
believe.
followers of Christ.
Yes,
If
they
you
did.
killing Christians,
They
you're
had the
not
scripts.
followers of Christ.
So bro, you think these other Bibles that they got just came out of nowhere?
Hey, sir, all I'm saying is this here. The Bible is truly the word of God. I can't I can't I can't tell nobody, what to believe in.
So why do you have
I
faith?
mean,
You just did.
What is your
You
faith
just
for?
said the Bible is truly the word of God.
but
So
listen, but
people are
I
gonna
can't.
hear. Listen, people are gonna hear this and they're gonna be like, "Oh, you know what? Ralph was right."
Hey, sir. Hey, sir.
Not
Yes.
the sir.
I'm gonna use the scriptures. I can only use the scriptures, and
That's
that's what
cool.
I believe.
That's
But
cool.
if they
Ralph, I
believe
got a
that,
question.
hold on. If a person believe that, that's their belief, not because of me. That's their belief. Go ahead, man.
Um, are you okay?
Person believe that, that's their belief, not because of me. That's their belief. Go ahead, man.
Um, are you okay with the Bible saying it's okay for incest?
Incest did happen.
So it was
But
right.
what incest are you talking about? When did the incest happen?
Around Genesis, man. When that Genesis, when the incest was happening,
You talking
when the,
about
when the
after
kids
Sodom and
took the
Gomorrah
boys.
fell, when old boy and his daughters fled in the cave, and they thought they was the only people on earth, so they got their father drunk with wine, and they made out with him,
That
and
was
then
one
he
of
slept
them.
with them.
Because he better not try to say it didn't happen at all. Because I was literally reading it last night.
That
So let's
happened,
not even
bro.
I'm not saying that didn't happen,
play.
but okay,
Let's
but
not
look at
even
the
play.
situation. They did what though? They knew they was wrong. They got him drunk, right? So did
He got
God
his.
They
tell him to
didn't
do that?
know. They were still committing adultery and
But
incest
what I'm
after they
saying,
got in trouble.
They said got him drunk.
hey, we,
No, you're right.
a sister, incest is committed today.
Who committed
But does that
incest?
make it right?
Wives were giving the maids to to their husbands and their sisters to their husbands. That's incest.
Hey, bro, hey, sis, did God tell him to do that?
Yes.
No, God did not tell him
Yes.
to do that.
I'm literally reading the Bible right now. He
Okay,
said,
read it.
God
God
said unto
told them to
me
do that.
to give.
Or was that their own desire?
Hey, you gonna let her read it or no?
Let me please let me go and please let me find the
Read it,
passage.
read it. Read it,
Please let me
sister.
find it. Please let me find it.
I
It
thought
was
you
one
already
man
had it.
who went to
Not I
who
didn't
went
have
to
it yet, but
Pharaoh. Who went to Pharaoh with his wife, and he told them not to tell them that
he
you're my wife, you're my
yes
sister.
no, that happened twice.
That happened
But
twice.
in Egypt, when
That was.
he said,
Go ahead.
"Oh, please, I pray unto you, tell them you're my sister instead of my wife, so they won't kill me." Basically, he said, "Don't tell them you're my wife. Tell them you're my sister, so they won't kill me." And then the wife told them that she was his sister instead of telling him
And they
that he
started
was a wife.
cashing
And
out.
then when God tried to condemn them, the Pharaoh said, why would you confuse me and why would you lie to me?" And he said, "Oh, I didn't want to die. I knew that you got
Basically, they knew that he was
yeah
gonna get
took
killed.
in lesser words." He said, "I didn't want to
And
tell you guys the
who
truth
who was that
because
though that said that to Pharaoh?
let
Are
That's
you talking
let
about
me let me
Abraham. That's
me find it.
Abraham
Yep.
with
That's
Abraham.
Sarah.
Yeah, she
Abraham.
talking
That's
about. I
Ab-
think she talking. Let me
Abraham
look
with
that
Sarah.
up.
Abram. At first, his name was Abram, but then God changed his name to Abraham. Correct or not?
It,
Yes.
it,
Yeah,
wa- it
that's
was
correct.
Abraham.
That's correct. I'm
Yes.
not
His
saying
name was
it's wrong.
Abram. You know what I mean?
Abram.
And
Yeah, I
then
knew.
God told him, your name will no longer be Abram, whatever, and it will be Abraham. And he accepted it. And then after that, he told those pharaohs in Egypt that his name was different. And then he said, when he got there, he told his wife to tell them not to reveal the fact that you're my wife. Tell them you're my sister.
But
Why?
okay,
Because his sister, she was his sister from his mom's side and not his dad's side, and it was okay.
no, okay, but
And
who
then
said that was incest though?
after the Pharaoh found out, he tried to condemn him and said, "Why would you tell me this? And why would you feel me?" He basically said, "Why would you put me in God's?" He basically said, "Why would you put me in trouble?" Basically, he said, "Why would you send me in trouble with God if you knew this was your wife instead of your sister?" And he said the reason why he did it was because he did not want to die. Because he knew that the pharaohs would kill him if they knew it was his wife. Because why? The wife was fair. According to the Bible, because his wife was fair.
But you
Basically
didn't answer
meaning
the
his wife
question, man.
looked good.
Listen,
But
it
what
says
did it say was
besides.
incest
It says
at?
besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my
Right,
father,
right.
though
I
not
agree
though not
100%.
the
Listen,
daughter.
no, listen.
Calm
Right, go
Ralph,
down,
ahead.
listen to
Turbo.
what Mo about to tell
Yes,
you.
please.
Read
I
it
know, but
again,
hold
Mo.
on. But like I'm saying, I agree with that. I
He
agree
said
I didn't
he
100%
even
said he
with
finish.
prayed
that.
unto his
Wait,
wife.
Mo for the reader. Hold on. Go
He
ahead,
said he
Mo.
prayed unto his wife and told her,
It
please
said,
tell them you're my sister instead. He said, please
But
tell them
where's
you're
the
my sister.
incest at though?
the incest is he's married to his sister. What part don't you get?
Oh yeah, okay. But what I'm saying, but it don't say anything about incest at that time. When
What
did
does that
incest start?
mean? What does that
When,
mean?
Mo,
yeah,
He
but
Mo,
said,
I'm
read
when
it,
did
saying,
Mo.
incest start?
Put it
He
together,
said,
bro.
when
Are
did it
you
start?
serious?
Yo,
yeah,
listen.
exactly. Because you
It
got to
says
understand. Hold on, listen.
That was
You
his
got to
wife.
understand.
What was that, Genesis?
Well, hold on. God
Let me
told.
find it, bro. Because
Actually, for the find, I'm gonna
love.
it's Genesis. Hold on, I'm gonna just put it. Go ahead, Ralph. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
I'm hungry, Rob.
Okay, what I'm saying is this here. What I'm saying. God told Adam and Eve to fill the earth, right? So therefore, when Adam and Eve had kids, did their kids sleep with each other?
wait. Ask that question again.
Did they?
You said which question?
When Adam and Eve had kids, did their kids sleep with each other?
Did Adam and Eve's kids sleep with each other?
Did the
Right.
did the did
Yeah.
the
That's
did
it.
the
Exactly.
Mo
Yes,
how
Okay,
did the
They
so
most
Moabites
likely did.
get on this earth?
they
okay,
did.
so I'm asking you the question: was that incest?
Yeah,
Yes.
mostly. Yeah, yeah. I
No,
mean,
that was
why
not
not?
What do
incest.
you mean? No.
It was not
Mom and
incest
dad.
because you got
Is
to
the
remember.
lineage of the Moabites created in incest? Yes or no?
I can't answer it because I don't know.
Bro, I
But you
got
know the
five more
Bible
to
and you
hit you
don't
with.
know that. Come on. Stop
Yo,
playing.
Hey,
so what
sir,
what time?
listen to what
Hey,
I'm
hey,
saying.
what chapter? Because I can show you Moses' father who married his aunt.
Hey, what I'm saying is this here,
And
sir.
that was
What I'm
Moses is the result of incest.
what I'm saying. At one time, there was no
Moses,
such thing as.
listen, Moses'
No, no, I
aunt
want
is
you
his
to
mother.
listen. What I'm
please let me
That's
saying,
find it,
what
bro.
I'm
incest.
saying is this.
It was
What
Genesis
I'm saying
16,
is this here.
12.
What I'm
Okay,
saying.
Genesis 16, 12.
God
The
did
voice of
not
God.
say. God did not
Yeah.
say that it was incest when Abraham married Sarah. He did not say that was incest.
When
No, it
does
wasn't
that come in
incest when
there?
he married her. It was incest after he took his ass to somebody else's territory and they told him you don't belong here. And then he took himself there and they asked, what are you doing here? And he said, oh, wife, please tell them you're my sister. Don't let them know you're my wife. And the wife
But
obeyed him and said,
ma'am, if you're gonna read the whole account, Read the whole
Hey,
account.
listen. Wait,
Hold on,
we
bro.
not. We're, no,
Hey,
no,
no,
because
hey,
you're
no.
not. No, because you're not getting to the bottom of it. We're
And no,
showing you the
bro, I
incest.
want you to read
Listen,
the
hold
whole
on,
account. Why did
Ralph.
God bless their union then if it was incest? That union was blessed.
But
I
look,
did not
wait, let me
say.
finish.
I
Let me
didn't
finish.
say
And then
Abraham
after,
and his
Bill,
wife was incest.
let me
After
finish. I'm
them,
finna explain.
it was incest.
Okay, I'm about to explain. Wait.
Abraham and his wife was not incest. After they had their children, then it became incest. Because once he took his self and he went to go try to claim other lands, because God so-called blessed him with every other land he chose to claim, and he took himself to Egypt, and then the Egyptians told him, "You don't got no business over here, and you don't rule shit."
That's not.
He took himself over there,
his
and
full
they
blooded
told
sister.
him,
It's his half sister. So it's still okay if that's his half sister.
Hey, ma'am, y'all got to understand the account.
Ralph,
I mean,
you're
read the
not
whole account.
telling us.
Let's go. Hold on,
You're running in.
listen.
Ralph, man, you're running in
he
circles.
said,
Just tell
"The
us
reason
when
why
it
No,
he
becomes.
no,
When it's
no,
Ralph, calm down so we can get to the
no.
point
I
because
want
you're
y'all to
running
read.
around in circles.
No.
bro,
What y'all
You're
doing
telling us.
is y'all
acting
You're
like I'm
listen.
telling us
scared
at
of
the
him,
time
though."
is. Bro, you keep telling us at the time is not incest. So what you need to do is provide us with the point in the timeline where it does become incest. When does God not accept this stuff? When does that happen?
Hey, brother. Hey, brother. I can go deep into this,
You
but
don't
it's
need
gonna
to go
take
deep.
time.
Just tell me when incest was not permitted.
No, listen. It's gonna take time because
It's not going to take time.
it is gonna take
When was
time
it not? So how can you reject it and say that it wasn't against the law yet? Just tell us when
because
it is against the
Because
law.
what
It
was
said
he
Luke.
so?
hey,
What was
It
brother,
he
said
hey,
so
Luke
brother.
afraid
21
of?
gives the law.
Okay, I tell you what. I tell you what. It's late, and all I'm gonna tell y'all is this: read the whole account first. Read the whole account. What happened? What happened when they took her? You remember when they took her?
No, no,
Do
no.
you remember what
I know.
happened?
In Egypt, yeah, he
Yeah,
cursed God. I mean,
yeah.
he damned him, and then God said, "Go back over there and take that shit."
In both accounts in Egypt, every time
He said, "Go
that
take that shit. I give you permission."
in both accounts they were so confused. They were like, "Why did you say this about me? Why did you confuse me? Why did you trick me? You knew that was
And they
your
still got
wife.
damned
Why
to
did you
God.
tell me it was your sister?"
And did the Most High still damn them?
Yes, and God still punished them. I'm literally reading it right now. Why did you still punish them at the end of the day?
Hey,
Why did he still punish them when he
okay,
knew what he was
amen.
doing? And God still
Okay.
favored
Hey, Ralph,
Abraham
I
over
found it.
everyone.
I
Where
found
you
it,
found
Ralph. It's in Leviticus.
I
Leviticus is
got
where Leviticus is where they gave him the laws against incest. Okay, so now you can have Genesis and you can have Exodus. You can have Moses's incest and you can have Abraham's incest. Keep it. But now we can go all the way to Samuel, Second Samuel, where David, his daughter, and his son are sleeping with each other.
But what I'm saying, that's the point. God didn't tell him to do that. See, that's the
But he said it
point.
was okay. He
No,
did say
he
it was okay.
didn't. He did not say that was okay. But you got see,
say
that's
it
what I'm
again.
saying.
Wait,
See, all I'm saying is this
I'm
here.
gonna tell
All
that
I'm
bro.
saying is this here. Hey, ma'am, all I'm saying is that you read the whole account on Abraham and his wife, because you got to understand that's a that's a that's a big thing in the Bible. Abraham and Sarah, that is big. That's a big thing right there. And God protected Abraham and Sarah, and you got to understand why.
Abraham
So
was
just
God's
because
favorite.
just
Yes, he
because
was.
he agreed with it, that means it's okay.
I'm hey,
Abraham was
what
God's
I'm what
favorite,
I'm
and
what I'm
God let
what I'm
Abraham get.
saying is what I'm saying is that when did incest begin? That's what I'm saying. When did he start making? But like I said, when did incest come up? When it was saying first, incest came up. Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Let's find the
Right.
exact.
And then they
Let's
continue to do it after.
But like I said, but when it was a
let's
law.
find the
But
exact.
what I'm saying
Where
is
was the
this.
law?
What I'm saying. What was the penalty for incest?
I'm right here. I'm
When
literally right here.
when was the penalty for incest given?
It says
Abram
Leviticus.
journey going on
Okay.
still.
The-
I'm
So
still
you
in
got to
Genesis.
understand.
I'm before
You
Leviticus.
got to.
Oh,
So you
I'm
got to
before
understand.
Leviticus.
You got to understand.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about it.
Hey, but man, hold on. Let's go one subject at a time. And
Let's
I appreciate this because, like I'm saying, there's a lot of things that I need to look up. I understand
I
what
love
y'all
reading.
saying.
I love reading. Can I can
And
I can I read?
all I'm saying
Hi.
is
Can I read?
read the full account. Read
Let
that
her read
full
She
it.
did.
account.
Oh,
She
let's
she
Read
Let her
the
did.
read
let
it.
me
full
read.
account.
Go ahead,
We're
bro.
we're on Genesis chapter 12, verse 9. Let's get into the details. Genesis chapter 12, verse 9. It says, and Abram, his name isn't even Abraham yet. And Abram journeyed, going on still towards the south. And there was a famine in the land. And Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there. For the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to
Hold
pass.
on, man. Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Okay,
Man, hold
let's
on, Ralph. Let her finish, man.
Hold on.
okay.
Hold on.
Or
Jen, I just want to get the
we can
chapter
we
Wait.
can
in.
we can start
Say that
over.
again.
Yeah, the
We
chapter
can
you would
start
give me the chapter.
Oh,
Genesis.
okay.
Genesis, the chapter Genesis 12. This is before Leviticus. Genesis
Okay,
12,
I got you. Hold on.
verse
Genesis chapter 12. Okay, I
yes,
got you.
verse 9.
Okay.
We're
No,
gonna
read
we're
that.
gonna start from
Let's read the
we're
whole
gonna start
chapter.
from verse 9.
No, read the whole chapter.
That's what she was doing.
You want me to start from the beginning? I just want
Yeah,
to
we
start
can
from
read the
verse
whole
9.
chapter, and we can see
Okay,
what's going on.
we
It's
can start from the
intact. It
beginning.
ain't gonna
I know how
change.
to I know how to read.
It's
I
not gonna
know
change.
I know how to read. I know how to read. We can start from you feel me? We can start from verse 9. I just feel like it's unnecessary, but
Okay,
we can
go
start.
ahead then.
From 9 or we gonna start from 1?
Wherever you
Look,
want to start, listener.
we'll start from
I
9,
want to start from 9
please.
just to prove my point real quick. Just to prove my point real quick. So verse 9. Here we go. And Abram journeyed. And obviously some of the side roads I think are still sort of like. And there was famine in the land. And Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there. For the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass. This is verse 11. And it came to pass when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, behold now, I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Let's be for real about that. He's saying, I know you're beautiful. I know you something to look at. That's what he's saying. Now here we go, verse 12. Therefore it shall come to pass when the Egyptians shall see you or thee, that they shall say, this is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will save thee alive, which means they will kill him and they'll keep that lady alive because she looked good. Don't even play like that. They're saying they're gonna keep her alive because she looked good and they're gonna want to kill him. But let's keep going. Let's continue. Verse 13. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister. He's saying, I pray to you, tell them you're my sister. Because you look good, correct?
Yeah.
Or correct me if I'm wrong. I might be interpreting it in a whole different way, but we're gonna keep going. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister. This is this man's wife. Thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake. And my soul shall live because of thee.
Mm.
We ain't even gonna get into detail about that. Verse 14. Here we go. And it came to pass that when Abram came into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman that she was very fair. I mean, these people agreeing with this man that she looked good. But let's not bank on how I feel. Verse 15. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and they commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house, exactly as this man predicted. Verse 16. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep and oxen and asses
and manservant and maidservant, and she asses and camels. And the Lord played Pharaoh, bro, because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, "What is that thou hast done unto me?" This is the Pharaoh asking this man Abraham, "What have you done to me? Why did you not tell me that this was your wife? Why saidst thou, she is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to wife. Now therefore, behold, thy wife, take her and go thy way." Does that not sound like, why did you deceive me? Why did you tell me this was your sister, knowing it was your wife?
He
Now
told the
he's
truth.
telling this man Abraham to leave his kingdom for lying to him.
No,
And
he did not
Pharaoh,
lie to him. He did not
Yes,
yes,
lie.
he
he
did.
did.
Yes, he did,
He
Yes,
because
did
he
that was his
did.
not lie.
wife.
Yes, this man did, and literally said, "Tell him you're my sister instead of telling him you're my wife,
Because they're gonna send me to death.
And,
She
because he's
and
gonna
was
look,
his
kill me.
and
sister.
Because
look,
he's gonna
and
His
kill
look,
half
me if he
and,
sister.
knows you're my wife."
here's the other
Eh,
thing, right?
Hold on,
The
hold on, hold on. Go back to
incest is
17.
Let me
already.
finish.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
It,
Let me finish verse 20, because this is the last verse.
go
Just
ahead.
let me finish real quick. Okay, so I'm gonna start from 19 and I'm gonna end on 20. 19 says, "Why saidst thou, she is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to wife. Now, therefore, behold thy wife, take her and go thy away." 20 said, "And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away and his wife and all that he had." Abraham came with cattle, asses, gold, silver, everything that man had. He came and approached them people in Egypt, and approached him with everything he had, and told his wife to lie to them and say that she's his
No,
sister.
no. He didn't tell her to lie. That was
Yes,
not
he
He
did.
true.
What?
did. He said, "Tell them you're my sister and not my wife." That's a lie.
That's not. She was his half
What was
sister.
it? Well,
She was.
but you just said,
No, but the lie,
but you
the
just,
lie. Yo, he
but you
playing
Hold on,
just,
games.
hold on. Y'all
Hey,
calm
but
down.
Hold on,
Hold on, calm down.
but you just
Hold
Ralph,
said
on,
there was no
Ralph.
You're twisting it,
Hold on.
Hold on, because you being
Listen.
Ralph, are
slick.
you a
No,
pastor?
I
Hold
just
on.
read
Ralph,
it
you
Listen,
are being
listen.
slick.
Wait.
Ralph,
Oh
No,
my
listen.
no,
goodness. I
Ralph,
just read
no.
You're
directly
What
being
from the
y'all need
slick.
to
Bible.
do?
Listen,
Hold
hold on.
on,
No,
hold
Ralph,
on.
you're not about to do that. No, Ralph, listen,
No,
Okay,
no,
we can do it
y'all
real quick.
again.
not gonna do
A
it.
sleight of hand.
We can go over
Listen,
it again.
Hold
Hold
on.
on a
Hold
second.
on.
Wait a second.
Read
This
verse
something.
17. Read verse 17 again. Read verse
17.
17.
And the Lord
This is
plagued
crazy.
Pharaoh and his house.
Okay, what
He
it
put
say? The Lord plagued Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Why did the Lord plague
because
Pharaoh?
Adam helped because Abraham lied and said that the
No,
Pharaoh
no,
because
no.
Abraham lied and said the Pharaoh took his wife.
Okay, now you
The
got to
Pharaoh
go
did
to
not
the
take his
hold
wife.
on. You got to
Abraham
go to
lied
the
and said it
next
was his
chapter.
sister.
You got to go to the next chapter to see why he plagued Pharaoh.
Okay,
You got to go to
18.
the next chapter.
18, correct?
You got to go to the next chapter.
And
Right.
Pharaoh
No,
called
go to the next
Abram and
chapter. The
said,
next chapter 13. You got to go to
13.
the next chapter, Genesis 13, to see why he plagued
13.
him.
Genesis 13.
13 isn't after 17. That's not the next chapter.
Genesis
The
13.
That's
next
before.
chapter is
Okay, let's
13.
go to 13. Say, I
The next
pray thee.
chapter.
Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake. What does that say to you? Tell them you're my sister for my sake. They're going to kill me if you don't tell them you're my sister, even though you're my wife. That's not incest.
Because
That's
because
not.
of
Game.
it's telling you,
Are you serious
because
right
of
now?
no, but see, but you saying that Abraham lied, but he did not lie.
He
Yes, he
did
did.
lie. He said,
He did
tell
not
them you're my
lie.
sister.
Where in the scripture? Where in the scripture
I'm about to
saying that
tell
he
you,
Bro,
Ralph,
lied?
if you can be
that
quiet.
lady was that man's wife.
But
Jordan,
where
Jordan,
in the
It
scripture
doesn't
Game.
say
matter
he
that
lied?
it doesn't matter that she's his sister also. The main thing was the fact that she was his wife. He's not going around saying, "Oh, this is my sister and my wife." No, he's saying this is my wife. But when he gets to
But he
Egypt,
did not
now
lie to
oh,
him.
when he
He
gets
did
to
not
Egypt,
say. He did not
when
say that she wasn't his wife. He did not say that.
yes, he did. It
He
says,
did not.
I pray
Where
thee.
does it say
I
that?
pray to you. I pray that you tell them you're my sister.
But
I pray
but
that
but but, but
why you
you
gotta pray to
said
your
that
wife?
he lied.
Why
But
he
where
gotta beg?
nowhere in it says he lied.
Why he gotta beg to his wife to tell them that she is his sister? What's so shameful about her being his wife?
Because
Because he's selfish and he
evidently
didn't
he
want to
knew.
die. He's
Hey,
selfish.
hey,
That sound like
sister.
He was selfish. He didn't want to
No,
tell
no,
those.
this is
no.
little
He
brother
didn't
then.
want to tell
You,
the Egyptians
This
what
is
it
little
was for
brother.
real, and he wanted to save his ass. And you
see,
put your
that's why.
wife
See,
in
no, no.
jeopardy.
See, that's why. See, that's
You
why I'm
put your
saying.
wife in jeopardy because you wanted to save your ass.
See, you
So
talking
tell
to
them
see.
you're my sister, because I don't want to put my ass
Hey,
in
hey,
jeopardy.
sister,
Ralph,
can you calm down?
Yep, Peter
Ralph,
lied too.
No, no.
Ralph,
I
I'm
mean,
calm, but I have to get
no,
Ralph.
but no, 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 no.
Okay,
You
go ahead.
see what you're doing. You reading a little bit out of a chapter, but you can't do
I'm reading
that.
the
You got to
entire
read.
verse. Are you
Hey,
serious? No,
ma'am, hey, ma'am.
turn the
But the,
camera on.
hey,
Turn the
ma'am,
camera on. Turn the
but
camera on. Turn the camera on.
Hey,
Let us
Ralph.
read exactly from
Hey,
verse.
Ralph, guess what?
what?
Abraham was about to get put on a t-shirt.
We don't speak. We don't say thou'st. We don't say thou, thee. None of that. We don't speak that
but
way
I'm
nowadays.
saying,
So
okay,
let's turn the camera around.
okay. They took, okay, the
We don't speak
Jesus.
that way. I'm
They
speaking
took
directly from the Bible. Let's.
did they not take her? Did they not take her? And what God
They
do?
took
God
her.
fed
Listen
them.
to. Okay,
Hold
you
on, listen.
ask your question and then I'll answer. So, what do you need to
Okay,
say?
all I want you, all I'm saying, sister, the chapter
Okay.
goes on in
Yes,
13,
and
in
I
chapter
read.
13. You read in chapter 12. You read in chapter 12, but it goes on.
Yeah,
Put the video
that's
back.
what happened.
Put the
He didn't
video
want to
back on.
get put on a t-shirt, so he
So
lied.
at
No,
first you
no,
said read from.
it nowhere in the scripture say he lied. You can't see
At
that.
first, he
What in
did.
the
He told.
world?
Well, okay. So let's get technical. Let's get technical. You said he didn't lie. Okay, that may be technical. He didn't lie, but he told his wife to lie in place of him. He told his wife to lie in place of him, so that he couldn't get, let's so to say, in trouble. That's exactly what it said in this verse. Let's get into it. We can start from any verse. We can read from any verse. I'm literally looking at it right here. It says, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. That means lie for me so that I can continue to live in your sake. He's saying, lie to these people so that I can remain alive. Why would you put your own wife in jeopardy? Your sister and your wife. Why would you put her in that line of come on, please tell me if you got married.
Amen. You too excited, and I don't know why. Because
Ralph, just
all
hurry up
I'm
and explain
excited
it so I can
because
respond. Hurry up and
all I'm
explain it because
saying,
you're
oh,
taking
you're right.
forever.
You're right.
hey,
You're right. You're right. You're right.
all I'm saying is
Okay,
all I'm saying is this: there's
I'm
nowhere
trying to
in
get an
the
understanding
scripture
as
said
well.
he lied. There's nowhere in
Yes.
scripture said he lied. And if you
But he
do,
So
did.
okay,
But he
if you do
did.
your
He
research,
did. He
hold on.
did.
he lied though.
Okay, go ahead.
You feel like because the scripture didn't actually literally in all of vocabulary and in grammar, it didn't specifically say that he lied. You feel like he didn't lie because it didn't specifically say that Abraham lied and said his sister was actually his wife. But you have the context clues to tell you that he said lie for me so that I won't get in trouble in place of you.
But let me ask
You
you a
don't need
question.
you don't need much.
What
You
what
don't need
hey,
much to tell.
was she his sister?
Yes.
Yes, and he
Yes.
indulged in
Right.
incest.
So he didn't
Yes,
He
lie.
that was his
indulged
sister.
in incest.
Okay,
It,
so
it
Yes,
don't
that
say
listen,
was
no
this is
his.
what you're
Yes,
incest.
that was his
Ralph,
sister.
It
Ralph,
don't say no
Ralph,
incest, people.
Ralph.
Yes, it was
Oh
his
man,
sister.
Ralph, listen. There's a major problem that you're missing here. He Abraham is going to Egypt, right? And he's telling Sarah to tell them that you are my sister. And when he's doing that, he's telling her to say it because he doesn't want him to know that that's his wife. Okay,
Okay,
so
Exactly.
and is that
That's
not a
when
true.
the
lie?
Pharaoh
And
when
is
the Pharaoh
lying not a
tries to
sin?
take
But
the
was it a
Pharaoh
lie
tries to
though?
take hold
But was
on,
that not
Sarah,
a lie?
Sarah,
And is lying
It
not a
wasn't a
sin?
lie though. Okay,
Was
go
that
ahead.
not a
it is a
lie?
lie because that's his wife. Listen, the only
But is
reason the
lying
Pharaoh
not a
was
And
sin?
his
Is
sister.
lying not a sin?
bro,
And
you're
his
trying to go
Okay,
off of
sister.
okay,
okay,
Ralph,
let's
why are you
answer
not
that.
listening? The
No,
reason
what
why,
I'm
the
saying,
reason why,
people.
Ralph, yo, you gotta stop. The reason I
No,
just sat
y'all
here and
gotta
listened to the
stop.
yo, how I need to stop and I
Okay,
was listening for
is lying
15
not a sin?
minutes.
Thou shalt not lie.
I've been listening
Is
to
that
you
not
try to
a
Hold
explain it
sin
for
on,
or not?
15 minutes.
Come
see,
on.
that's what I'm saying.
Yo,
You
listen,
said he
Ralph,
lied, but
bro,
when
this dude is never going to explain it. Ralph, you already
Bro,
said that he didn't lie. So let me
I'm a
show you.
Virgo, baby. I don't like to be
We get it.
wrong. Nobody,
We get it. He
ain't
didn't
nobody.
lie. We get it. So just check this out.
He
Look
didn't
from
lie.
the Pharaoh's perspective. He was trying to take Sarah as his wife. That's what he was trying to do. He wanted to take Sarah as his wife. So when he tried to take Sarah as his wife, God interfered. And that's how he knew that he lied. He went back. He said, "Yo, why did you lie to me and say that that was your sister? That's your wife." And he almost
he,
got in trouble. He
but
almost he could listen when God did what he did to the Pharaoh. He knew that Abraham lied to him, and that's why he approached him. And then that's
But
why he sent
Abraham
him
was
off.
God's favorite.
And then remember
God
this part
mentioned
as well. Remember this
hey,
part as
people,
well.
God mentioned so
hey,
Incest.
many
You're
times
people,
how
saying
Abraham was
incest.
his
You
favorite.
saying incest wasn't illegal yet, but it was already wrong to the Pharaoh.
hey,
Incest was
hey,
wrong,
hey.
and Abraham. Listen,
No, my
hold on.
love.
Listen,
No,
just
no,
listen
y'all
real
not
quick, Ralph.
listening.
Ralph, I'm
Ralph,
almost done,
listen.
bro. Damn,
No,
No,
y'all, okay,
my
I'm
but y'all
almost
not
love.
listening.
done.
I'm listening.
Ralph,
No,
but okay, but you keep
no.
talking in my
He
ear,
has
and it's
y'all.
throwing me off. Just listen to what I'm
Not I
saying.
stood up for
He's
three
trying to
nights
take
straight.
Sarah as his. He's trying to take Sarah as his wife, and when he tries to take her,
Okay,
he
let's go
get
back.
the plagues come, right? So he knows that Abraham lied
No,
because he's trying to touch a woman that's already in a union with
no,
somebody. So he approaches Abraham
no.
and say, "Yo, why did you lie?"
No, he has the story.
And he sent them on their way. And
No,
there's another thing you need to pay attention to, and it's my last part.
no, he's talking.
Abraham already knew before Leviticus, before they
Okay,
got
let
the
me
laws
listen.
on incest, he knew it was wrong already. That's why he was trying to
And
conceal
in the
it.
Bible, it says so many times
That's
you
not
can
true.
continue this story
That is
in
not
Then why was
true.
he
past
trying to
chapters.
hide it? If it wasn't wrong, why didn't he just say it was his wife?
The Bible.
Exactly.
Look what he
You want
says.
to know why? Because he said they was
No,
going to
no,
kill him if
read
he
what
didn't
the
mention it
Bible
or not.
says. No, because Abraham said they were going to kill him. That's
He
why
literally no, don't mute nothing. I'm not muting anything. I'm taking the damn camera off.
the Egyptians they would killed him. They would have killed him if he would have said that was his wife. But it was his wife and his sister. So he's the chief.
Abraham literally
You
said,
just
"I'm not
you
going to
just
tell."
skipping over the fact that it's his wife.
Yes, like
No, I'm not. I'm not. See y'all. No, 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 no. I'm not skipping over that part.
so
But the part he did it.
I'm
The
literally
reason
reading
why
from
he
this
told them
Bible right now.
that the reason why he told them that he was sister because if he would have told them that
Already.
that was right, they would try to kill him. That's why.
So why he go there in the first place with his wife if he knew that they was gonna try to put him on a
I mean,
t-shirt?
because he
You know
was going
why?
where God told him to
Because
go.
God told
God
him.
told him to go.
Hold on. I don't even want. I
He
don't want to
told
tell
him
him.
to go with his wife.
He just asked me
Look,
to
look.
answer it
So
because I have
when
an
the
answer.
but if
He
you go
said,
And
back,
then
"Why
look,
didn't you
hey,
to go?"
check this
like
out.
I said,
Check
She
this
said,
out.
"Like, hey, wait."
He lies again. Listen, when you keep reading, right? Abraham lies again in chapter 20.
But was Abraham not
He
God's
does it
favorite?
twice.
Bro.
Read it, Mo.
Abraham was God's favorite, and it mentions that so many times. I'm literally reading it right now. Abraham
hey,
was God's
kid,
favorite.
but
He
he
said
did
it
not
I
lie
twice.
thought
though.
I
He did
thought
not
Elijah
lie.
was God's favorite.
Abraham was too,
So God
apparently.
got two favorites.
Oh,
He didn't.
he got many favorites. Oh, he got
I
many
mean,
favorites.
see, but the thing about it, he didn't lie though. You saying
You
he
just
lied?
okay.
He said he didn't lie
She
Yes,
to
he
you.
was
did.
she
That
was
was
his
his
When
wife.
he
sister,
left,
technically,
yo,
but
bro,
he
bro,
still
bro,
lied.
bro, 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 bro. When he left Egypt, he went
But
somewhere else.
but why?
He went to Gerar. He left Egypt when that happened. He went to Gerar and lied again and said that it's his sister and not his wife. And then
He said he did that shit
that king almost
multiple
got in
times.
trouble again. That's
He
enough
Yeah,
to
yes,
happen
because he
twice.
was,
yes, he did it
but he didn't
multiple.
lie though.
He
He
did
was
that
telling the
shit
truth.
multiple times to say
But
his
see,
own
but
ass.
yet, hold
He's a
on, hold on.
habitual.
But see, but
Yes,
y'all saying he
bro,
lied,
this
but
literally he
nowhere
did
in
it
the scripture
multiple
shows that he
times.
lied.
He did it multiple. I'm bro. The man has done it
So let me ask you a question. Let
multiple
me ask
times.
you a question. Say I work 2 jobs, right? But I only tell them I'm working at Walmart. And I say I work at Walmart and I might work at Sears. And suppose I only say I work at one, I only work at a Walmart. Am I
Let
lying?
me come out. No. We gonna laugh every day.
But you gotta understand. But you gotta
Yes, you're.
understand. See, but hold on. Stay in the context of the scriptures. If you say in the context of the scriptures, all it was showing was he said that because he didn't want them to kill him because of her beauty. They would have
You
took
would
her and
still be
killed her.
lying if someone
No,
asked
he
you
wasn't
where you
lying.
worked. If someone asked you where you worked and you just so happen to leave out one of your workplaces, you would
No,
still
I'm
be
not
lying.
lying.
Yes, you would.
No.
If someone asked you where do you work and you work in 3 places, you should name
Hey,
all three
I'm not
places.
lying. I gave him a place where I work.
If
But
someone
like I'm
asked
saying,
you where you work and you failed to mention
work.
all three, you would
Hey,
still
hey,
be
man.
lying. Yes, you
Hey,
would.
maybe that was a maybe that was a good analogy.
Then
I
don't
agree.
then don't please
Maybe
please don't
hey,
use it.
look, but stay
If
in the
someone said
scripture,
where's
man.
one
But stay in
workplace you worked at and you named one, you wouldn't be lying. But if you
hey,
work at
ma'am,
three,
stay in the scriptures, ma'am. Stay in the
Hey,
scriptures.
you want us to go back to scriptures, but you just named an analogy that was
I,
made.
I, I,
That was
right, I admit that. I gave a bad analogy. I can admit
okay.
that.
Then let's continue.
I can
Okay,
admit
then
that.
let's continue.
But
Let's
what I'm
continue.
saying now, but what I'm
hey,
saying,
Ralph.
let's
Let's
I'm
stick to
about
please
to
the
not.
bring
scriptures.
this. I'm
Let's
about
stick
to
to the
bring somebody else on.
okay, but let's stick to the scriptures. Nowhere in the scriptures
No, not take it.
said Abram lied.
Let me not
That's
say
my
that.
point. She can't show me nowhere in the scripture that he lied.
He did lie.
I'm
Please
Well,
about to
well,
show you. If you
come to
shut up,
terms.
I can
Come.
show you. God
okay,
Be
damn.
go
real,
ahead.
What is
bro.
wrong? Shut up.
Be
Go ahead.
real with.
I
I ain't
can
even gonna
show
call you,
you,
bro.
bro.
I'm gonna call you
Okay,
King at the end of the day.
I'm gonna show
Please be
you
real
at
with
the
your.
end.
go
Please
I'm
ahead,
be
gonna
real.
show
Mo.
you. I can show
Be
you at the
real.
second account.
After Mo show you, Ralph, we gonna put somebody else in the chat.
Okay, go ahead.
At the end of the day, be real with yourself.
Listen,
Be
listen.
real with yourself.
This is after he leaves. When the Pharaoh sends him off, he goes to Gerar and he does the same thing to Abimelech, right? Then Abimelech brought his sheep and cattle and male and female slaves and gave them to Abraham. And he
Yes.
returned to Sarah. Um, he returned to Sarah, his wife, for him. And Abimelech said, "My land is before you. Live wherever you like." And the reason why he said this is because God spared him because he
A
didn't
couple
do
times.
anything wrong.
But
He said,
according to
"What
all the
have I
Bible,
done? Did I do anything wrong?" And he said, "No, you have not sinned
or
against me." So then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, his wife, and his female slaves, and all of his children. For the Lord had kept all of the women in Abimelech's family from conceiving because of Abraham's wife.
Right, right,
what does that have to do
right,
with the fact that he's
right.
lying?
Right.
But
Now look.
see,
Right.
hold
Look,
on.
look, look. To
Okay.
Sarah, listen. To Sarah, he said, "I am giving your brother 1,000 shekels of silver. This is
Right.
to cover the offense against you."
I'm giving you
Okay,
what?
hold
What
on.
I'm giving you,
So
offense?
hold on. I'm giving you
What
what?
offense?
I'm
Listen,
giving you
he said
what?
to Sarah, he said, "I'm giving your brother 1,000 shekels
Okay.
of
See, that's
silver.
the whole
This is to
point.
cover the offense." Well, go ahead.
See, that's the whole point.
He just can't stop
Sarah
talking.
was Sarah was his half sister. That's true. So when he said that when he told him that was his sister, he wasn't lying.
All right.
That's not what we're talking about. What we're saying is that he did not reveal that that was his wife, and that's what almost got the Pharaoh killed and Abimelech in
But he
Gerar.
didn't
literally,
have to. He didn't have to.
All right, Ralph. I'm about to
All
bring
right.
her on.
But
let's read the
The
whole
main
chapter
host
oh,
of
she
this
is
live,
calm.
and
the main
beyond.
host of this live is
All
very
right, thanks,
very,
y'all. Y'all
All
have a good
very
right.
much
night.
accurate.
All right, where's
He
Spell,
didn't. He didn't give us. He didn't give us. Wow. I can speak now. Actually, let me turn this camera on. How you do that?
Oh,
Let's turn the camera on. I don't think I like that. Okay.
What's up, Steph?
Yeah.
Hey, so
Hi.
hey, she said Ralph, I didn't like the microaggressions you were throwing at her, calling her aggressive and everything because she was very passionate about what she was saying.
Oh, she went in.
Very, very, very passionate. Because
That was passion. That
if I
was not
feel something,
aggression. That
if I
that
feel
was
something,
that
and then I have research to back it up. Yeah, I don't.
confidence.
It's very hard to. Yeah, it's very hard to change the way I feel because most of the time my information comes from within me,
Mm-hmm.
and then if I have any other source to back it up, yeah, it gives me the leeway to feel so very confident. I don't really like that. How he was trying to yeah.
Manipulate the truth.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
and
I don't know in what realm
yeah, I
you
don't
are,
really
but
like
if
that at
you
all.
divulge the truth, if you intentionally not say anything, that's a lie. And you
Especially
know
if I'm
what?
reading it directly from the source. Your source. This is not where I usually get my information from. Usually I get it from up here and in here. Your source is from this book, and I'm reading it. I'm reading it to understand it from your level of understanding, and you're still telling me that I'm wrong, and I'm literally reading it from where you get your source from, and it's really not correlating for me, and I don't understand that, and I don't
And
like
then he
that.
does
But
it
look at the
twice.
source. Look at the
Then he
words.
did it
Look at the
twice.
Yeah,
phrasing.
I'm literally literally tell me the verse and tell me the chapter. I'm literally right here. I'm not understanding at all, and I've been reading this Bible again. This is
And
my third
look.
time.
This is 20 verse 8. It said early the next morning, Abimelech, and Abimelech is the second. This is the second instance where he tried to conceal that was his wife. It says early the next morning, Abimelech summoned all of his officials, and when they told him all about what had happened, they were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said, he said, "What have you done to us? How have I wronged you that you have brought such great guilt upon me and my kingdom? You have done these things that should have never been done." And Abimelech asked Abraham, "What was your reason for doing this?"
The man literally questioned him. Why would you do this to me?
Why are you
Why
doing
would
this?
you do this to me? And still got
And then
cursed. What is
God
that?
even said that he spared him. When you go back to the first account, God tells him that he spared him because his conscience was pure.
Can you bring
He
the
tells him that,
buckets
the
in?
Pharaoh of Egypt. He says, "I'm sparing you because your
Put
conscience
them
was
in the
pure.
other
You
room.
did not sin against me."
Yeah, in that room.
And
Abraham is
Because
the
then
one
his
who lied.
intent. It
and
wasn't
this
his
Don't
whole
intent.
the
choke the
whole
dog,
story that
son.
it literally originated from, it literally says Abraham was God's favorite. So if this man is doing so much wrong here and there, it doesn't matter how many times, when, where, how long it took, or none of that. It's literally telling us God favored him no matter what he did. So if you're coming to if come on, bro, let's go back to Columbus and how wrong this man did. If you gonna tell me you went to these people, it literally said Abraham went to Egypt. He took
He
his
went to
ass to
their
Egypt.
home
Exactly. You took
and
your
cursed
ass
them.
to Egypt
And cursed
and
them.
said, hey, God told me whatever I set my eyes on is my land. God said I can have this if I wanted it. And then they say,
Oh, I
actually,
forgot about that.
no.
He did say that too. He did tell him
Actually,
that.
no. No, this is mine. We've established a little bit of something here before you got here, so maybe not. And then he said, "Oh well," he kept it in the back of his mind that God told him whatever God
He
told
can
him.
do whatever he wants.
And then, yeah, pretty much. And then, but on at the same time, he said, "Hey, tell them you're my sister, just in case they want to off me, just in case they want to get rid of me. Let them know you're my sister instead of my wife, because you look kind of good, babe. You're looking kind
He
of
was
good.
trying to pimp his sister out. Essentially, he was trying to
Okay,
pimp his sister out, who was also
Right,
you
and
look
his
they
kind
wife.
of good, and I
left that
just know
land.
for a fact if bring myself here with you, they're gonna want you. And if they
And
want
so if
you,
you're my
since they're more
sister, they're not
powerful,
gonna care about what I do.
if
Right.
you're
And he
since
get
they're
and
more
he paid
powerful
him.
than me,
And
they're
he
gonna take
paid
you
him.
from me.
He had to pay him. He still had to
Yeah,
pay him the shekels because he was
yeah,
pimping her out. And then he went to
bro,
another
bro.
king
I know he was
and
pimping
did
her
it
out
Oh
with his
my,
again.
wife.
yes, there was a lot of pimping going on. After the first time when he said, please tell them you're my sister. Don't tell them you're my wife, because if
And
I
he
tell
goes
them
to
you're my
another
wife,
city and does the
And let's
same
be really
thing.
they're gonna
specific.
take you
Let's
from
be
me.
really
They're gonna
specific.
take
What
you
he
from me.
said in the scripture, before they started wandering, he said, if you love me, you would tell them that you're my sister and not my wife. If you love me,
Okay.
Manipulation.
she was
He
doing
said,
it out of love.
I
That's
pray unto
throughout the
you.
book.
I pray
Manipulation
unto
is
you.
all throughout the
Please
book.
tell them you're my sister. I pray unto you. Please tell them you're my sister, because if you don't, they're gonna kill me. So you're basically saying, if you are ride or die, tell them what I want you to tell them, so I can't be in trouble. And she said,
See, but then that sets
yeah.
the tone though for women to be like Sarah or Sarai. It sets the tone that you submit to your
And
husband.
and the token she got for being loyal was the
Kicked
change
out.
of her name. The change of her name. Oh, you were so loyal to me. Let's change your name. Not change your status. Not give you more riches like we given Abraham. None of
Maybe
that.
give you the husband that you deserve.
Yeah, let's maybe no, none of that. Let us just change your name real quick. But your husband, let me bless him a little bit more. But he's the liar. He's bro. Please, come
Sarah's
on.
on her
There's
back
no
doing all the
way.
work. Doing
Yeah,
all the
there's
work.
no way. And Abraham was so scared. Oh, I'll work for you guys for 7 years. I'll give myself to you for 7 more years if you just don't just come on, bro. There's no way. There's
He
no
said it's
way.
giving sneaky link.
It's
It's
giving
giving sneaky link vibes. Oh my
Yeah,
God,
it's
bro.
crazy,
giving
and
it's
I don't
giving,
know
Max,
what
you
Ralph's
bro.
point
crazy.
was, but I hate like it seems like a trend nowadays. Like anyone, and I'm not saying it's everyone, but just people I've been encountering lately that are teaching the gospel. They are giving such a bad representation. I feel like a person of Christ should not be like confrontational. Like you should be able to talk to them about anything and no judgment and listen to what the other person has to say, take it into
The
consideration,
son that
and
gave birth to
give
Jesus should
yours
go
and
down
be
in
honest.
history for
But this
millions
this
of years.
willful ignorance
Mary,
that's been going on where they don't hear or understand what someone else is telling them. No one's saying, hey, what you believe in is wrong, but this is kind of what this is what it says here on this paper for you. Do you
All I want to
acknowledge
know
it?
was he gonna be okay with it.
All
That's
right.
all I want to know. Was you okay with that type of shit going on?
he was
And he
okay.
said, "Yep, I'm okay with it."
He
But this,
was okay.
listen, y'all
And
asked him,
he
was
said
it
it's because it
incest?
wasn't
Abraham was God's
right. He
favorite.
said it
That's
wasn't
the part that's
incest
killing me.
because they did not make the law yet. But the pharaohs knew that it was incest. They knew that.
Not
They
only,
didn't
And
not
then
say
only
here's
did
the
the
other
pharaohs know,
And
because
then
later
and
on, the dude told him, you know
it was
that this is wrong.
exactly. He knew. And he
it was
wouldn't
after.
listen. If he thought incest was okay, he would have never told her to conceal it. He knew it was
she would have just
wrong.
been his wife, his sister wife.
Guilt, bro? What guilt were you feeling to feel like, please just lie for me so I can't die? And they had kids already, so it's like, what kind of husband are you at this point? Y'all already
And why
got
would
kids.
you go to a city knowing that you're going to get persecuted? Why not go
And
somewhere else?
Because God told him to.
I thought God told you.
God told him to.
I thought God told you whatever land you set your eyes on would be yours. So what are you afraid of? Because it was those people's land before you got there. You know you're wrong. Come on, bro.
He was scared of that suit, and that's what that was.
What are you afraid of if God told you whatever land you set your eyes on and whatever land you step foot on will be yours if you so say? What are you afraid of then? If these people already occupied the land and you knew that God granted you the blessing of taking whatever it is you wanted when you got there,
Oh,
when
and
you
here's
got
the
there,
other
you
part.
weren't confident enough.
Yo, here's the other problem. Why is her name Sarah?
Sarai. Yep. Sarai.
Yo, that's crazy. That's
And
son
of.
Why did God have to change it?
That's the son of Ra.
Why did God have to change your name? What's up?
They all basically got. They basically all got Egyptian names.
Like
Moses is an Egyptian name. Sarah's an Egyptian name.
What? Wow.
Well, they all get new names because they're different people.
yeah, oh my goodness. What's her
That's
name?
why.
What's her
I mean,
name?
and I love
What is
Jesus.
her
That's my
name?
homeboy, but I'm not stupid. Like, I
Follow her
mean,
right now. Cause what is her name, bro?
Wait, Bill.
It's really killing me. Cause that's the same thing I thought. Why are we changing names?
because they're
Because they're
different
covering it up.
people.
The
What do
same
we need
way.
to? What do we? The only time you need to change your name
It's
is
giving
when we
witness
trying to erase.
protection.
Yes,
When you're trying to
protection.
conceal your identity.
When we trying to erase an entire identity beforehand. That's the only time you need to change your name, change
But
identity, or whatever.
if they follow God and they were doing well, why would you need to change the name? They should be
God changed his name too.
praised in their areas. Like they should have
Remember,
statues.
he said, I told you. He told Moses that I told Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that my name was
I'm
El
not taking
Shaddai, but to you, my name is Yahweh. So he did the same thing.
Wow.
But
And El
let's
Shaddai
not.
is a female.
But God forbid, let us worship any other name. But how many names do you have, my guy? What do
He
you
stole
mean?
them names
Because
from the
there is no
Canaanites.
name. You can't put a
What?
name on something that has no name. That you can't grasp the concept
Don't
of
worship
it.
any other name, but you didn't had how? Oh, come on.
50 million. Because it changes.
Okay.
It changes
You done
everywhere. Like every generation changes. Like what they believe,
You
what
done
they
changed
tell
this
their
so many
children.
times. What did we need to? What did we name? What did we need to change Abraham's name to Abraham for? It never even specifies why in the Bible. I'm literally reading it right now. It says, "Oh, from now on, you won't be
Because his
Abraham,
mission
you'll be
failed and he
Abraham."
had to get somebody else.
Why did you need to change his name? Then from Sarai, oh, your name won't be Sarai anymore. It'll be Sarah. Why? Why, bro?
Or they had to change their names because they were wanted in every country.
Exactly.
And then it said at one point it said everyone was speaking the same language, and then God somehow got upset about the fact that everyone could exchange information between one another. So let's send down them. It still doesn't specify who them is. Let's send down them to confuse everyone and change languages between each. It doesn't even say region, country, area. It doesn't even say. It doesn't even really say who. It just says let's go down and change languages between different areas. Why?
So they made it seem like God is the reason why people don't speak the same languages. It's just because they grew up in different parts.
Even on TikTok, I just recently saw someone say, why don't people all speak the same language if the one main God is who the one main God is supposed to be? Why don't we all speak the same language, or why don't we all understand each other for the same one purpose? If this one God is supposed to be this one God, why would you need every other country, continent, or whoever to speak a different language, especially if you already flooded the earth and promised not to, just all type of other shit. Why do we need to speak a different language? Why do you need to keep information from different continents, areas, regions, or whatever, or what have you, if this is your second try already? How many mistakes do you need to make, bro? You already made the first mistake, and you wiped everything out, and you said, okay, I messed up, and this isn't okay. I regret it. This isn't what I thought it was supposed to be. Let's start over. We start over. You let everyone be, and whatever, and then now you feel away again, and you say, I'm gonna send them down to separate language and
My
information,
goons.
because I don't want them over there to know what you guys know over here, and I don't want you guys over here to know what them guys over there know. Why
Gabriel
though?
and them boys.
Is this not okay? Is this not your? How many tries do you need? Most all knowing, all seeing, all perfect one. How is that? That's just what confuses me the most. If you know all of everything and you made everything perfect, how come once you get to us humans and us, yes, how come once you get
It kind
to
of
us,
sounds like reincarnation, right? You have to redo it.
yes,
Start
how
over.
come once you get to us, you just everything just goes to shit. You don't know what's going on anymore. And then if you already wiped out the first generation of all time. How come we still just disobeying you and we all fucking up and you just so disappointed in us? You made the mistake the first time. How come what? If anything, it's your fault. You made the mistake. You made the mistake the second time. You made this mistake the second time. The first time you should have learned your lesson if you all knowing and all seeing. Why did you make the mistake the second time around? How come?
And what was fixed? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What was fixed by killing all those people?
Nothing.
Who said they were all killed?
Nothing was fixed because
I'm talking about all the people that did get killed. When he said that nothing was left that had the breath of life.
Because
everything on the earth that had the breath of life was dead, besides the people on the boat. So what did that solve? When it all happened after that, earlier,
that was supposed to kill the breed of lineage through the fallen angels.
Right, and Drop said that earlier because the angels were possessing their bodies, and then they would sleep with the man. I mean, they'll use the man's body after they possess
miraculously
it,
changing the DNA.
You know what killed?
Right now, but demons still possess people today.
Do you know what rocked my Glock? When God said, "I'll make a covenant with you, Noah. Let me make a promise to you that I won't flood the earth anymore." That sounds like guilt to me. It sounds like I made a mistake and I don't think I want to do this again. I won't flood the earth anymore.
So, yeah, he felt remorse when he flooded the earth.
Yeah. Why do you feel any regret, remorse, or
and
what
you can't. The only reason we feel regret and remorse is because we're not all knowing.
But he is supposed to be all knowing, all seeing, and what have you. Why do you feel regret or remorse or anything if you knew what you were doing?
I usually don't when I do something. If I did it, I did it.
Exactly.
Well, I'm saying if you
said God confided in Noah.
Like you can regret.
Why is God confiding
regret
in Noah? Why is he even talking to him?
The book said no man has heard God speak. But now he's talking to Moses, he's talking to Noah, he's talking to Abraham, he talked to Elijah.
Like, where's all the real thing is in all honesty, I probably would believe more of the Bible if more women were leaders, because I'd believe it.
They took those books out.
They took them out.
I know.
They took them out.
So it's like the story of Abraham. I feel like it's a fable. It's a fable, and it's a blueprint, and you can tell who was writing the story if you listen to the verbiage. You know what I mean? Like sleeping with his sister. How old was she?
12.
When he married her. I feel like a lot of it was to lay out Western civilization's idea of life, having submissive women, doing whatever and being forgiven. I don't know. And then still being high regard of God. I'm sorry, but my God doesn't work like that.
Look, Jezebel has a book. Delilah has a book. Eve has a book. Queen Sheba has a book. Thecla has a book.
Lilith has a book.
Lilith, Mary, Martha, Salome. All of these people have to marry him.
Who gave birth to the man child up in heaven.
Somebody needs to storm the Vatican. Forget the Capitol. Storm the Vatican.
We'll never get in.
The man child up in heaven.
That bitch is heavily guarded.
The whole army.
Hey, and you know they say you can't get in there unless you get vetted. You have to be vetted, and they have to make sure that you're going to keep their secrets in order for you to get in there.
That's what I'm saying. Everything is at the Vatican. They took everything from around the world. They have everything. Everything. That's why they made Jesus white.
Easy.
They did in a heartbeat. What is someone who did incest too?
But he black, sitting on his mother's lap when the Pope is bowing to it.
Bro.
How'd that happen?
It's I don't know. I think see, if Christians really want to maintain their religion, they really have to have a new approach to this, because you have to think realistically. Like, in all honesty, you can still believe in the stories and the word and know for a fact that that's probably not exactly how it happened. It can be both. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
They
Like,
put their
That's
whole
a
faith
fact.
in it.
no,
They put their whole faith in it, their whole life in it, and that's
You
something
don't
they.
have to be dumb to have faith.
that's what I'm
You
saying.
can
Yes,
you can
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
you can have
yes.
faith and not be stupid.
Because when Ralph, I was like, he's saying the same thing, and he's denying it, but it's like he did lie. Like he lied. Just say it. He lied. That's why he got kicked out.
Yeah, oh, it really is his sister though. Okay, but tell him that it's your wife, so that there'll be no problem. Then he turns around and does it again, like he didn't learn his lesson.
Wife goes
He kept
above
doing
sister. You know what I mean? It's like no one gives a shit that's your sister, unless it's your wife.
Exactly. My thing is, why would God still punish them for what He lied about?
Bro, that was the biggest thing for me.
Like you just punish the people because of what Adam did. Like
After
wow.
it said after Pharaoh took his wife, which it seems like that's what he intended for him to do. He took his wife in for himself, and then after he did so, Abraham was displeased, and then he
Because he
went to
fucked
God,
Sarah.
and then God was upset. Like, bro,
He
why would
fucked
you
Sarah
give
without
your
paying.
why would you give your wife a please? You give him no.
He did it for
Why
Here
free.
would
go
you?
your shekels, and here's your
Why would you
shekels.
give your wife to them? Why would you give your wife to them?
They don't care.
And you knew what was gonna happen. And then when it happens, now you want to call on God, and then God comes down and says, "Oh, now I'm gonna fuck everybody up."
Now he calling his big brother.
Okay, now you call him Big Bro, and Big
He
Bro
called
don't
the
know
big
what's going on.
homie. Hey, big
Hey,
Big Bro
and
homie,
here,
I
Big
need
Bro don't
you.
know what's going on.
He don't know
hey,
what's
and
going
here's
on.
the
Big Bro don't
kicker.
know what's going
Here's
on.
the
He just
kicker.
Big Bro
Here's
just
the
trained to
kicker.
go.
Wait.
Here,
Big
hey,
Bro
check
just
out the kicker to it.
trained to fuck.
What's
God
the kicker?
already knew that the
What?
Pharaoh didn't know that that was his
He
wife.
did, bro.
So why would he
Did
be punishing him in the first place?
I not say this? Did I not say this, bro? He knew. He knew. Because
God
there's
knew
no
that
way.
already.
Wait,
There's
what
no
year
way.
was this? Because they did used to sleep with their siblings.
And
In
then
Egyptian culture, a
let's
lot of
not.
them they
Look,
would
I'm gonna
marry
just
their
say
brothers
this.
and sisters.
Hold on, let me say something. I'm
That
gonna just say this.
that
I
was
think
to
this is in
keep
the
the
Caucasus
dynasty
Mountains time.
strong. They didn't have kids with their
This is in
brother
the
and
Caucasus
sister.
Mountains time.
Yeah, that's when after war
Let's
times or something
not.
happened where they were low on numbers like that. That's when they did it. But it was
That's not
illegal.
even the
Incest is
fact.
illegal. That's how Abraham knew that he had to conceal it because he knew they didn't play around like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm like, I know they did it, but like, but it wasn't accepted with other cultures that would come into Egypt and everything. Like,
Incest,
it was kind of like a well-known thing
incest,
not to do
and
that.
Yeah,
pedophilia
the
was a
Egyptians didn't
norm
discriminate against
from the beginning.
certain stuff. It's
Incest and
just
pedophilia, bro. It was
They had slaves and
normal
everything
from
because
the beginning.
they really couldn't say much. They
And
was kind of
slaves,
just like,
bro. Slaves too.
Yeah,
Slaves too.
they had
It said he used to beg to be a slave. He used to beg to be a slave. He'd be like, "Please let me work for you for 7 years and I'll have your wife." I said, 7 years for a wife? What you got going on? Please let me work for you for 7 years and please may I have your wife. Why is that a thing?
and this is God's boy though, for real though. She's right. She's right. It is God's
Yes,
boy.
that was his boy.
It is.
Was his. They did not fail to mention multiple times that Abraham was God's favorite. And look what this man is out here doing. He's
Actually
lying,
showing his whole ass
showing his whole ass,
and
he's
calling his
lying.
daddy when he get in trouble.
and he
Yes,
tried
and
to
then
kill his son.
every time there's any wrongdoing,
Oh
he's calling
yeah.
on God.
What with Cain and Abel? Oh, because that was one of
No,
his favorite.
The man
Abraham.
said, "Let me work for
When
you for
Isaac.
7
he was
years. Let me have your wife."
he was
Look,
about
you
to
got a
kill
wife.
Isaac, and the angel of the Lord appeared and grabbed his hand. He was like,
Wow.
"What? I'm just gonna chop his foreskin.
And
That's
then
it. I'm just gonna snip and chop."
And now you guys get circumcised.
No, and now hold up, because people like to leave this out
If
because
anybody's
of
gonna be righteous,
brainwashing.
they gotta cut that
God
finger ring.
commanded Abraham to kill his son.
Nobody talk about foreskin.
I was about to say, I
If you gonna be
thought
righteous,
God
you
had
gotta cut that
tested him and
finger.
asked him to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
God
God said, "Hey man,
commanded him to
show."
do it,
He said,
and then that angel stopped it.
"It's something. It's under the way of show me that you believe in me by sacrificing your firstborn son." He was like, "Bet, cuz I got you. You the OG of the set." It's nothing.
Literally.
But they're not supposed to practice pagan. They're not supposed to practice
Right?
pagan rituals.
That's a
So
blood sacrifice.
right, and then God turns around and sacrifices his son.
Bro, it
That's
said,
it's like
I don't know why people are
at
against
first it
abortion.
said, no, my son is asleep. He's not gonna hear me.
allegedly though, because that it doesn't say that on the historical record. On the historical record, this guy was just a revolter. He was a revolutionary and he died for what he thought was right. He didn't say
He was
God
a
sent him
visionary.
to die. Exactly.
He was a visionary, moving things. He was a progressive, moving things forward with society. But the church was running the government, and they were not having that because he was giving hope to the people. No government ever wants hope in people's hearts with religion. That's why you have to do fear. Fear.
Come on.
You know what I was taught though? Y'all want to know what I was taught?
I gotta cut that
What?
shit right now.
I was taught that the reason why that the angel that appeared to Abraham and stopped him from doing it was actually Jesus. Yep, that's what I was taught. That it was actually Jesus, and then he said instead of you sacrificing your son, he loved people so much that he killed himself instead. Isn't that that's very poetic, isn't it?
It is. That's a good story.
Yeah, that's what I said. If I wanted to, if I wanted to, I could make a whole new religion out of this. But it's just, I know it's a lie, so I'm not going to participate in that. They were pagan. They were undercover pagans. But they wanted monotheism was really, really popular at the time, so they just covered it up. They covered up
It
what
was
they
more
were practicing.
lucrative.
Exactly.
It was only one. It was like it was centered. It was not this, that. Nope. This way, this way, this way, this way.
Right. No arguing over faces. Your God looks the same as mine because there's no face. So it created more equality and it allowed kingdoms to run more fluidly.
Someone said something. An indigenous person I heard on a live, and he said something similar to all of these kind of religions. They kind of have like this kind of unspoken pact together, like they because they are so similar, and it's like they have this center focus. They have God, and then but it gives them permission to kind of to kill in the name of their religion.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like I've never seen anyone saying I'm a Buddhist and I'm gonna kill you because that's what. That's
right.
I mean, I'm just saying, like this is what came to me. I was told I need to just kill all three of you right now.
And this aggression is passed down. They have the same aggression.
It is, and when he said that, they mimic each other. They do, and he's like, they of course they act like if you say you don't agree, you're anti that or whatever, blah blah blah. But all throughout the world, they kind of all have this like unspoken thing that the governments and everything with it, and higher up, churches and everything with it, that they're at like it makes sense though because it's like how a place that's teaching love full of so much hate, it's the jokes write themselves.
Pretty much.
So
the Christian faith has never been about love.
No matter how much they said it was.
That shit was built on dominance, like destruction and domination. It was not built on love. We're gonna conquer you. Oh, you don't believe in Jesus and you still a Christian? Off with your head. Now the new Christians like you don't believe in the teachings of Paul? Then you're not a true Christian.
Paul was wild. Paul was wild. He was writing letters everywhere. It seemed like.
Yes, but some of those letters, some of the letters he didn't write. Other people wrote, put his name on it.
Yeah, after he died, they didn't even know he was dead, and they were still receiving letters.
Right?
They just accepted it like it was from Paul, and they found out he was dead. And they call this is what people don't know. Early Christians called him a false prophet, and the people who were writing for him, especially even if you want to,
they call Paul a false prophet and Jesus a false prophet.
That's a fact.
I must never experience love, but
matter of fact, some of them said that he was a magician It was like, yeah, Jesus is nothing but a magician. He's a sorcerer. Like we don't give a fuck about him. He's nothing.
Oh, like witchcraft? Like
Mhm.
Yes,
wizard?
because
Yeah.
that's what I be trying to tell people. Coming back from
He
the dead does
definitely
not mean
was a
that you're a
wizard.
divine being. It means you came back from the dead. That's just sorcery. It doesn't mean anything. You got to do something righteous. You got to do something to show that you're actually the creator or the creator's son. You can't just come
But then
back
where
from the
did his
dead.
body go?
He
Exactly. That's
took
my
it with
main
him.
question. I ask that all the time. He took it
Well,
off.
Like there's
now,
one
well,
person in the Bible who didn't die. What's his name? I forget.
Enoch.
He
Elijah
disappeared.
didn't die.
Oh yeah,
Somebody
Elijah
didn't
didn't die
die.
too. Yeah, Enoch and Elijah went straight. They just went straight up to heaven on a chariot.
He favored Elijah so much that he said, "Come with me to heaven without even dying."
Like, just bring your whole body. And when you get up there, take it off like a coat.
Like, and I tell people this all the time. God plays favoritism. They're like, no, he doesn't. Yeah, the fuck he do.
Yes, he been
Your
playing
chosen
favoritism
people.
from the
You
beginning.
got a chosen
Look at
people.
Job.
Then
He was playing favoritism with Cain and Abel. He didn't like